With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mind Joke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A basket on it, rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome in, Pokemon fans, to Knoxville, Tennessee. Our trading card game regional championships well underway here in day number 2, where we've got over 100 trainers with their sights still set on Victory Road. We'll see who can become our regional champion here this weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the lounge by Juancho Saldana and Jeremy Jallin, here to take you through the rest of our competition. Gentlemen, we're going to be crowning a regional champion in just a few rounds.
I cannot wait. Chip, I've said this time and time again. The only thing better than playing Pokemon is playing 2 days of Pokemon, specifically in day 2. Okay, it's my first time saying it.
Speaking of day 2, this is one of the smaller ones we've had in recent regionals, so it's going to be interesting to see how the meta breakdown kind of goes going forward.
Yeah, without a doubt. This was a little bit smaller of a tournament, smaller venue here, but still plenty of trainers, still fierce competition. So many former regional champions competing in this day 2, trying to add to their accolades. And then also many great players who have never quite been able to close it out. Lots of stories to follow as we get through this regionals. And this is not our only regionals, of course. We're right about halfway through the season. We just wrapped up Charlotte regionals a couple weekends ago, crossed over the Blue Ridge Mountains here to Knoxville, Tennessee. And we've got tons more tournaments coming up. Vancouver in just over a month. And then that London EUIC, something I know many players are very excited about. Rotation is on the horizon.
Oh, I am so excited to play in the rotation format. All the new decks becoming more available, and again, I can't think of a better stage to showcase that than in London EUIC. It's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, the internationals being the starting off point of a new format, of a new set, really just feels like a perfect match. So much excitement around the game, and I also just love getting to see when the best players put their minds to work, what they can come up with in an undefined meta.
Yeah, we really see the deck builders shine in the game when they have a clean slate to work with, brand new cards to work with, and you really look forward to those players trying to set the meta for the future.
And of course, all these tournaments are leading up to the eventual World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. Of course, players competing at these tournaments are fighting for those championship points that they need in order to qualify for the World Championships. Most of the players in this tournament, of course, being from the North American region from NA, needing to get to 600 points. If you get a victory here at this tournament, you also get the automatic qualification. You can add those 200 points to your pocket as well to help you fight for maybe a Tier 1 or Tier 2 World Championship invitation, and then point payouts all the way down to top 64, and even with the size of this tournament, all the way down to top 512.
No, yeah, I mean, 600 points seems like a lot, but I know so many players already are locked in for their invite in Honolulu, Hawaii. It's going to be exciting stuff.
And these regionals are a huge part of earning those championship points, but also local tournaments play a big role in that as well, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players we saw get to that 400 or so championship point mark before we even had like 3 or 4 regionals to start the season. It's pretty crazy how much influence the local scene has. And I don't. You still have a lot of locals that you can try to get points, right?
Yeah, for sure. There's plenty of opportunity out there. You know, you can earn up to 50 points per League Cup win that you get. You know, tons of opportunity for points at top 8s, league challenges, all those things. So you might be sitting looking at yourself with only a, small amount of points. There's still an opportunity with some regionals coming up that you can maybe get out there and try to earn your invitation to the World
It's never
Championships.
too late.
Yeah.
It's never too late.
You
during
also
your
could
championship.
you also
Well,
could just like win the regionals, right?
It's too late when it's after NAIC. That's
It does
a little too
eventually
late. Yeah.
become too late.
Okay.
Eventually.
Okay. You can still go to Worlds.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. Well, let's take a look at what exactly happened in day number 1. And to me, really, one of the biggest stories coming out of the weekend so far is just the continual rise of the Roaring Moon. It was super popular in day number 1, but not only was it really popular, it saw plenty of success as well.
No, exactly. I think Ross Cawthon really almost gave us another version of Roaring Moon. I wouldn't say perfected per se, just because the other version still works pretty well. The turbo only 4 Setas, but inserting just a little bit of consistency with the researches or boss's orders, and maybe a little bit of inconsistency with those Pokemon catchers.
Yeah, this was the big revelation, it felt like, for this weekend. Tons of players opting to play Pokemon Catcher in their Roaring Moon lists.
Yeah, I don't know when it actually started, but we did see Tyler Jamison in Portland play a list that had 4 Pokemon Catcher. Made it into day 2, I believe, and kind of like set the tone for that kind of style. And then, like you were saying, Ross Cawthon really just gave us a list that's consistent. And a lot of these players are playing that consistency, just basic Dark Energy, no other text, no other shenanigans, just trying to do its best.
With Roaring Moon being so popular as well, another deck that has been successful in the past has started to creep its way back up. If you look at the decks that are being played at the top handful of tables, you're going to notice one name very consistently, and that is Gardevoir EX.
No, yes, it's very exciting to see Shining Arcana shining once again. I mean, just being a single prize attacker into these Roaring Moon decks, into these EX heavy decks, especially if they're not playing something like Iron Hands, should feel really good, and it shows outside.
And I think that is a large part of why Gardevoir is starting to see a little bit more success at this tournament. Its bad matchups have gone down in play. We're seeing a lot less Miraidon. We're seeing a lot less Urshifu as well.
Yeah, and that's really due to the fact that we had a little over 1,300 Masters players here this weekend. The metagame is kind of more focused. You have the rise of Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon's one of its bad matchups is Gardevoir. So you have just a bunch of decks you can farm, try to get those match points and try to make top 8. And we had our, first seed and third seed being Gardevoir EX going into day 2.
Yeah, it saw a ton of success yesterday, and it's going to continue to see success throughout day number 2. We'll see how many end up making it into top 8 as we get through the day here. Of course, another deck that's kind of had a bit of a resurgence, an old favorite of many, the Chien-Pao EX. Moving in here to Knoxville, having pretty solid runs so far. There's players like Reagan Retzloff, Kieran Farah, players who have been playing it for a while, choosing to break it out again for this tournament.
No, it's exciting to see. I remember at the start of this format, everyone was excited for Chien-Pao EX. Everyone's thinking Chien-Pao EX would be the best deck in format slot in an Iron Hands or whatnot. But we didn't really see that much of it. But it's nice to see towards the end of this format, it's now having a showing. Maybe without the Iron Hands, consistency probably is the key, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, who would have thought that after all the hype that Iron Hands EX had from Paradox Rift, now they're like, well, maybe we should just not play this card and make our deck more consistent for Roaring Moon and Chien-Pao.
Yeah, and the consistency really at the end of the day becomes the most important thing, I feel like, in the Pokemon TCG. I mean, we're talking about 15 Swiss rounds, 9 rounds day 1, 6 rounds day number 2. If you're not playing a consistent deck, you are not setting yourself up for success.
No, that's for sure, especially if you're a stage 2 dependent deck like Chien-Pao. Yeah, you have to save those Iridas for those key, consistent Baxcalibur plays.
So we are into day 2 right now. Let's look at our players who are in day number 2. This is not going to be everyone who's in day 2. You know, plenty of players out there competing still for a chance, but just a handful of our players who are, at this point, still fighting, still trying to make it in. We talked about these names yesterday, but I mean, just a ton of former regional champions on this list looking to add to their lists of accolades.
Yeah, we saw Kamal Crooks Valdez win on stream yesterday. He is still sitting up at the top tables playing that Roaring Moon. And then another name, Tyler Matthews, I always shout him out there.
Yeah.
Just a very consistent player, has been really championing the Iron Valiant Entei deck.
Yeah, he's one of the few players that is still rocking that deck. It performed very well at LAIC with Noah Sawyer getting second place. Was played a lot right after that tournament, but as the format has continued to develop, it seems like it has fallen off a little bit, but Tyler has stuck true with it. He's had some solid day 2 finishes with it, and I think he's at table 2 or something like that going into this round. He is doing really, really well. We'll keep our eyes on him. Matthew Wood, someone else I want to call attention to, you know, Little Dark Fury, a well-known creator in the community. I believe he's out there playing the Golden Go, is that right?
He is Golden Go. I was watching his match. I was very, very excited to see seeing him make it rain. But we've been talking a lot about Chien-Pao, so I just have to give a shout out to Jared Grimes.
Of course.
Probably Chien-Pao's #1 soldier, and he's sitting out there, sitting pretty here at day 2.
Grant Shen in shambles.
Yeah, Grant Shin did not make day 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's why he's in shambles.
I think he was actually in shambles. But, you know, it happens. That's part of Pokemon tournaments, right? Even some of the best players end up missing out on day 2 from time to time. But these are just a handful of the players competing at this point for day number 2 and still trying to become regional champion up to this point. I believe we can take a look at our Swiss standings up to this point and see the players who are actually competing and doing well, who are, you know, finishing the best up to this point. Of course, we are in round number 13. Round number 12 currently happening. We're going to be streaming round 13 coming up. We have 14 and 15 as well before we get into our top 8.
Oh yeah, again, 12 rounds of Pokemon, but between 2 days, that's over half a day of playing technically, and these players must be exhausted.
Yeah, and another big point I want to make too is this is a smaller tournament than we've had in the past, especially coming from Charlotte 2 weeks ago, where we had over 220 players in day 2. The match point requirement for top 8, we might see a little bit lower this time. We saw 36 points be the bubble in Charlotte. What do you think it's going to be for this weekend?
Yeah, I feel like you think that 35 is going to have a solid shot at this point. Probably going to be that bubble range, but we'll see how it shapes up as we get into the tournament. Ryan Antonucci there having an incredibly strong run. He started 8-0 yesterday, did lose in round 9 to Raymond Long, but now he's sitting at 11-1, and he is playing Gardevoir.
No, yeah, again, all of these players having a great record. I see Regan Reslov there, still sitting at 29 points, still a lot of work to do, but again, anything is possible.
Also a strong showing here from the Canadian players, right? Raymond Long there at the 2nd spot at the moment, 10-1-1. He's playing Gardevoir, and also Rowan Stavino, who we saw on stream yesterday, also Canadian player, 10-2, once again, also playing Gardevoir.
Yeah, and even Alex Kreckler there playing Rapid Strike, still going strong with that archetype. We saw a good Swiss showing in Charlotte, but there was so much Mew that he was just unable to make it further into day 2. Now there's not really a lot of Mew in day 2.
And if you can avoid those, you're putting yourself in a good position. And yeah, Alex maybe making a great meta call and, you know, hitting the positive side of the matchup roulette, the matchup variance, whatever it may be, and making it into day 2, sitting there at the 6th seed, 10-2, an excellent record. Of course, these players still fighting to get into Top Cut and hoping to add themselves to our list of regional champions from this year. And hey, a decent shot here. We could have a repeat regional champion. Raymond Long sitting at the 2nd seed. He's going to try to make that happen.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I'd be sitting at 31 points, just a couple of wins away, maybe 1 or 2, 1 in a tie potentially, and yep, sitting at being in top 8 would be absolutely huge.
Imagine the flex that you can put on people having 2 spots out of the regional winners.
I know, right? See, trying to get his picture up there twice. Let's look at those regional champions from this year so far. Of course, Raymond right there, like we mentioned. Hey, it would even work out, right?
Yeah.
Raymond on the in the Peoria, right below being added to Knoxville. He'd like to make that happen. JW Creewall is still competing here in this day 2. Azul Garcia Griego, I believe John Ang is still out there competing in day 2 as well. We'll see exactly where they all stand.
No, for sure. I think, actually, now I'm rooting for that. I do want to see Raymond Long just right under Raymond Long. And then, yeah, again, all a lot of great players here. I believe Azul is still outside as well, competing. I'm not quite sure how he's doing. Maybe you would know, Chip.
I think Jeremy told me he was 8-2-2, right, or 7-2-2 coming into this round.
That.
I think maybe it was Kyle then. So yeah, X2-2 still having a chance to make it in. That would get you to 35 match points if you win out, but it's a long road ahead for sure.
No, yeah. And again, all of these champions, absolutely amazing players. But again, each of these champions have beaten tournaments with over 1,000+ players. I think that in itself is just such a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have another regional championships in North America ever that's under 1,000 players up to this point.
As there's 800 registered for
Oh,
Vancouver.
Vancouver, yeah. Well, there's just so many tournaments, many opportunities for players to try to get out here and play, and the game is just continuing to grow at such a rapid rate.
I know we're talking about how this tournament has a lower amount, 1,300. If you told me that probably 5 years ago, I'd call you crazy.
Yes, wild to see just how much the game is continuing to grow. And even just last year, right? I mean, this is a tournament that I think last year had right around 900-ish players. Now we're looking at 13, and that's one of the smaller tournaments, right? So we'll see how things end up, who is able to add themselves to the list of regional champions, and then, 4 more opportunities for players to try to get themselves on this graphic before the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, after today, only 4 more regional championships. We're so close to the end, and I don't know. I'm just excited for the World Championships again.
That is what we are building towards all season long, and that is ultimately what the goal is as a Pokemon player. Cement yourself in history, becoming a world champion. Of course, we want to be hearing from you throughout the course of the weekend. The best place to do that is over on our social medias. Be sure to interact with us. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon across all of our various platforms. We'd love to hear who you're rooting for. Who do you want to see add their face to that graphic? Or maybe what deck archetype are you hoping to see succeed the most? It feels like there's a lot of Roaring Moon fans out there this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Twitch chat called it, right? They want Roaring Moon to win this tournament. There's a good chance, but there's a lot of Gardevoir at the top.
And that is going to be the thing that Roaring Moon may have a tough time with. We'll see how it ends up shaping up. Of course, be sure you're following our streaming channels as well. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitch wherever you may be watching, so that way you don't miss any of this broadcast or any future broadcasts that we have throughout the rest of this competitive season. We're going to have our community choice vote up very, very soon for our round 13. I'm just getting word that it already happened, so the vote has happened. You guys picked our round 13, and we're going to get into that very shortly. We can see just some of the amazing players that were paired up in this round. Ryan Antonucci up against Tyler Matthews. That's a great one. Jose Marzan against Alex Kreckler. Ian Robb against Reagan Retzlaff. Alec Ward versus Jesse Parker. Tons of great names, tons of players we have talked plenty about throughout the course of the tournament so far.
I want to see all of this.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't think there's a wrong choice here.
Definitely does not feel like it. But let's see what the choice was, and it will be Ian Robb versus Reagan Retzlaff, 2 of the best that North America has to offer, to be honest. I'm excited to see what will happen here.
No, this should be a very, very exciting match. Again, I just remember Reagan winning his regional championship not too long ago, and maybe he's off for a second one.
Yeah, of course, Reagan is a very well-known player, regional champion. Ian Robb, a 5-time regional champion at this point.
Like that,
yeah, it's ridiculous how successful he is. And Ian is really one of the younger players. You look at the players who have that many regional championship victories. It's people like Azul, 29 years old, Ryan Sablehouse, Danny Altavilla, those players being a lot older in age. Ian Robb in his early 20s.
I like how you call Ian Robb the young one here when he's playing against Reagan.
Well, I just mean of the people who have that many regional titles already is what I mean. So we'll see what happens here. Definitely a huge showdown. Can't wait to see what will happen. But before we get into the match, let's learn a little bit more about Reagan Retzlaff.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Witted in the top 8, but for my first event, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun. I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you know, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because of nerves, you know, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. You know, they've supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
Wow, what a lead up there, Pablo. Welcome to the casting desk here on the TCG side of things of our Knoxville Regional Championship. I'm Shelby Boo and Pikachu here with Pablo Meza, aka Tablemon. So good to be sitting here with you again. We left you off on round 9 yesterday, and now we're here about to open with an explosive match here. We're gonna have Ian Robb versus Reagan Retzloff. Doesn't get better than that, Pablo. Are you excited for this match?
Very, very excited. We're looking at the pairings. I was really rooting for Chad to vote for this one. I'm glad you didn't let me down, Chad. And very, very excited. I think our players are ready at the table, so we can throw down there so that we can get this match started.
Let's get into this. On the left here, we're gonna have Ian Robb piloting Giratina V-Star. We didn't pay Giratina a lot of respect yesterday because it did not show up on our stream. It was struggling all throughout the day with draws, but let's see if Ian Robb can turn things around. Reagan Retzloff on the right side of our screen here with a deck we haven't seen much of yet, Pablo.
Yeah, I've been ranking Chen Pao very low in my rankings as of late, but here it is really showing up at this regional and dealing with these Giratinas. Now, a big part of dealing with Giratina is making sure you have that backup B-Barrel for when they Roxanne you, so that price Speedo for Reagan could be a little problematic here, Boo.
Could be a little tricky. The Radiant Greninja there for Ian Robb in the prize cards as well as a couple of switching effects, the Roxanne and a Giratina V. But yep, Reagan Retzloff rolling up here with Chen Pao. I think this is a match that people are going to love to watch too. I feel like Chen Pao is kind of an outlier deck. I don't think it was super heavily played in this tournament going into Knoxville, but it's always nice to see a deck face off against the powerful Giratina V-Star. We'll see if Reagan can pull things off here in our first Swiss round of the day, Swiss round 13. Reagan Retzloff is going to start us off here with that Chen Pao EX.
Now, some very interesting things in both players' lists. So Reagan decided to respect Mew VMAX quite a lot and is playing a copy of Spiritomb in their deck. So is Ian Robb, which is very interesting to see. But the one key piece missing for Reagan, I think, is Manaphy. That could allow Ian to really threaten those Frigibacks before they can evolve. So we might even see Reagan try to play 3 Frigibacks down because he doesn't have access to that Manaphy. But on the other hand, we did just see that Ian prized his Radiant Greninja. So it'll be interesting to see how this dynamic plays out as we see Reagan getting that Radiant Greninja, get a little bit of extra draw with the energies that Shivery Chill just fetched, and looking to establish at least one Frigivax to start off.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to have to see what route Ian Robb chooses to go after getting a good look at the deck and, of course, the current hand as well. Reagan Retzloff jumped into the deck there with that Shivery Chill ability to start us off with the Chen Pao EX. What you commonly see here, just to go straight in the deck, get a look at things, draw into those energy. We saw the concealed cards already from the Radiant Greninja. What else do you see in Pablo?
So many Ultra Balls in Reagan's hand. I believe that's 3, and then the Earthen Vessel. So a lot of resources, but also a lot of discard for Reagan, which you can't necessarily afford like really, really early. But going first is a pretty big deal. Establishing Bidoof, establishing Frigivax, that sets you up very nicely. And the multiple Ultra Balls do allow you to guarantee that B-Barrel next turn. So off to the races for Reagan. You could only ask for a Battle VIP, but that's the one big card that he's missing, but that's pretty much it.
Kind of making up the slack there, still getting some Pokemon out, but yeah, there's several evolution lines in this deck, so Reagan is going to have to establish these Pokemon on the bench so that they can be evolved into as soon as possible here. So we really haven't seen much of Chen Pao. How would you kind of describe the deck as a whole as far as playstyle, Pablo, and how it's going to function going up against Giratina V-Star?
Oh, well, Chen Pao's definitely like a glass cannon, if you will. Like, it just tries to deal, well, it deals infinite damage, essentially, but it's also very frail and susceptible to the Baxcalibur going down or to your hand being Ionoed away and the B-Barrel getting knocked out. So it's a very high-risk, high-reward surf deck, whereas Giratina on the other side can be very stable, right? It has a lot of options. It tries to build up the hand, build up the loss zone, and it's on Ian to disrupt Reagan's game plan right here. Have high HP Pokemon to take down the Chen Pao, have disruption on the bench on those B-Barrels with Sableye. So we're going to see an interesting dynamic, especially because Ian is playing Avery.
Yeah, definitely getting some Pokemon off of the bench potentially there down the line for Reagan. Over here on Ian Rob's side of the field, starting off the first turn with that Battle VIP pass, getting a Giratina V and that Cramorant out as soon as possible here for Ian, and also got a good look at the deck. Notated some prize cards there as well, and we're still going through this turn. That's exactly what you want to see, a Colress's Experiment here for Ian Robb, something that's eluded so many of our Giratina players this weekend, but Ian Robb found it. So we're going to see 5 cards, 2 of them now in the loss zone there for Ian Robb, and another one off of Flower Selecting. I like the pace, Pablo.
Yeah,
I like it.
I was exactly going to mention that. Ian, you can tell that he's really well versed in the deck. He knows his moves, and he's playing at probably the fastest pace we've seen from a Giratina player, which is really cool to see now. Unfortunately, his hand not that fantastic, and I was definitely surprised at the Cramorant choice instead of a second Comfey right there, but perhaps trying to not be so susceptible to the Radiant Greninja here.
Yeah, potentially. Reagan Retzloff going to start this turn too by evolving into that Bibarel now, so has access to that Industrious Incisors there throughout the turn. Of course, going to have to dwindle down the hand a little bit here, deciding what to play next, eyeing up the Irida, but just choosing how this sequencing is going to go. What is going to be chosen off the Irida, of course, gets you a water Pokemon as well as an item card for Reagan.
Yeah, Rare Candy into Excalibur. Usually the choices if you're missing those 2 pieces, and then with the Earthen Vessel, despite the Path of Peak, will be able to threaten this Comfey now. Of course, Reagan would love to take down the Giratina V this turn, but that's going to require quite a few pieces. Double Cross Switcher, 4 total energy, so that one's probably off the table for now.
Yeah, maybe too much of a hill to climb here, but still establishing the bench here on Reagan's side of things, so it's looking pretty good. Earthen Vessel is going to discard that Super Rod there to get these energy out of the deck, and they're going to be accelerated immediately with some super cold action here, Pablo, onto that Chien-Pao EX in the active position. Baxcalibur is pretty much the backbone of this deck with that energy acceleration ability.
Yeah, without Baxcalibur, Chien-Pao is basically a cute kitty to stare at. But when there's a Baxcalibur, Chien-Pao actually becomes the threat it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Now, that Super discard that you mentioned, Boo, is actually very important because one way to beat Baxcalibur is by taking down the Baxcalibur over and over. And with one Super Rod gone, you won't necessarily be able to recuperate them too quickly, as we see the first KO from Chien-Pao.
Yup, Chien-Pao with that Hail Blade attack. Gonna take the first KO there, but yeah, as you said, Pablo, definitely throwing away some recovery resources that potentially could bite Reagan later in this game. Like that Chien-Pao's bite right there, but Ian Robb's side of the field. Now we're stacking up this loss zone here with another Colress's Experiment. You love to see this. You want those consistent Colress's Experiment every single turn. Stack up your loss zone, get grinding with these cards, get options in your hands, and just have what you need. But Cramorant going to get some early damage in here now as Ian Robb continues to establish the board state with those 2 energy now on the Giratina V. So it's 110 damage there on that Chien-Pao EX, and we're back over to Reagan.
Yeah, now despite seeing Battle VIP pass start, back-to-back Colress for Ian, not a lot of board presence, no extra Comfey, no threat of Giratina V-Star anytime soon. There's no backup Giratina V, so if Reagan was able to find KO on the Giratina V right now, that would put Ian in a lot of trouble because despite the Cramorant being able to take a return KO, you need much bigger threats. You need back-to-back KOs on Chien-Pao. 2-hit KOing them is not going to be enough.
Yup, and Reagan over here on this side, a smooth Ultra Ball, quick discard of 2 Battle VIP passes. Useless cards for Reagan as of now, and it's going to search out that Spiritomb from the deck for Reagan, thinning that out of the deck.
Yeah, another useless card in this matchup that will probably be discard fodder for that superior energy retrieval, keeping the cross switcher in hand to potentially take down that Giratina V on the bench.
Yup, and here we go. We see that superior energy retrieval. You have to discard those 2 cards, but all of these energy are able to be taken out of your discard pile straight into your hand and re-accelerated to the field with that Baxcalibur. What'd you see, Pablo?
The double cross switcher is found, but Reagan is 1 energy away from being able to take down that Giratina, as he does have to retreat. You can see him thinking about how to go about this. He could spend another superior energy retrieval, but that might be a little too much at this point in time. And yeah, if he had found a Pokestop, then he could have Shiver Chilled for 2 more energies, and we'd be talking about the KO right here.
Oh, just missing it. I don't know. Reagan looks like debating some plays here, but this Irida is going to come down for Reagan.
Yeah, the issue is the Earthen Vessel is also down, so he can't use that to get extra energies. You can't Irida for a Pokestop, as it is not an item card, it is a stadium. So, I mean, you definitely can't complain in this spot by Reagan.
Yeah, so strong presence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Reagan's board compared to Ian's board is a world of difference, right? But what better way to continue building an advantage than taking down the 1 threatening Pokemon that Ian has?
Yeah, that would be brutal, honestly. So, yeah, we're just getting through this Irida now for Reagan.
That Battle VIP pass could be an indication that Reagan's going to spend that superior energy retrieval for just 1 energy to be able to reach for this knockout, which is very good, right? But also very, very costly.
You think it's risky?
Yeah,
Too many resources? I don't know, but I mean, it's super aggro, the path that Reagan is choosing to follow, if that is going to be the course of action here for Reagan to take this, but we'll have to see.
There we go.
Cross switcher.
Retreat, and then superior energy retrieval for a single energy, just to make sure you can get this KO.
Oh my gosh, Reagan Retzloff. All gas, no brakes here against Ian Robb. Going off here, choosing to utilize these later game cards, sacrificing these resources in maybe not the most optimal way, but it's going to take a lead in this game. Ian Robb already responding there,
Yeah, the Cramorant decides to take revenge, take down that Qianbao, and not a lot of targets for Reagan to take down with Radiant Greninja. Pulling off another double cross switcher to take down this Giratina V will be very difficult now that 2 have been exhausted. But as Reagan, right, as long as you knock out this Cramorant and you establish your board well enough to then knock out that Giratina V whenever it comes up, you're going to be in a fine position. And you just saw Ian quite literally do nothing. Bench a Pokemon, attach, and attack. So that alone tells you there's no Colress in hand. There's no Comphase at all. There's not a lot of good cards in Ian's hand, so you're okay in this spot if you're Reagan.
Exactly. It's not coming down to play here, unfortunately. I mean, Ian Robb is a 5-time regional champion. It has nothing to do with a lack of skill. It is a lack of correct cards that you're drawing into. Pablo, the disrespect is so warranted this weekend. Is it us? Are we the unlucky charm here?
I mean, maybe it's our fault that Giratina is just not really performing to the standard that we've seen it perform, right? Giratina won the regional that concluded in Melbourne a few hours ago, and we are seeing it here just continually not really perform.
Yes. I guess Giratina V-Star is not from North America, apparently. All right, Reagan getting through this turn here. Looked like maybe a confusing sequence of cards there, but everything's all good between these players. Looks like Concealed Cards was already used as well to draw into 2 additional cards there off of that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, a lot of abilities used, that Industrious Incisors, the Concealed Cards. I wonder if Reagan's going to try and knock out with Qianbao. Could also try Baxcalibur. That's probably a little too risky. I mean, does have the Irida, so could set up a second one. I think that's what he's eyeing up on. Maybe that's better than letting your 2-prize Chen Pao take the hit, assuming Ian can take a return KO. So this is very important. Despite the fact that Ian didn't do much during their previous turn, you always need to try to prepare for the worst, right? You have to expect the worst from your opponent, and if that happens, that's fine because you prepared for it. But if the worst doesn't happen, then you're in an even better spot than you would have.
Yeah, you want to go aggro, but not too aggro. You still have to limit your liabilities that you're throwing forth to your opponent as well. I totally agree, Pablo. So that Irida is going to get us another cross switcher for the item of choice and that Bax Caliber as well now.
Yeah, very interested in that cross switcher. I don't think... Oh, there was already a rare candy, that's why.
Okay,
yeah.
We're good.
I was wondering. Yeah, so does have the canceling cologne, does have the cross switcher, rare candy Bax Caliber, and if we see another... No second cross switcher.
No second cross switcher, just going to net a nest ball there off of that Pokestop. All non-item cards going to the discard pile there. Going to be an Irida and a Water Energy now to the discard pile. This is what this deck does. All these water energies go into the discard pile. You retrieve them back out. You re-accelerate them, and you get those knockouts that you need. But as we've said earlier, Reagan has used a lot of late game resources, but we are still going here, and there's plenty left for Reagan. At this point in time, just 3 more prize cards left to take here for a win in this game 1. Superior Energy Retrieval, going to discard those 2 cards there to get these 4 water energy back into the hand here.
Yeah, now that is the 3rd Superior Energy Retrieval, which, as you were mentioning, the resource is so valuable, and that means there's only 1 left after this. So I'm really wondering if the 3rd Chen Pao might be priced. Otherwise, you would definitely want to see Reagan play that nest ball and fetch that 3rd Chen Pao. Leave that on the bench in case the active gets knocked out, and all you need to do is take down the Giratina V-Star.
I feel like I don't remember what being in the prize cards, but I don't know. My memory's pretty bad as well.
I'm sure we'll find out right now. Yeah, it's not priced.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
I'm very surprised Reagan chose not to play that nest ball to just establish the other Chen Pao.
Interesting choices there from Reagan, but still going to get a knockout there on that Cramorant, bringing Reagan Retzloff here down to 2 prize cards left to take home this game 1 against Ian Robb. Ian Robb, just a lone Manaphy up there in the active position as of now, and that benched Giratina V with the Psychic Energy attached. Still, Lost Zone is at 5 for what now, 3 turns? I think this is the 3rd turn here. Ian Robb has essentially done nothing for this board state besides attack with Cramorant.
Yeah, in this spot, usually as Ian, you want to go Roxanne, Sableye, Knockout Feverl to really try and make Reagan whiff a lot of turns. But with 5 cards in a Lost Zone, that's quite literally impossible. So you're going to see a Colress. The Radiant Greninja is now accessible now. This does activate Miragecade, but responding to the Chen Pao, and then what?
Yes, and then what, Pablo? That's what I'm wondering as well. Ian Robb is going to conclude that Colress there. Lost Zone is now up to 7. Giratina V-Star on the board here.
Does he have access to Miragecade? I'm assuming he does. He does have a pretty big hand, right? So he can do stuff, but yeah.
Is the stuff helpful? I don't know. We need some stuff happening here, Pablo, that's for sure.
No.
That's what's so surprising, too, like how little has happened so far, because Ian Robb does, he has had a hand.
Yeah, he started with the Battle VIP Pass, started with the back-to-back Colress, but his hand just filled up with energies, and the Radiant Greninja was prized, so couldn't do much. And now, I do believe Reagan is holding game in hand. He has an energy in hand, he has a Superior Energy Retrieval in hand, that's 5 energy total, and has the nest ball to just go after the Chen Pao. So I think we're about to head into a game 2 after we see this attack.
Most likely, yeah. The supportive return was Culver's Experiment. No disruption to Reagan's hand here.
Nest ball for Chen Pao, Superior Energy Retrieval. So yeah, I'm really wondering
the motions.
What the logic is behind not using the nest ball preemptively last turn. I would love to ask Reagan that, because there has to be a reason. Like, he knows what's about to happen. He knows the Giratina's coming up. So why not have that established in case your opponent decides to go Roxanne? I mean, maybe he figured if my opponent plays Roxanne, then my Chen Pao is definitely not getting KO'd because they're not going to get to 7. But there's a universe where Ian could have drawn double Comfey, get 2 Flower Selects going, get to 7, and take the KO. So I'm really puzzled by that one right now.
Well, maybe if Reagan Retzloff makes it to our winner interview, we can ask that question, Pablo. And I'll tell you what, he's one step closer to getting there, taking our game 1 here in our Swiss round 13 versus Ian Robb. Once again, Giratina V-Star just falters on our stream. Not strong enough, not even able to take down Champao EX.
Yeah, as we saw Reagan start off with a picture-perfect setup on his board, going after the first Comfey, going after Giratina V, and deciding that using up your superior energy retrieval for a single energy was completely worth it, and it definitely paid off.
Yeah, very aggro play here from Reagan Retzloff, sacrificing some cards just to put Ian Robb at as much of a disadvantage as possible. Ian Robb tried to save things, getting that Lost Zone stacked up, taking some knocks here and there, but Reagan Retzloff was able to take this game 1 with game in hand. No disruption from Ian Robb there, and we're gonna head into a game 2 between these players. If you're tuned into our stream right now, who are you rooting on here? Which player, which deck? We'd love to hear that from you. Is Ian Robb going to be able to save this second game, bring us to a 1-1, a third game potentially? Let's check out the prize cards. Hopefully nothing too bad.
The superior energy retrieval for Reagan is like the big highlight card. There are 3 energies for Ian Robb as well as 2 for Reagan. So both players with a little bit of an energy drought. And interesting that Ian lets Reagan. Oh no, Ian
already completed a turn,
Ian played down a path and passed.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're jumping into our game 2 here. Ian Robb played down a path to the peak. That was it. Pass to Reagan. Reagan's going to bump that stadium immediately with a Pokestop, starting with the Spiritomb in the active that now has an energy attached. So there's another energy on board that could get discarded, but wow. First turn already completed on Ian Robb's side. That is not what you want to see at all.
No attachment, no Battle VIP pass, no Nestful. Now essentially playing with 56 cards with a 4 Battle VIP pass in there being useless. I mean, I haven't seen Ian's hand. I hope there's a Colress at least there that finds him an energy so that he can start building up the Lost Zone. But looking a little hopeless for Ian with this start. I mean, Reagan, definitely not the greatest start compared to the previous game. This Pokestop is going to be huge for Reagan. Can it find him a Battle VIP pass, more Nest Balls, which he does have 4 copies of each of those. So that's what Reagan really needs to rely on to be able to accomplish anything significant this turn.
Well, Ultra Ball there going to start us off here after that Shivery Chill ability to get those water energy out on the board too. One of them being discarded, as well as a cross switcher going down to the Ultra Ball to get this Radiant Greninja out on the field for Reagan. Some extra draw support there as well.
Yeah, now this Radiant Greninja, I really like that decision. That will provide Reagan with 2 extra cards and will make the dig essentially into the deck 5 cards deep, 2 from concealed cards, 3 from Pokestop. And the big deal is he saw that Ian basically did nothing during their turn. So they should be feeling a little safer in the fact that if they don't establish a Frigibax, that's hurtful.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's definitely hurtful, but I think it's okay. All right, in the grand scheme of things, I think it's okay because Reagan knows that Ian didn't do much during their turn, so essentially they had a free turn where they don't need to be aggressive immediately.
Yep. Yeah, so losing some resources there. None of them were items off the Pokestop. Passing back over to Ian Robb. Ian Robb at least now is able to play a Colress's Experiment being on the 2nd turn, but as you said, Pablo, all of those 4 copies of Battle VIP Pass are now essentially useless. They are Lost Zone fodder at this point in time. 2 cards now in the Lost Zone off that Colress's Experiment. Hopefully Ian Robb can get things going here with establishing this board state now on turn 2. So a little bit behind here, but hopefully can save things. Going to be an Abyss Seeking here from Ian Robb. 2 more cards going to go to Lost Zone there, and 2 more to hand. So some extra draw support. And now we're at 4 in the Lost Zone. Things are going along here in this matchup. Reagan now looking through the discard pile here. Going to kick off this turn 2.
Big draw there for Reagan with that Iono top deck. That's going to let him get a free new 6 cards. Disrupt Ian a little bit, which after the Colress and the Abyss Seeking has built up quite a significant hand. And this will allow Reagan to have like this sort of reset. So Ian had a pretty bad turn 1. Reagan also had a pretty bad turn 1. So it's almost like we can forget about those turns. Ian just had a very good turn.
They cancel each other out.
Yeah, exactly. They cancel each other out, just like that canceling clone. I beat you to the pun. And we're going to see a more hopefully stable turn. But Reagan is relying on the randomness of these 6 cards.
That is very true, Pablo. You never know what's going to happen here. Super Odd can be played here for Reagan and shuffling up the deck once again.
Yeah, that Frigibacks that got discarded off that Pokestop back into the deck, because now Reagan definitely wants to establish 2 Frigibacks ideally.
Yeah.
Maybe even 3, because
you need some fail safes.
Yeah, exactly. And now because there's no mana fee, Ian, there is a world where he could be able to get to 7 cards in the Lost Zone and then be able to target down double Frigibacks with Greninja of some sort.
Ooh, we'll have to see how things go here. That Iono has now been played, so both of these hands are now new cards, 6 new cards, and both players' hands at the bottom of their deck. 2 Frigibacks coming down here for Reagan. It's exactly what we wanted to see, as well as a Bidoof.
Yeah, 2 Frigibacks, but they are susceptible, right? They are potentially, they can be potentially targeted by Radiant Greninja. Ian is holding a Colress and a Water Energy in their hand, but unfortunately they only play 2 Water Energy. So this Water Energy that's right here could be the one thing that prevents Ian from taking a knockout on the 2 Frigibacks, which would essentially be game, yeah? With no Frigibacks.
Yeah.
We've said, yeah, Qianbao's just a cute little kitty, and that's it.
Cute little kitty indeed. It can search out the energy, but it can't put them on.
And it just stares at them longingly.
Yes, right. Absolutely. Yeah, you might be right about that, Pablo. The Frigibacks, as of now, they're just babies. They're just babies. But if Ian Robb is not able to capitalize on that and take them down off of the bench, we could see this game going on further. Wow, easy decision there. 2 Battle VIP pass off that Colress's Experiment. Joining the Lost Zone, bringing us up to 6 now for Ian Robb. Yeah. And we'll have to see what these cards are off the Iono that we had. Or is he working with some good cards here, Pablo?
I mean, I think so, but getting to 7 cards in the Lost Zone and pulling off that Radiant Greninja play, which would essentially be game-ending, I don't think it's going to be possible. So Ian might have to rely on another Abyss Seeking to keep building that that Lost Zone, and then it's not going to be great because Ian might end up giving up 2 prize cards here to that Qianbao's. Reagan has also now built up a really big hand, and the one thing you know when you're playing against Giratina V-Star decks is that it's very unlikely that they shuffle away your hand, right? So you can feel pretty safe with the cards that you have access to.
Yeah, and it's just the tough thing I see with Giratina V-Star so often. It's like they have so much potential, so much power, but it just always seems like the cards don't fall in the correct way, and it gets clunky, and then you're not able to establish those powerful moves. But Ian Robb still going along here. That Radiant Greninja, concealed cards. Path to the Peak is now in play as well, and an energy attachment onto that Giratina V.
And now Ian's going to get to 8 cards in the Lost Zone, but Reagan just barely will be able to evolve at least one of those Frigibacks to not be susceptible to the Greninja. Wow, this definitely could have been a big turn for Ian, but just not finding the right combination of cards, which I feel like has been the story for Giratina V-Star since yesterday.
Oh my gosh. Absolutely. So unfortunate to see, but we're still getting into this game. Reagan Retzloff with another Irida here. Gonna get out that Vax Caliber as well as an item card and be able to protect those little babies on the bench.
I think now the big difference that we're seeing from the previous game is like both players have a lot of resources left still. Even if Reagan is able to take down this Giratina V this turn, now Ian has a really nice Lost Zone built up. And at some point, I'm sure we're going to see, if the cards allow it, a Stabilized Snipe on this Bibarel combined with a Roxanne. That's like Ian's dream to be able to accomplish, and that combined with a Path to a Peak, shutting down the Radiant Greninja, it
Yep.
really puts a halt on Qianpao's plan, no matter what they're trying to do.
Absolutely, that is very true here, Pablo. Giratina V-Star, as soon as you get to that 10 in the Lost Zone, you unlock the true power of this deck, and that's all Ian is about to come up on here. Then Reagan Retzloff is truly going to be hoping that things continue to not go Ian's way, but there's a lot more pressure there once that Lost Zone is at 10 for Reagan Retzloff. So Qianpao going to get that energy in the active position here. We're going to see that superior energy retrieval, discarding a battle VIP as well as a nest ball for Reagan, and it's going to be re-accelerated straight away to the board for Reagan with that super cold. Industrious Incisors going to get a little bit more card draw here for Reagan.
Pokestop could be big as it does activate Shiver Chill, allows Reagan to find more energies, but that would be, I believe, Reagan's third Pokestop. He played one, lost one with the first Pokestop. This is the third one, so Ian's incoming path to a peak eventually will probably stick around for a long time.
Yep, kind of knowing, all right, once this gets bumped, it's gone. His Shivery Chill is going to get those energy out. Now, though, thanks to the bump of that Pokestop, taking the path to the peak out of play here. It's going to be even more energy. You can tell Reagan is preparing this board state right now for these upcoming turns, just preparing as much as possible for the rain that Giratina V-Star can potentially have.
Wow, very nice Pokestop right there.
That is wicked here. All three items off the Pokestop. We're going to see the discard as well for that concealed cards. Now that the path to the peak is out of play, Reagan Retzloff has built up a giant hand here. And as you said before, Pablo, like, you're not expecting the Giratina V-Star to disrupt you either. At all, yep. 2 prize cards that Qianpao able to take down that Giratina V. Never even got to evolve there on Ian Rob's side of the field. Now it's up to Ian Rob to promote a Pokemon and get this next turn underway. Now that one of those Giratina V have been wiped out, but I guess now that Water Energy's in the discard pile.
Now, we've talked a lot about the 2-2-2 prize map this weekend, Boo, and Reagan just got the first 2 prizes. Ian's only viable attacker at this point in time is the Giratina V-Star, which can now evolve, can now be Mirage Gate onto, and take a knocker on this Qianpao, but with no possibility to Roxanne Reagan's huge hand away, you have to expect Reagan will have the answer to it immediately.
Yeah, that's true. As we saw before, I mean, Reagan did everything possible to prep this hand for the remainder of this game. Taking the 2 prize cards off of that prize map and trying to chug along to a potential 2-0 here between these players. Ian Rob's going to do everything to stop that. Mirage Gate now coming out to get these 2 energy out of the deck and lined up onto this field for Ian Rob.
Yeah, also have the backup Giratina V, which is pretty nice to see, and will be helpful in answering the next Qianpao. So it's going to be a Qianpao versus Giratina V V-Star exchange in the upcoming turns. After Reagan takes a knockout, Ian will be able to Roxanne, so we might actually see that Sableye play to KO the Bibarel and try to slow down Reagan enough. But wow, that's a big Pokestop.
Yeah, big pile of cards to put in the discard pile, unfortunately, there for Ian Rob.
Ian actually chooses to take down the Bibarel before, probably doesn't have Giratina V-Star in hand. That, I think the one currently was the prize card, so decides to eliminate the Bibarel
one was just discarded.
Earlier. Yeah.
Sheesh. Well, yeah, that was just a boss's orders to end that turn there. Boss up the, oh my gosh, why am I blanking on the name?
The Bibarel.
Yes, the Bibarel. I just kept wanting to call it Bidoof. The Bibarel to the active, knock it out, take that single prize card. And yeah, no Giratina V-Star there for Ian Rob. Reagan Retzloff going to have a couple of discards there off that Pokestop roll as well.
Yeah, that second Bidoof getting discarded, but will probably be immediately put back with that Suprod and then found. So not terrible, right? However, with no Bibarel, Reagan will be very susceptible to the incoming Roxanne.
Yep, and that could be bad here. You never want to get Roxanne, but I mean, you always prepare for it, but you never truly can. It's only 2 cards that you're working with after that.
Yeah, and with no B-Brawl, it's going to get a little tricky to really recover from that.
Relying on some top decks here potentially for Reagan. And that could be it. I mean, we could run out of that gas here, Pablo, potentially in the later part of this game. And there's always that potential there for Qian Pao.
Yeah, now, don't get me wrong, though. Like, Reagan is probably getting Roxanne next turn, but the best time to get Roxanne is when your opponent still has 5 prizes left to go,
true.
right? So then that's at least 3 more turns that you'll be able to have to top deck out of it, find more resources, maybe even establish the B-Barrel soon, and be able to just find that last 2 prizes. Yeah, Reagan's about to go down to 2 prizes, and there is a Giratina already waiting in the back to potentially be KO'd.
Yep, and you could see that. I mean, the play has been impeccable from both these players so far, doing checking off every box that you'd want to see for these turns as much as they can, at least. Bidoof coming down here for Reagan, prepping for the future turns here. Superior Energy Retrieval now being played.
Yep, need 4 energy to take down the Giratina V, which Superior Energy immediately provides. Establish an energy for a pivot on that Radiant Greninja, and then Reagan Retzlaff, 1 knockout away, essentially, from winning this game.
Not only winning, but taking a 2-0 potentially here, Pablo. The stakes are high here. Ian Robb going to start off with a Pokestop. 2 more cards to the discard pile.
Found Mirage Gate, which is pretty decent, but I don't think there's a lot of energies left in Ian's deck, unfortunately, at this point in time.
Now we have that V-Star as well here for Ian Robb, but yeah, taking a look at the Lost Zone as well as the discard pile to keep track of these energy that Ian Robb is working with. We have 1 on the active Giratina V-Star at the moment here. Pat to the peep, Pat to the, to the peak is gonna bump that Pokestop there for Ian Robb. We're seeing the counter catcher here for this Bidoof and the Roxanne. Every single obstacle Ian Robb could potentially put in Reagan's way, he has done so. And now that Roxanne is going to limit Reagan Retzlaff, and that poor little baby Bidoof is sitting in the active position.
Yeah, staring down a gigantic Giratina V-Star.
I know.
Like, that must feel
So
very scary. No. Ian's biggest obstacle right now, though, is finding energy. Yeah, because we might even see... No, there's no 10 cards in the Lost Zone, so we can't see a V-Star attack. Needs to find Super Rod plus Mirage Gate. Otherwise, that Bidoof will actually survive, and it does.
Oh my gosh, it survives!
The bravest Bidoof of them all, Pooh.
The bravest. Oh, yeah. Couldn't get knocked out. Too busy gnawing on that log there. Reagan Retzlaff now. Ian Robb not able to get the energy needed to even knock this Bidoof. But yeah, now we have another turn for Reagan Retzlaff.
And it's going to be a passive turn for Reagan as well.
Save it. Save that little Bidoof back onto the bench here. Spiritomb in the active position now. Ian Robb working with the Chorus's Experiment.
Yep, that'll get to 10. No Super though. I don't see it. So definitely running low on those energies. No way to switch out that Giratina V-Star either. So best time to get Roxanne is when your opponent is also not attacking you. So giving enough time to Reagan to potentially reestablish some sort of board presence. Oh, does find the switch, but Ian really just doesn't want to use Comfey at all.
Yeah, that's true. Just taking the knockout here on the Spiritomb with that Cramorant. Lost Zone is now at 10 thanks to that Chorus's Experiment as well for Ian Robb. We're back over to Reagan. Reagan's going to take a look at Ian Robb's resources. Get a little notate what's going on with Ian Robb and why the turns are going the way they are. I'm sure super aware of what's happening here. Radiant Greninja joining us now in the active position here for Reagan. But
really.
yeah, what are the cards? I mean, just nothing to work with. That Roxanne.
Yeah, nothing to work with. Roxanne definitely putting in the work right now. And we mentioned how Ian did price 3 energies, and he's definitely suffering that energy drought right about now.
Yep.
There is a Super Rod left, but if he grabs this Colress and then uses the Colress, then he doesn't have a deck anymore. So Ian definitely in a very precarious situation because the last Psychic is priced, and he just cannot find that Super Rod yet.
Yeah, I mean, Ian Robb losing on deck out is not something I put on my bingo card either.
Definitely no.
So oh my goodness.
Does choose to fail the Pokegear. He has Avery, but I don't think he'll even play the Avery. Oh, he does. Okay.
Ooh, there we go.
Suprod is the first card. Finally will be able to accomplish something. Probably want to use Sableye right now to take down this Bidoof if possible and set enough damage here. The Avery did discard the Qianbao as well. So yeah, Ian with a little bit of hope, trying to figure out what's the best path to victory here.
Yeah.
Especially now that the Qianbao is off the table.
Yeah.
Now, Ian will need 4 turns total, and there's 2 cards left in the deck, so it's going to get a little dicey here.
It is going to get dicey indeed. Reagan still working off the small hand here. I believe drew into a Battle VIP pass as well. Oh my goodness.
I think his hand is Baxcalibur, Battle VIP pass, Cross Switcher, and Qianbao. So 4 very good cards themselves, just not very good right now.
Yeah, not at this point in time. It's just going to be a pass back to Ian Robb.
Seems like Bidoof's efforts to survive that Giratina V-Star will be for nothing, Boo.
I know. Oh, so sad.
I wonder. Yeah, Suprod, back to Psychics. We'll be able to get 1 out. Yep. Does Ian have an energy to retreat? I believe he does have a grass in hand to retreat and has exactly 3 turns to win this game.
This is like barely hanging in there. Pablo doing everything possible to hang in here and be able to take this game. And that is wild to see. I mean, Ian Robb showcasing his incredible amount of skill with this game.
And the math works out so perfectly for Ian. He had 2 damage counters on the Radiant Greninja, 6 on the Bidoof, that's 8, and then 4 left over on the 160 HP Baxcalibur, which can now be sniped by Sableye wherever it is. So Ian has, I think, three cards left in deck. In 2 turns, he will be the winner of this game, despite Reagan's incredible start.
Absolutely. That is wild. It was so dicey. Ian Robb has given us a show here, bringing us down to the brink of this deck.
I thought for a second there he had used concealed cards. I'm like, no, what are you doing? No, he just played Nest Ball, checked his deck. All
Shuffled
good.
Up 2 cards.
12 damage counters on the Baxcalibur, 1 prize away, and I don't believe there's any card that Reagan can find. And we are heading to a game 3, Boo.
I cannot believe it. Ian Robb running away by, I mean, I guess the seat of the, I mean, does Giratina even sit in a seat? Running away with that game. It was so close there, Pablo. Wow. That I was on the edge of my seat there. Absolutely. Ian Robb able to take things down in this game.
Yeah, that was really, really interesting to see. It definitely felt really bad, but that was the key play. The boss's orders onto that Bibarel, followed by Reagan taking the knockout, going down to 2 prizes, activating Roxanne, which Ian only had 1 left because of the Pokestop discarding 1, and then he was able to completely shut down everything that Reagan was doing and win the game. What a comeback by Ian Robb.
I mean, I guess that showcases the power of Roxanne as well, leading it to that comeback. Just completely debilitated Reagan Retzloff's draws. The Bidoof was never established into that Bibarel to help Reagan Retzloff out in these later turns. And Ian Robb, with just 2 cards left in the deck, was able to take down Reagan Retzloff in this game 2, bringing us to a game 3 between these players. Let's take a look at these prize cards.
One of the 2 Baxcalibur in Reagan's deck prize, definitely not something you want to see because of the issue that there's no way to get it. Hisuian Heavy Ball can only get basic Pokemon, and yep, we're in our game 3, and now Ian did prize a few energies once again, not ideal.
Yep, these players kicking things off here in this game 3. A little less than 9 minutes left on the clock as well for these players, so they're going to be moving quick here. Battle VIP pass starting things off, as well as 2 Nest Balls for Reagan Retzloff here.
Yeah, off the races here for Reagan. Fantastic setup, and you can see how now there's double Bidoof. Yeah, is that double the fun? I don't know, but double the safety to make sure that if one of them gets sniped, you are protected from that Roxanne. That's the ideal dream setup for Reagan.
Yes.
Can't ask for much more.
Yeah, I love this from Reagan. I mean, the board was so messy, not even taking the time to fix it until they pass over to Ian Robb. And yeah, that's great. Fully established bench here for Reagan Retzloff, and the energy on the Champao EX getting that down. We're over onto Ian's side now, starting with the Radiant Greninja, as well as a Nest Ball.
Now, this is a game that makes me really sad that we don't have more time, Boo, to see conclude both of these extremely talented players in this quite decently close matchup, with a lot of decisions to be made. Really wish we could see, or I hope we get to see the conclusion, but we don't want to rush things or make any mistakes along the way. I don't want any of those sort of things to decide this game. I want to see clean play as much as we can.
Clean play indeed, Pablo. Both these players are going to move at a nice pace and hopefully still be piloting their deck to their full capabilities here. If there's any two players, I believe in both of them to do so.
Pokegear does find Colress very nicely for Ian, so
nice.
Yeah, we're seeing a much better setup and board for both players, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And if this Colress allows Ian to potentially attack with Cramorant this turn, we could be in for a game that might actually finish. We'll see.
Yep, Colress's experiment here for Ian Robb. These top 5 cards, 2 gonna go into the Lost Zone.
Not the best cards, really. No way to find extra basic Pokemon on Battle VIP Pass or Nest Ball or even an extra Comfey. Did find a Giratina V, a Path to Peak, which can be useful. Mirage Gate, which you can maybe let go right now, but yeah, Ian really would have loved to see another Battle VIP Pass or at least another Comfey. That would have been really good.
Well, the first Path to the Peak is now in play here from Ian Robb as well. Cramorant joining the field. Giratina V gonna jump into the active here with that Jet Energy. It's now on it as well, and we're gonna see this Abyss Seeking here from the Giratina V. 4 cards in the Lost Zone now for Ian Robb. We're back to Reagan Retzloff, instantly evolving into that Bibarel and bumping that Path to the Peak for a Pokestop.
I really like that play by Ian. It's risky, right? It does leave the Giratina V very susceptible, and then Ian doesn't have a way to knock out this Champao if Giratina V goes down. But this is a move that says, okay, this is what I need to do to win this game. If it doesn't work out, then I'm probably losing. But if it does work out, I'm going to get so much closer to winning, because the other alternative was go into the Comfey, Flower Select, and then retreat, and then pass with 3 cards in a Lost Zone, which is a very awkward number. Doesn't really accomplish much. So I like this move by Ian. Reagan's hand, though, is very explosive and probably will be able to take advantage of this.
Yeah, racing to that Lost Zone, trying to get it stacked up as much as possible, but Reagan Retzloff is flying through these cards here. We're seeing the Irida now here from Reagan to get that Earthen Vessel as well as the Bax Caliber for the turn.
Yeah, so I think there's no way we don't get a knockout on this Giratina V at this point. Enough energy, more than enough energy, has the Rare Candy Bax Caliber already set up, and Reagan's gonna get really far ahead right now.
Yeah, but less than 5 minutes left for these players as well. You want to take these knockouts as soon as possible, and that's exactly what Reagan is doing. Going to use that Hail Blade attack from that Champao EX, taking down the Giratina V. And those Water Energy are going to the discard here now. Ian Robb promoting that Comfey. Going to get stacked up a little bit more here for that Lost Zone.
Yeah, picture perfect draws and setup for Reagan. Ian would have loved to have a backup Giratina to respond. Will be able to get to 7 cards in the Lost Zone right now, but that doesn't really help you too much if there's no Giratina V to respond to this Champao. Now, I will say, in a 2-for-2 price trade, Ian is probably always going to come out on the losing end, so he has to do something like last game. Has to eliminate this Bibarel, ideally also the Bidoof, and try to make Reagan with enough turns for him to overcome and take down the game.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what's going to have to happen, Pablo. You have to debilitate your opponent and hope that you can rely on them whiffing those cards so that you can then take the lead after losing it just a little bit. But, I mean, always having to work off piloting a comeback is not really where I want to be playing a deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's just a harder position to be in.
Yeah, you always want to be the one in the lead,
Yeah.
making your opponent struggle and make you, like, try to make you win rather than be on the other side of that very correctly.
Exactly. Well, that should be our 7 cards now into the lost zone, thanks to that Flower selecting off the Comfey in the active position here for Ian Robb.
Yeah, now, with Manaphy being priced for Ian, benching another Comfey is definitely a big liability that Ian will probably not want to do. That's why we're going to see this Cramorant take a knockout. There are 7 cards now in the lost zone, so we also could have seen a Mirage Gate, Radiant Greninja attacking perhaps the Bibarel and the Frigibax. I definitely would not have minded seeing that, and then maybe trying to eliminate the Excalibur the turn after with a Shred from Giratina. Something along those lines would have been nice to see perhaps, and combined with Roxanne, that would have been pretty powerful, I think.
Yeah, putting some pressure on the board potentially here for Reagan. But yeah, Ian Robb just going to hit with that Cramorant that was brought into the active with that Jet Energy. And Reagan's turn now. We're getting through this. We're going to start with that Industrious Incisors here. And going to use that energy for that concealed cards as well off that Radiant Greninja. Superior Energy Retrieval, discarding Cross Switcher and Nest Ball to get 4 energy back out of the discard pile. We're seeing Reagan just fly through these turns, taking another knockout here, going down to 3 prize cards left to take to win this game. Just under 2 minutes left for these players. Ian Robb's turn, going to take a quick look at Reagan's discard pile and then has to promote a Pokemon here.
Yep, 1 minute, 30 seconds left on the clock. I'm sure both players are very aware of this. And Reagan, if there's no 2 prize Pokemon getting benched, he's down to 3 prizes, so he will need 3 turns to win this game. And if he's turn 0 or turn 1, he's going to be 1 turn short from getting closer to that top 8 spot.
Yeah, which, yeah, you hate to see it, Pablo, when it ends up like that. But Ian Robb, we're going to see that Mirage Gate bringing out that Water Energy and the Grass Energy onto the Radiant Greninja here now.
Yep, and this Radiant Greninja play might be a little 1 turn too late, Boo, than we would have liked to see it. And now with double Bibarel established as well, that's really, really powerful. Wow, very good Pokestop right there.
Very good indeed. 3 cards added to the hand here for Ian Robb off that Pokestop. One of them going to be used right away, that Super Rod, recycling these Pokemon and energy back into the deck.
Yep, putting back that water. We might see even, like, I wouldn't mind seeing 90-90 onto these 2, follow that up by Sableye, but yeah. I think the clock's not going to allow us to see how this game would have finished up, which definitely, even though Reagan is once again a commanding position, he's definitely vulnerable to that Roxanne plus Sableye play once again.
Yeah, that is true. You never know what's going to happen. Even if you're leading, there's always the potential for the comeback in a deck that plays Roxanne, and that's going to be it for these players. Oh, Pablo.
I know.
It's like, it feels like a cliffhanger now that we're standing on. Who knows? Maybe these players will potentially face off again, but it is going to be a tie for now in this match.
Yeah, this leaves definitely a sour taste in my mouth.
I
would have loved to see a conclusion to this incredible series between these 2 incredible players. Really, really close match, and I think the matchup is definitely closer than a lot of people think, and especially when Excalibur Chien-Pao runs hot, it runs really hot despite being a very cold deck.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate here. This is our game 1 between our players. This is a game where Ian Robb just could not get enough established, and Reagan Retzloff was really just able to run away with this game. The board looked good pretty much the whole time. We saw sacrifices of late game resources to take a very aggressive stance, and Ian Robb was not able to take things back. Reagan had everything in hand here. to win that first game.
Had the Qianbao, had the energy, had the superior energy retrieval, get those 5 energies to Hellblade away into a knockout, and then we saw this incredible game where Regen was in a commanding position, taking down prizes left and right, taking down those Giratinas, but the difference being the lost zone, right? Ian was able to build the lost zone, and then Sableye came in to clean up after Giratina.
Absolutely. That second game between these players was wild. I mean, it was really going back and forth there. It came down to the very end. I mean, Ian Robb had literally 2 cards left in the deck and was able to calculate everything perfectly. The Roxanne completely debilitated Reagan Retzloff's entire plan of action, and Ian Robb was able to come back and tie things up between these players.
Yeah, and Lostmine was able to secure that victory, and then Regen off to the races once again in this Game 3, similar to Game 1 with Ian having a slower setup, but unfortunately the time did not allow us, and Ian with 3 Pokemon down, Regen not able to close out this game. 1 turn away most likely, and there was always a potential for Ian to make a comeback, right, as we saw in Game 1, 90-90 on those B-rolls. Clean up with Sableye plus the Roxanne, but we can only imagine.
Ugh, I know, but if you're Reagan Retzloff sitting in the seat, you only have 3 prize cards left to take 1 turn short. It has to hurt, I can imagine, Pablo. And now we're not going to be able to ask the question in the winner's interview either. Oh, we'll have to find Reagan after the game, but that's going to be a tie between these very skilled players. I did like what we saw in both of those games. Well, maybe not so much for Ian Robb. The first game, there's really nothing he was able to establish, and you hate to see that because you always want to see the full capability of these decks on Showcase. But still, the strength that Qianbao showed in that first game from Reagan Retzloff, super commanding position. It really leads me to think, like, is Giratina V-Star, is it just too slow compared to these decks that have the possibility to, if they get everything lined up, they can be so aggressive in those beginning turns? What do you think, Pablo?
I mean, they certainly, like, we saw picture-perfect games for Regen, but that's not always the case, right? If Qianbao ran like that every single time, it would definitely be the best deck, right? On paper, it can be, but it doesn't always happen. But I think we have some tweets ready to take a look at, as we wait for our round to conclude.
Let's check out what you all are doing, what you're tagging us in. Oh my goodness. Had an awesome community day with friends and fam. Now home, ready to watch day 2 of Knoxville Regionals. Hashtag play Pokemon. Thank you so much, Silver Cypher, for that beautiful picture.
Yeah, very cute Blissey plushie.
Blissey, yes.
Must be from the vendors outside, right?
It's gotta be, it looks like it. Yeah, I absolutely love Blissey.
I'm a big fan of Blissey as well.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I guess we share that. We have that in common, Pablo. I like the eggs. I used to play Blissey and I just called the deck eggs, pretty much. So here we go. We have Level Ball Podcast. Hey, they look familiar. Post-regionals Pokemon at the airport. Oh, I swear, this picture, everyone in it is just having an absolute blast right now.
Yeah, they're so happy to just be playing Pokemon. And this is what Pokemon is all about, right? We're out here competing for everything, but even sitting down on the floor at the airport, you can still have fun playing Pokemon. That's so cool to see. Such a nice picture.
I know, it's candid, and you can just tell everyone is having an absolute blast here. They got their plushies, they got their snacks, and they're playing some good old-fashioned Pokemon. What is this?
Hotel carpet in Knoxville looks like Mew. I can see it. I can maybe see it. Like the body, the tail, somewhere, like perhaps not attached to the Mew, but...
Alex, I think you need to put down Mew or something. Take a step back.
Yeah, I think he did
Go
play
outside.
Mew this weekend as well. I think I saw a picture of him playing Mew VMAX this weekend. So
is that like
everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. When you know you're just playing it too much, you just see it everywhere now. Alex Wilson, what a banger post there. Love it.
Now, Poke Cowboy, Pokemon Regionals. Not as great as Charlotte, but still went 4-4-1. Some great times with some great friends.
Yeah, it is crazy to think Charlotte was not too long ago, and we're already here now in Knoxville, Tennessee. And this group is getting together once again. I'm sure they play test together, and they come out here to play events together, and they get to take awesome pictures like this together. Thank you so much, Richard, for sharing that with us.
Yeah, with that Knoxville behind them as well. Very nice.
Yeah,
to
I love
see.
it. Speaking of Mew, tough day for Mew. Amazing day for hanging out with the community. Love the game, but the people are what makes it great. Excited to hang out more tomorrow. Oh, so wholesome, Pablo. I'm melting.
I know. Very nice message, and I think that definitely encompasses what Pokemon is all about. And I think,
Sam, wait, is this amp you very much
yeah,
right now
that's what I
happening?
was thinking. Yeah, Sander looks like he's about to amp you very much to his opponent, which that's usually not a very friendly thing to do. But
it does look very aggressive when you do it towards someone. I do agree. Oh my goodness.
it's insane how bad at sequencing he is. Is it really, or is it expected because they're a cat?
I love this so much.
I mean, he doesn't even have sleeves on his card. Like, give maybe that'll help
What is
him.
this? This is like in a top loader, the energy.
Yeah.
Jay Gallagher, thank you so much for sharing this beautiful cat with us. I love it. I love seeing the Poke Crew pets. They're my favorite.
Are you a cat or a dog person?
A dog, 100%.
Dog.
Yeah.
Yep.
What about you, Pablo?
Same.
Dogs? Yeah.
Well, I think I'm an animal person. Like, I just love every animal.
Too, yeah.
It's incredible.
That is true. Such a cute cat. I will say their eyeballs, adorable. I don't think I've ever met a cat that doesn't have just like beautiful eyeballs.
Agreed.
So, yeah, cats are very gorgeous, but I don't know. I think they tend not to like me for some reason most of the time. I feel like some of them are kind of hostile toward me. But every dog I've ever met has loved me, so maybe that's why I'm biased.
Is that why you don't play Chen Pao?
Yeah, true. Oh, very true there. Super cute.
I mean, my dog isn't very good at sequencing either.
My dog's good at snoring. I'll tell you that much. That is awesome. Well, wow, Pablo, that was an awesome first game. I feel like so
Good start
often.
to the day.
I know, yeah, great start. I mean, when we hopped into that, I was like, this is going to be an explosive game here between our players, and we really did get to see that, at least in our game 2.
Especially,
both of our players brought everything possible, and even Ian Robb doing like 4D chess in his head to make everything work in that game 2. Brought us to a tie, so we didn't get to see a proper win conclusion. And both those players as well were sitting at 29 points. Of course, a tie is just going to be one match point to add to your record as well. And I think we were discussing before, 35 should be super safe for these players. So you're aiming for 35. If you get to 34, hopefully you're good. You know, our numbers have been a little bit different here in Knoxville than our previous couple of regional championships. But yeah, these players are still grinding games out there and trying to get into a top cut.
Indeed, and we have round 14 coming up very soon, but we're going to take a quick break right here as we get our match ready.
My brother, who also plays Pokemon, he went to a local store near where we live, and he wanted somebody to play with, so he started teaching me. We started playing at that local store, so every weekend we were playing tournaments, and then some people talked to us about that big tournaments like regionals, and we transitioned to competitive. One of my favorite memories is my first regional, the São Paulo regionals. I got top 8, and it was just a very fun experience to do something that big to a new Pokemon player. So this event, well, is my first IC win. So it's gonna give me more confidence throughout the season.
Is our LAIC 2024 International Champion.
So day one of the Masters division, I saw there was a lot of Gardevoirs, so I decided to play Miraidon because it has a really favorable matchup against Gardevoir overall. You have double Iron Hands, 2 DTEs. You can beat everything if you just really get your setup going.
He's a world champion, a regional champion, and an international champion at the same time.
My favorite moment of all Pokemon history, I think it is when I won Worlds. It's just amazing.
There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
Something I learned when I started competing was that losing is part of the process. If you don't lose, you're not gonna win. So you gotta accept that some losses are gonna happen. Try to find the best deck, the one you feel most confident about it, and don't be nervous, just play the game. I like a lot of master players. My brother is a person who I test, and I have a lot of friends as well that I look up to.
There we do see the boss's orders, Lysander coming out.
So my favorite starter is Pikachu. My Pokemon type would be Lightning because I'm a very energized person and a very happy one. My #1 goal this season is to get top 8 at the next Worlds in Honolulu.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Hui, he leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans, to the Knoxville Regional Championships, the day 2 of the Knoxville Regional Championships. A lot of Pokemon action to be played today. Today we will crown a regional champion. Again, my name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined here on the desk with the one and only Jeremy Jallin. Jeremy, how are we feeling about day 2?
Oh, it's great. To start things off with the community choice, getting Ian Robb versus Reagan Retzlaff. It's just a once-in-a-lifetime match that we get to see time and time again. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah.
Top-notch choice, community. Good job.
Yeah, ended in a tie, but that game too was something crazy. Just the ability for Ian to stick in the entire time without even using a single flower selecting.
Definitely. That's one of the things I really, really wanted to talk about. Between either player, if I got a chance to interview them, was, yeah, Ian Robb played that very conservatively. Never benching double Comfey, playing around the Greninja, having a little bit of a slower start, yes. And just having that Giratina just Abyss Seeking a couple of times. sometimes that puts you in a bad spot. But I think Giratina definitely is one of those decks that can come back from absolutely anything, like what we just saw.
We saw it there. We've seen it in the finals time and time again. Let's go ahead and take a look at our caster predictions, see how we're doing for this weekend.
And yeah, I think you're doing pretty well, Jeremy. There is a Giratina. We've seen Giratina V-Star, and that's no surprise.
A lot less Charizard, though, at least around the top tables that I've seen.
Definitely, definitely. But honestly, what I think would be the winner here, I think it'd have to be Boo.
There's a lot of Roaring Moon.
There is a lot of Roaring Moon.
There's 2 Cloth in day 2.
We don't have to talk about the crap, but the Roaring Moon. No, the Roaring Moon is just, I think, is the standout star of the Knoxville Regional Championships, in my opinion anyway, just because it has such an amazing showing, even if it doesn't make top 8, which I would highly doubt, but we never know. Yeah, I think it is the people's champ at this point. For me, Pokemon Catcher, we've seen it heads on stream. That's a win on my book. I'll give myself a point, pat myself on the back. Yes? No?
Sure, yeah,
yes.
Yeah. And then, of course, Chip with that Gardevoir EX. It might be Gardevoir's tournament here with the lower day 2 count we've had. There's a lot of good matchups in the field. It has a good matchup against Roaring Moon. There's a lot of Roaring Moon. And I think it could potentially do well. It's in the hands of some of the Canadian players that have been doing very well converting in the day 2 here, and it might be its tournament.
Oh yeah, I have to agree there. Okay, maybe Boo and Chip would be tied for winning for best prediction here, just because, again, Gardevoir EX, Roaring Moon, I think these are good decks, but not something I really expected to pop off here at the Knoxville Regional Championships. I really did expect either Charizard EX or Giratina V-Star, to be honest. But
well, they were the top 2, or no, not top 2 anymore, yeah. Roaring Moon overtook it. Charizard's still up there, but its conversion rate has always kind of been a little disappointing. It always gets overtaken by something like a Giratina in the day 2, but it's still one of those decks where if you get set up, it's very hard to deal with it.
Definitely. How about let's go ahead and check out the players playing these decks. Let's check out our Swiss standings here. Again, Ryan Antonucci at the top there, but Ryan Long right behind them, both of them at 34 points. 1-1-1-1. No, 11, 1 and 1.
I'm like, that's a way to say it, sure, yeah. 34 match points. They're going to be looking to maybe potentially get an ID these next 2 rounds. A single win would guarantee them into this top 8 cut. And then Jose Marzan, just a consistent player from Puerto Rico, I believe. 33 match points, the lone 33 match points. And then going down the list, Tyler Matthews on a great run with that very interesting deck in the Iron Valiant Entei at 32, Jackson Ford 32, and then just go down the list, Jesse Parker, Kamal Crooks Valdez we saw on stream yesterday, and a lot of Roaring Moon.
No, definitely a lot of big names here, but you know what, Jeremy? I'm tired of looking at names. I want to see some action, as we do have round 14. Should be ready here. And again, it's going to be, hey, Tyler Matthews against Connor Hurst. Tyler Matthews playing that Iron Valiant Entei against Connor Hurst playing the Roaring Moon EX. This should be a very interesting match. We haven't seen Iron Valiant Entei on the stream just yet. I believe Tyler might be the only one really in the top tables with this deck. Very interesting deck for sure. What do you think of the matchup, Jeremy?
The matchup's going to be kind of interesting because Roaring Moon, one of its big things is that Frenzy Gouging attack, dealing 200 damage to itself to take a knockout on anything. But if Tyler's able to just get some damage in play with those Tachyon bits, you can kind of prevent that prize swing pretty easily, and then you have Entei to just deal heavy amounts of damage early, and then of course there's always that Metacham V.
All right, looking at the pricing right now, Tyler Matthews pricing 4 Switch cards. I bet this is a deck that plays, what, almost 12 potentially?
Exactly 12.
Oh, exactly 12. So the 1/3 of the switch out options prize at the moment, while Connor prizing a multiple like one-of cards, so nothing too crazy there. An Earthen Vessel, Town Store, and Energy Switch cards you have multiple copies of, so Connor should be able to play the game, that's for sure. And but again, it's going to be interesting. Hopefully Tyler has enough switch options to really put down the damage for those Tachyon bits. 40 on a Roaring Moon, that means you can't Frenzy Gouging. I think that might be the goal here as we do start the round, I believe. I believe Connor is going to start us off here. Does open up with the Squawkabilly EX. Again, great Pokemon to set up. As long as it's in the field, you don't have to play it. As long as it's in the field and it's your first turn, you get to Squawk and Seize. But even better than that, we are opening up with the Battle VIP Pass, the most powerful card in the game on the first turn of the game. As we do see, he's eyeing out maybe the Moltres. Oh no, it's going to be possibly the Roaring Moon and the Greninja. What do you think the ideal start here for Connor?
Really, so both of these players, again, want to go second. So to me, it seems like Tyler won the flip, opted to go second. Starting with the Squawkabilly is going to be pretty good here, but it also depends on what Connor has in hand. If you want to get rid of those resources, or if you just try to dig potentially to get as much of a setup as you can before Tyler can start getting those bits going, get the attacks going. Having that Radiant Greninja as soon as this turn 1 allows you to get those Dark Energy in the discard, so you can utilize your Dark Patches, and then potentially your Galarian Moltres V and your Professor Sada's Vitality for next turn.
Definitely. Unfortunately, Roaring Moon is a deck that likes to go wide. You have a lot of support Pokemon you want to pull up. Is there any world, though, that Connor would like to maybe try and mitigate the damage from Burning Rondo, maybe try and make the Squawk survive a turn?
Yeah, that's really going to be interesting to see, and we do see the Ultra Ball discarding Mew EX, which is a good play in the deck, especially kind of this turn where you can restart, draw some more cards, Squawk and Seize, draw some more cards. But again, it is a liability on your bench with that Burning Rondo. Does 20 plus 20 for every bench Pokemon. So once you get a full bench, that's 220 damage. That knocks out pretty much everything except a Roaring Moon.
Definitely, as we do see an Escape Rope being played here. Connor technically playing the first switch of the game. Wouldn't be surprised to see, yes, the Radiant Greninja go up on the board. I'll go up to the active. It's good to have that single prize Pokemon in play as Professor's Research is now played, refreshing the hand, drawing. Oh no,
it's the Squawk and Seize. This is turn 1.
That's
so.
right, that's right. It's almost the same effect, drawing one less card there. Does have a couple of energies, the Pokestop. It's going to be the concealed cards here, drawing 2. That means there's energy in the discard pile. Dark Patch, Galarian Moltres, Dire Flame Wings should be able to work here. A lot of options, but what do we play? As, again, look, I have the energy in the discard pile. Could be the Dark Patch now. It should go onto the Roaring Moon. Again, does require 3 energies to attack there.
Yeah, this hand's interesting because it does look like Connor's trying to play around that Burning Rondo, just as mitigate as much damage as possible. You see Battle VIP Pass in hand, but he might not play it. And yeah, it's crazy to think about. You have one of the best cards going on your first turn, just not even playing it. You're like, I don't need more Pokemon right now.
The restraint here you have from Connor sometimes. You see it, the minute I see that little ID tag, it's so tempting to just slap it down and just get even more Pokemon. But again, the restraint, the discipline to say, you know what, there's something I need to play around. And let's do that as we do move on now to Tyler Matthews. Tyler Matthews using that Ultra Ball, discarding the Bibarel and a switch card. Opting to Squawk and Seize themselves. Again, very powerful card for these really turbo decks, right? These are both decks that can hit on turn 1. Hit those big numbers for sure, but it does need a little bit of support from a Squawk and Seize. As just going through the deck now, definitely doing a little bit of a deck check. And yep, drops the Squawk. What else do we have? They have an Iron Valiant in hand at the very least.
Yeah, you see that Spiritomb in hand. That could be good at shutting down that Dire Flame Wings from Galarian Moltres V. But you do lose your Fleet-Footed from Entei Vs, and for the foreseeable future, if that Spiritomb hits the board, it's going to stay there pretty much all game.
That is true, as we do see the Escape Rope now being played. Big card here for Tyler. Connor now is forced to promote a 2-prize Pokemon and opts for the Roaring Moon, since Roaring Moon does have 230 HP, a little bit harder for Tyler to really hit, as does go for the Tachyon bits again. Once the Iron Valiant hits the active, he gets to put 2 damage counters anywhere they want, and it's going to be the Squawk and Seize opting to discard the Spiritomb because they really want to draw some cards with the Fleet-Footed. Something of note, I don't think there's any Fire Energies yet in the discard pile.
No, yeah, just drew the first one of the turn, and this hand off Squawk and Seize looks a little rough. There is that Battle VIP Pass, but there's not much you can really get to help progress your board this turn. I guess you still have the retreat into the Entei Fleet-Footed. Remember, no supporter has been played just yet, so Tyler still has that option if he finds one, but the way he's built this list, it's definitely a little bit different than we've seen traditionally in the past for an Entei Iron Valiant list is playing that 1/1 B barrel. Did discard the B barrel for that first Ultra Ball, but it's an inclusion where you kind of know that you're going to need that draw power later on in the game.
That is a fair point, Jeremy. A lot of the times when I see the Iron Valiant lists, they just want to go hit hard with the Entei, maybe not think too much of the late game scenarios, just really try and get those tachyon bits. But you have to remember, most of your deck are switch cards. These aren't live cards.
Oh, there is a research in hand. My mistake. This hand's actually fine. You do have to discard a double turbo energy, but you get a fire energy in the discard, and this research is going to give you 7 cards, hoping for a Magma Basin.
Do we find it here? Magma Basin, again, a stadium able to attach.
3 of them.
Oh, that definitely found it there. All right, Magma Basin able to attach fire energy from the discard pile, with the downside, though, of putting 20 damage on that Entei. How much damage are we doing at the moment?
So full bench with that, it's going to be 180, thanks to the 3 bench Pokemon on Connor's side of the board. Fleet-footed is going to allow an extra card draw here, and that's going to put this Roaring Moon at 30 HP left.
I believe with the double turbo should have 20 more.
Oh, 20 left, yeah. So 50 HP left, which
It's
still
a
is
good
fine.
number.
And with the stadium in play, that means Calamity Storm is going to be able to take a knockout on this Entei V thanks to that 20 damage from Magma Basin.
That is true. But again, just because the damage on the Roaring Moon isn't quite knockout, I'm sure Tyler can find a way to do a couple of switch cards with those Iron Valiants to eventually take the 2 prize, hopefully in between turns here, as Connor actually going to bump the stadium for the Pokestop. And we're going to be spinning here. We're going to be playing some Pokemon Go. Are we going to find anything? 1 Dark Patch. That's not too bad. We do lose a boss's orders. Losing supporters does hurt a little bit. Dark Energy you do want in the discard pile for those Dark Patches. And Dire Flame Wings. I don't see a backup Roaring Moon, however.
There is an Ultra Ball in hand, so you can Ultra Ball discard that Battle VIP Pass that he chose not to play, along with maybe something like that Pal Pad, maybe that Switch Cart, but you can also kind of Switch Cart, heal off a little bit. It's one of those very good cards in this matchup.
That's true. Something of note as well, the hand is looking a little bit thin. Connor decided to discard the Mew EX very early on. You ever gamble here and use concealed cards, that's the lone Dark Energy in hand, and potentially miss the knockout. But we're going to do an Ultra Ball here. Is going to find another Roaring Moon. What would you do in this position, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough decision. Can't even use the switch card because you don't really have a pivot. I think you just have to attach the energy to the active, take the knockout, but there is a lot of hits in the deck that you can get off the concealed cards to still be able to pull off an attack. There's more Dark Energy, of course, but there's Energy Switch, and
Seda would be
Professor Sada's Vitality as well. Honestly, any supporter.
But yeah, it's very tempting. This energy is the world, Connor. This is the attack for turn. It's potentially a draw.
I guess you can switch cart into, or no, the switch cart was discarded, yeah. Could have switched cart into the Galarian Moltres V, grab an energy with Dire Flame Wings, retreat with the Dark Patch attaching to the Roaring Moon. That would be a way to get it without having to attach the energy from hand, but it'll be interesting to see if Connor does concealed cards here.
As we do see a Pal Pad being played now, shuffling in the boss's orders and the professor's research into the deck, making the deck just a little bit more consistent. A little bit, we have more live draws now. That is for sure, as Connor is just shuffling up. I'm so curious, that 1 Dark Energy, I wonder if we gamble, if we use the concealed cards, because again, the hand is a little weak. Do we take the risk here? But we do guarantee a knockout. And as we do see a Dire Flame Wings now attached to that Moltres, is going to attach the energy to the Roaring Moon. And it's going to be a knockout.
Calamity Storm discards the stadium, 220 damage, thanks to that 20 damage from the Magma Basin. Entei V gets knocked out, and Tyler's going to have to pull together another attack this turn, but with a 3rd Iron Valiant EX maybe, could just take the knockout on the Roaring Moon without attacking. That would be ideal.
Looks like Tyler here is going to opt to promote the Entei V first. Again, while Entei V is the active, Fleet-footed is active. Gets to draw 1 extra card. It's a matter of how many switch cards does Tyler have in his hand. Are we going to be able to take a knockout in between turns as Ultra Ball is played here, finding, is that a Moltres?
Yeah, Moltres is a great addition for this deck because you don't really have a 1 prize attacker outside of Radiant Charizard. Moltres with its Inferno Wings, the 20 damage from the Magma Basin charges it up perfectly. 90 damage for 1 energy. That's pretty good. But here we're going to see that Iron Valiant. Maybe there is an escape rope and a switch in hand for Tyler, along with a future booster energy capsule. So I believe with all those and the 3 Iron Valiants can take the knockout on the Roaring Moon.
Again, that's going to be a knockout in between turns potentially, but is going to opt for the Moltres. And Moltres, it's funny to see Moltres against Galarian Moltres on the other side of the board. Not something I expected to see in this tournament, to be honest. But again, opting for the Moltres with the Inferno Wings. Could just be going for...
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because with the cards in hand, he did have the knockout before even using an attack this turn. We'll have to see what Tyler's line of play here is.
Looks like he is going to drop the Moltres and just going to go ahead and use a Magma Basin to be able to attach, as well as put that damage that is needed for the attack. And it's just going to be a simple switch into one of the Iron Valiants. Question is, where does this damage go? Looks like it's going to the fresh Roaring Moon.
And this will help with the prize mapping with Tyler against Connor. Connor taking those 2 prizes on his first turn. That means he's going to need to kind of work around this Moltres. Otherwise, it's just another attack to try to be able to close things out.
Big play here. I think Tyler is opting not to play a supporter for the turn, so that Connor just leaving them with 2 cards. And back to Connor. Let's see what he decides to promote. Could attack here with the Galarian Moltres V. Again, Galarian Moltres V can power themselves up, but it also damages themselves with the Aura Burn attack. Has double energy switch, a stadium. Could find something like the Forest Seal Stone here potentially.
Yeah, that's the only out this hand really had. So Connor's lucky he has that town store. Be able to search for that Forest Seal Stone, attach it to that Galarian Moltres V. From there, you can just star Alchemy to try to find Professor's Research, Professor Sada's Vitality. Probably going to be a research turn. You can even grab, I guess, if you're feeling lucky, grab the boss's orders, take the knockout on the Squawkabilly, and then hope to clean things up with the last Roaring Moon, but I don't know.
That would be tempting indeed, because right now, taking a knockout on something like the Moltres doesn't feel too good, but we do know, even after this research, what does Connor play?
Pokemon Catcher.
That's going to be exciting. So if they could try and draw into one of the Pokemon Catchers, potentially be able to use a supporter as well as Gust. But again, it's a matter of what we draw into after this research, as Dark Patch first is going to be played onto that Roaring Moon. And again, there's double energy switch. Not quite sure you use that right now, because the only way to retreat the Moltres is to hard retreat it with the 2 energy in play. And
it's actually interesting that we're going to see that here.
Just fully committing. Just to be able to use the Dire Flame Wings and use the energy switch right now. So all we're missing is an energy attachment for a turn to be able to take an attack, to be able to attack with the Roaring Moon. So I'm not too opposed to that, as we do see the Professor's Research now being played.
But he did have the knockout already with the Galarian Moltres V. Dire Flame Wings wasn't used just yet. And it kind of forces you to draw in the energies. Granted, Connor did draw 3 of them, but you're still putting your Roaring Moon at harm's risk in the active spot.
And we do see now a concealed cards with one of those energies. If I saw correctly, there is a Pokemon Catcher in hand, but we're going to go ahead and use this Trekking Shoes first, opting to discard the Morpeko and drawing into the second Galarian Moltres. Actually, that's what I was thinking. Maybe they were opting to protect the Galarian Moltres just because it is a very good support Pokemon to be able to get those energies, but they did have a second. So I'm with you with that, Jeremy. I would have loved to see just an attack with the Galarian Moltres, as we do see the Pokemon Catcher now being played.
Flip. Heads. All right, so with the Roaring Moon EX, now this is the best case scenario, what you want to do, right? If you're going to attack with the Roaring Moon, you're going to want to attack against something that's 2 prizes. So bringing up this Iron Valiant EX, going to be a quick KO here.
Yes, again, and with the stadium in play, that means Calamity Storm is doing 220 damage, just enough. We don't have to Frenzy Gouge and keeping our HP on the Roaring Moon. And with that, Connor is technically 1 attack away from winning this game, but Tyler Matthews does have a lot of options on their board, especially with the Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, again, you're just still trying to play that 1 prize attacker swing turns, and Radiant Charizard is one of the best options to do it. You can just take a clean knockout, especially with that Excited Heart ability, lowering your attack cost down to just 1 fire energy with Connor taking 4 prize cards. But again, looking through the list, there's 2 Iono, and that's going to be the card you're going to try to need to disrupt. And Tyler was saving it last turn for this scenario specifically.
And again, I have to reiterate, Connor did discard the Mew EX. That is your safety net against those Ionos. But by playing around the Entei earlier in the round, we don't have access to the Mew, unfortunately. So this is going to be a very, very painful but important Iono, as Tyler Matthews is going to go ahead and use the Earthen Vessel to find themselves 1 extra fire energy. I had to guess it's going on to that Radiant Charizard or the Entei, as you use the Magma Basin to attach to the Radiant Charizard potentially. We'll have to see here. By playing the stadium, you are putting a stadium there for Connor to be able to use Roaring Moon more effectively. But that's an extra energy on board. As Fleet-Footed now being played, draws into the Research. But again, I think you're right. It has to be the Iono for the turn. Is going to be the switch card there going into the Iron Valiant. 20 damage. Where does it go? Onto the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, and with the Magma Basin here, you can get the energy on that Radiant Charizard and then attach energy from hand to the Entei, just saving that 2 damage counters from potential Calamity Storm the following turn, or even just attaching from hand to that Radiant Charizard.
And as we see here, big Iono, Tyler Matthews draws 4 cards, while Connor draws 2. I believe the most ideal 2 cards Connor could find would be Dark Energy and Boss's Orders, just to close out the game. But it has to be those 2 specific cards. As we do see here, draws 4, draws 2. Tyler
we found
has
all the
everything
switch
they want.
effects.
I did see a Boss's Orders in Connor's hand.
Ooh, okay. This is going to be big. There is still maybe 1 to 2 energy left. There's that Professor Sada's, but you're not going to be able to play that. There's no ancient Pokemon in play. So it needs to be energy off the top of the deck if Connor promotes this Galarian Moltres V.
Yes, this is going to be very big. Again, it's this decision right here on what Pokemon to promote. It could be the difference between winning and losing. You could promote the Radiant Greninja, maybe buy some time, or just believe in the deck and draw into that Dark Energy. Hey, you know what? Energy is the card we play the most of. So odds are...
Well, there's a lot in the discard, but I like promoting anyway. You can retreat with the Dire Flame Wings, but big card off the top, Trekking Shoes.
Trekking Shoes.
Spin the wheel again. Dark Patch, nope, that's not going to do it. You got to discard it.
That's an energy on the bench. So, yep, here we go, big draw.
Ooh.
Asada, again, cannot be played. No, they could still use a Boss's Orders right now, but I think leaving the Radiant Charizard in the active, technically it has to switch out to be able to attack. But hey, Tyler Matthews is playing quite a few of those.
Yeah, 12 copies of effects that switch the opponent's active without retreating, or switch your active without retreating. Looking at the hand for Tyler, has all of those there. Got them from the prize cards, got them from the Iono.
I can't help but think now, again, as the previous turn where Connor did manually retreat that Galarian Moltres, paying those 2 precious energies at this point to be able to attack with the Roaring Moon. Whereas he could have potentially a fully loaded up Galarian Moltres V here. Or at this point, maybe a Roaring Moon on the bench.
Yeah, it probably would have been a Roaring Moon.
So, again, but now Connor forced to retreat, paying 2, retreating to the Radiant Greninja, and he's going to have to hope for a lot more.
But this is not going to do it. Escape Rope's going to be able to close things up. Escape Rope resets that Radiant Charizard. Combustion Blast takes the knockout on either of the 2 prize Pokemon on Connor's bench, and just like that, Tyler Matthews up 1-0 here in our round 14.
What a big turn there for Tyler. Again, big Iono really slowing down Connor's board. And again, sometimes when I think of this match, I think of whoever takes the first 2 prizes should be in a winning position. But that, just because you're in a winning position doesn't mean you're going to win the game. You do have many tools at your disposal, just like this Radiant, just like this Moltres attacking with those single prize attackers, forcing your opponent into the odd prize cards, especially like the Radiant Charizard that does big damage, able to knock out something like the Roaring Moon there. Big plays, a lot of fire, a lot of heat coming from Tyler Matthews.
Yeah, and just unfortunate last couple of turns for Connor, that Iono really putting him in a bad position there. And there was really no other option than to promote that Galarian Moltres with the hand the way it was. You needed just a Dark Energy off top, you won the game.
Yes, definitely. If I would probably played it the exact same way. Just try and hope to draw an energy with the Trekking Shoes top deck as well. It gave you 2 more chances as we do see the prizing here. Again, it looks like we're not going to see the Bibarel, but more importantly, Radiant Charizard in the prizing. Luckily, that's a late game card. It's down in the bottom, should be able to draw it. As Connor prizing one of the Galarian Moltres V, we know how important that is in the deck. Luckily, they do play 2, while Mew EX prized as well. Could be a big card, as Tyler is going to start us out. Does have the Entei in the active, is going to be able to Fleet Foot. Draws into the Professor's Research.
Yeah,
I like the sequencing there a little bit. You know, you want to draw into Pokemon, so you Fleet Foot first into the Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah, you always want to try to maximize your odds of drawing the cards that you need. And looking at this hand, I think this is another Squawk and Seize hand. You can go ahead and grab that Squawk ability, maybe the Iron Valiant EX, switch card to it, get 20 damage on the Squawk ability EX. But it's still a little bit awkward, I guess. Switch card, you can discard that Fire Energy, Magma Basin it to the Entei, get prepared for next turn.
I mean, Fleet-footed is a very, very powerful ability. Any ability that draws a card is powerful. But at this point, since you're going first, is there any logic to maybe benching the Spiritomb? Maybe slow down Connor's plays the next turn?
Yeah, we'll have to see if Tyler values that Fleet-footed over the Dire Flame Wings from his opponent. But grabbing the Bidoof here along with the Squawk ability EX, kind of your go-to, right, if you're going first. But I don't think Tyler checked for the B-Barrel before making that decision, and then after grabbing those, it's like, maybe I should check for B-Barrel, and unfortunately, it's prized.
Maybe Tyler's just going to believe that he will eventually draw into that Bibarel. But right now, again, yeah, I have to agree that Bidoof just not really doing that much here. Isn't going to be doing that much in the foreseeable future in any case.
So maybe one thing I like is benching the Spiritomb, switch card to the Spiritomb, and then Squawk and Seize. You can use your Magma Basin, and you already used Fleet Foot for the turn, so you don't really need it. And if Connor does get a turn 1 attack off, it's going to be into the Spiritomb most likely.
Yep, that's for sure. As we do see the Fleet-footed, just like you said, sending the Fire Energy into the discard pile. What else do they need to draw here? They do draw into an Iron Valiant and an Energy attach for turn as well. So they should have an Entei ready to go this next turn. As we do see the Magma Basin being played, putting 20 damage on that Entei.
Yeah, Squawk and Seize is just a powerful ability for both of these decks, really. And being able to just refresh your hand on this turn 1 where you can't play supporters. And look at that, 2 energy on the Entei V, Future Booster Energy Capsule on that Iron Valiant EX. And Connor's going to have to put in a lot of work with this Trekking Shoes, because that hand needs a dark Pokemon on the bench. Oh, Radiant Greninja off the top is pretty good.
We'll take a water Pokemon, as Radiant Greninja is going onto the bench again. One of the most powerful Pokemon in the game, being able to discard a card. Draw 2, does get the double Roaring Moon. Okay.
Double Roaring Moon's pretty good here, but you're going to have to discard at least one of these Dark Patch in your hand. And having the Pokemon Catcher is not too bad.
We could play the Pokemon Catcher right now. Is again, Spiritomb is not the most ideal target. Hopeful thinking, since we're going to lose it anyway. More of a lose it or use it type of scenario, as we do see the Pokemon Catcher being played. Here we go. Tails, unfortunately. So Spiritomb does stay in the active, as, again, we do have 2 Roaring Moon Professor's Research. We get at least one of the Dark Patches out, and we're going to have to see what we get on the other side of this Professor's Research. We also have the Squawk and Seize to work with as well. Is there ever a world you Squawk and Seize instead of Research, Jeremy?
That's rough, but I think you research first and then try to Squawk and Seize after. But both are kind of just, you're going to be using both of them. Might as well try to figure it out. And this hand would be pretty good to play down your cards, Squawk and Seize, but with that Spiritomb in play, it's going to shut off that Galarian Moltres V in Connor's hand, and it's going to make this turn 1 attack even harder.
Big Pokestop here does get the Ultra Ball and the Energy Switch, but again, because Galarian Moltres isn't active, or cannot be used, the Dire Flame Wings ability cannot be used, Energy Switch doesn't feel as good now, as without another Dark Patch, there is not going to be an attack this turn.
And that is that power of that Fettered in Misfortune ability, just shutting down the one card in Connor's deck.
Actually, I do see an Ultra Ball in hand. They could go for something like a Morpeko and energy switch into it, attack.
That is true, yeah.
Could get an attack that way.
But with an attachment on that Roaring Moon EX on the bench, we might just see a Squawk and Seize after this Ultra Ball. But Morpeko is definitely an out to getting a knockout. But again, you're getting a one prize knockout, but you are also promoting a one prizer for Tyler to knock out.
If anything, I think that's the ideal attacker. That's the ideal scenario. But Morpeko does only have 70 HP. Connor could be looking into playing around a couple of Iron Valiant pings and the Medichambi, the Yoga Loop. Definitely don't want to give your opponent an extra turn there, as we do see an Ultra Ball being played. Morpeko is actually right in front there. Definitely was an option. Still could be.
It's still an option just because with the switch cart in hand, you can switch cart to the Morpeko, Squawk and Seize. If you find a Dark Patch, you can go ahead and Dark Patch and then attack with the Roaring Moon. But again, I don't know if you want to attack with the Roaring Moon into the Spiritomb, because it's most likely going to get knocked out by a couple Tachyon Bits and that Burning Rondo.
Especially if our board is looking bigger and bigger, as if you put down a fourth Pokemon in play, that's just more damage on the Burning Rondo. Looks like it is going to be the Morpeko. And again, would have loved to see the energy attachment come to that Morpeko. Has an amazing attack with the Energizer Wheel. Does 70 damage, and it moves the energy from itself to one of your bench Pokemon, essentially conserving the energy. Almost feels like the most ideal attacker for Roaring Moon here, as, again, we do have the switch card. It has free retreat as well, as long as it has no energy attached, thanks to In a Hungry Hurry.
Great ability name.
Pokemon just top notch with those ability and attack names.
All right, Morpeko does hit the bench. We're going to see Escape Rope here. All right, I did not see that in hand. So this is going to allow Tyler to promote that Bidoof, which is another one of prize Pokemon. And with the B-Barrel in the prizes, I think he's fine letting this go.
That's definitely not too bad. And I think just very heads-up play to have two basic non-rule box Pokemon to ensure that you're not giving up two prizes this turn, as Squawk and Seize now does find a Battle VIP pass. Again, just want to remind everyone, this is still Connor's first turn of the game. So a Battle VIP pass is still live. Can find themselves any Pokemon they want, but do they have a Dark Patch?
The bigger news is Connor did find a Dark Patch off the Squawk and Seize.
But do you attack here? Does go for the Earthen Vessel to get a couple more energies into hand. Again, I think the Spiritomb is just putting in the work. Just Connor's having to hop through so many of these loops. Whereas
these yoga loops?
Yes, where he could have just gone Dire Flame Wings, Energy Switch, or very early on. As, there we go, we do see the Dark Patch being played attached to that Roaring Moon. And
we are going to see the retreat here. That's surprising. Calamity Storm's going to be able to take the knockout. Connor's going to leave the stadium in play, but that's going to help Tyler out because there's a lot of items in Tyler's deck that he can find off this Pokestop.
That is true, especially a couple of switch cards would definitely help out. Right now, there's only one Iron Valiant in play. That means there's only 20 extra damage. I believe Tyler would have to at least bench 2.
Yeah, well, that was a perfect draw there. And that Ultra Ball, be able to get rid of the Escape Rope and Professor's Research in hand, find another Iron Valiant, and then guess what card's left in hand? Professor's Research.
It's one of those high five moments here for Tyler. I wonder if Connor's going to go for that high five.
Never.
Yeah, the table's pretty big. But yeah, big Professor's Research. Love to see it. The perfect discard, absolutely nothing. Draw 7 cards. And we're going to have to see what Tyler draws here. He's going to need at least 2 switching options that don't force the Roaring Moon into the bench. So that's Switch Cart and Switch. And I do see his 1 switch card.
For Seal Stone. There's a switch as well. I think he's going to be able to cobble this together. Switch card also heals the 20 damage off of the Entei, which is very important against the Calamity Storm. Kind of force Connor into a frenzied gouging scenario. And I think there's an Ultra Ball to find the other Iron Valiant here.
Could be
just a bench Pokemon in general.
Yes. Could be a second Entei potentially. Or wouldn't he be opposed to even just bench the Moltres? We've seen how
That is true, yeah.
how helpful that was in the past, as we're just going to see a retreat here onto the second Iron Valiant, and that's going to be 40 damage onto that Roaring Moon. And it's going to be the Ultra Ball discarding the Technical Machine Devolution, and the Moltres going to find themselves either another Iron Valiant or the Entei. Could also find maybe the Radiant Charizards. Oh no, it's in the prizes.
Yeah, I think Entei V is going to be the option here. Try to set up that for the next turn, essentially.
I think Tyler might be looking for that Bibarel. No, but luckily the Bidoof was knocked out for a sec. But yeah, it looks like it is going to be... Didn't quite see. He put something on top. Had
Yeah,
different
Entei
type of
V,
art.
and then I think he's already kind of skipping ahead to this Forest Seal Stone for potentially a Professor's Research. Granted, Research was already played this turn, so it's just going to be for next turn. But has the Switch in hand along with an Energy and playing out everything to take this knockout.
And it is a big knockout. We know how much resources Connor had to put onto that Roaring Moon only to take a single prize, while Tyler here just able to just gonna swing in return after a couple of takedown bits. Oh, is gonna go ahead and Pokestop first.
All right, there's so many items in the deck that it's a little unlikely, but discards that Metacham V and Iono, but does find a Hisuian Heavy Ball. Can go ahead and use that to grab that Radiant Charizard from the prize cards.
Definitely a good Pokemon to get, especially since, you can only have one Radiant Pokemon in the deck, and this is a big one. We know how important it is to just do 250 damage with a single prize Pokemon, but we're going to have to wait a couple of turns. But we'll have to see here what else Tyler can do. I think they played down their hand completely, and it's just going to be the Burning Rondo for the knockout there.
Yeah.
Tyler going down to 4.
I would have loved to see that Forest Seal Stone be attached to that bench Entei V. Kind of Judge or Iono proof your hand, even though I think if Connor plays with Judge or Iono, you're fine with that. That's not a Professor Sada's. That's charging up a Roaring Moon.
Oh, as we do see the Judge drawn there by Connor, but again, we're going to need a bit. We're going to need double Dark Patch attach.
Oh, that's going to be a little tough. There's 3 gone.
That is true. So what can we do here, Jeremy?
Maybe cry a little, but no. It's definitely going to be risky. Connor kind of wanted to knock out that Spirit Tomb turn 1. Unfortunately, the way it is, but Galarian Moltres V is just such a lifeline for this deck to be able to get those energies back again and again each turn. Utilize your energy switch. Other than that, you're playing with a lot of cards that don't really do much.
As we do find at least one Dark Patch, well, the last Dark Patch of the deck with the Pokestop. Again, it's just the nature of this deck. Again, popularized by Ross Cawthon, really cutting a couple of Professor Sada's in and putting in a couple of researches, adding consistency, but you're losing the power of energy acceleration Sada provides. And it really shows here in this match that how important that one card could be. And again, Connor here just going through the options. Still has an attachment for, oh no, it's going to be the Stadium bump potentially. No, it's going to be an attachment onto the Morpeko.
Yeah, it might be Dark Patch, energy switch to the Morpeko, get some damage down on either of these Pokemon, maybe even for a Seal Stone for the boss's orders on the Spirit Tomb. But here, yeah, just conserving the resources, dealing 70 damage with Energizer Wheel. But this is going to open up a pretty big turn for Tyler if he has it.
He has 4 Seal Stones, so he could potentially have anything they want from the deck, but needs a couple more pieces as Pokestop provides at least one of those pieces with the switch. So to be ordered, to be able to hit Roaring Moon for knockout here, I don't think, is it possible?
I don't think he has it. Needed 2 switching outs off that Pokestop to be able to really pull it off. Can switch to the Iron Valiant, get 20 on it, and then retreat to the other Iron Valiant, get 20 on it. Then you would need another switch out, and then for a Seal Stone for that boss's orders. Not going to be in the cards for Tyler here, but still in a very good position.
Does go for the switch onto the Iron Valiant with the tool. Free 20 damage here does go into the Roaring Moon. Next, what is going to be the decision? Could just be for Seal Stone, possibly for research.
I also just like Forest Sealstone for potentially a boss's orders, bring up the Squawk ability, take the knockout. That way you just put yourself to 2 prize cards, and a simple knockout on that Roaring Moon would be game over. But Tyler, again, just taking it slow, not even attaching that Forest Sealstone yet, really afraid of something like a Lost Vacuum, but that's not a card we really see in a deck like Roaring Moon.
That's true. As one card we do see in these new Roaring Moon decks are the Hand Disruption, as Connor should be able to play at least a Judge this turn. As, again, Connor just going through the resources that have been played by Tyler, maybe counting how many switches have been played already, as they are going to opt to, I like just a Judge, don't play the Town Store Stadium, not give Tyler access to a Forest Sealstone again. As again, Judge being played, the great equalizer. Both players shuffle their hands, draw 4 cards apiece.
Yeah, well, either way, you're going to be discarding the Stadium at the end of this turn with Calamity Storm. So you're going to be denying Tyler that Pokestop no matter what. But again, just kind of conserving the resources for yourself. The Pokestop's a little bit better to use after this Judge.
As we do see...
Wow, this is like the same hand he just shuffled back in.
A couple of Stadiums, the Energy Switch, and a Battle VIP Pass. Is going to have to depend on the Pokestop to get a little bit more out of this. No, we're not spinning. We're just going for the Calamity Storm for the knockout. Connor goes down to 3 prizes. Let's see if Tyler has the response. Again, there is 20 damage onto that Roaring Moon. Connor's bench is looking very bare. Only 2 Pokemon in play, so could mitigate the damage on the Burning Rondo from the Entei. As Tyler draws their card, does have the Escape Rope. Could promote... I think this is a great Escape Rope. Either Pokemon knocked out here would be great. It's a little bit easier to hit 130 HP or 160, and since you're in the odd prize anyway, might as well take a meaningful knockout.
Yeah, right now the Burning Rondo is going to be doing 140 damage. So that's enough to take a knockout on this Radiant Greninja. But Tyler debating where to put this 20 damage. Going to be on that Roaring Moon. Had the option to Escape Rope yet again, but decided not to after like a retreat. And just a Professor's Research, try to find some more cards. No energy and no Magma Base in here is going to be very tough.
Does find the Radiant Charizard, so that is pretty easy to power up later down the line, but
not
I think we're missing missing an attack for the turn, though.
Yeah, this is best case scenario for Connor here. Has survived through an attack and now can kind of go up on the prize cards here. Tyler's going to bring up that Spiritomb just to have it get knocked out potentially next turn, but there's a boss's orders in Connor's hand.
There's a boss's orders, but no way to switch out just yet.
No, you got the Town Store. Maybe you can work something out. No Galarian Moltres yet, but there's the Mew in hand.
I think this is the point. This is the point. There's damage on the Roaring Moon. We can just go wide. I agree with the Pokestop. Let's Connor here just going through how many energies they've gone through. Again, it might just have to be the Pokestop. Pokestop for the Switch Cart, or even the Earthen Vessel. Maybe try and attach Retreat. Oh, could even go for the Dark Patch. You have the Energy Switch in hand. A lot of live cards here for Connor.
Yeah, well, I think the one of Switch Cart was used to bring up that Morpeko, so not going to have access to that. Looking through the list, other than the Escape Rope, which I also think was played that turn 1, so there's no switch out. Going to have to rely off of an energy here. Discards 2 tools. That's not going to be able to go to the hand. Just an Ultra Ball. And, oh, this is kind of a little awkward because you already played your Stadium for the turn. Could have Ultra Balled for the Galarian Moltres V, then Town Store for the Forest Sealstone, but you got the Ultra Ball off the Pokestop, so now you can't even play the Stadium for the turn.
There was just no way that we were getting that combination of cards. As Ultra Ball is going to be played here, could find the Galarian Moltres V at the very least, just as a bench sitter to just in case we draw into. There's no Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, probably in the prize cards, and one was discarded early on with the Ultra Ball on turn 1. Yeah, look at that. So no real access to even use that Forest Sealstone if he got it. And I think we're just going to have another pass of the turn from Connor here.
Talk about droughts here. Energy drought for both players.
TCG Masters, that is time and round.
Okay, we can maybe thin the hand down for Mew EX here. You can energy switch the energy off the Roaring Moon to the Greninja.
You're going to have to do that anyway. Oh, yeah. and then just draw into an energy?
Yeah, I think that's where it's going to have to be. Is that a Pokemon cat? No, that's the town stores. Yeah, so not using the energy switch. Finds the energy off the top of the deck. So we're going to have an attack this turn, but you're still attacking into a Spiritomb. You need to take the knockout no matter what, but wow.
What a top deck here for Connor. Again, taking out the Spiritomb means you could have access to the Galarian Moltres V in the future now and put you to an even prizing. And we know for a fact Tyler Matthews had a weaker hand. He didn't have the energy yet to attack, to respond. So this is going to be a big attack. The problem is, what do we do afterwards? Is that a Pokemon catcher? No, it's a boss's orders.
So bringing up that Radiant Charizard, one of the ways for Tyler to take an easy knockout, discards the Pokestop, and now with just 8 bench Pokemon in play, going to be doing 180 damage.
Jeremy, we're going to see a card that hasn't been played in a minute here as Serena is the play, able to discard 3 cards and draw up to 5. Again, Serena is one of those cards where you have the option to either discard your hand, discard up to 3 cards, draw up to 5, or it's essentially a boss's orders for V cards. In this scenario, we do want to draw those cards as Tyler does find themselves at least the double turbo energy.
Yeah, I think with the double turbo, the math isn't going to work out quite how you'd like it. You're going to be doing 180, and that's going to leave this Roaring Moon with 10 left. You do have the 4 Seal Stone, though. So you can 4 Seal Stone for a Fire Energy or the Magma Basin. Never really what you want to do, but if you take the knockout on this Roaring Moon, I don't know if Connor can get another attacker set up.
It's going to be tough. Actually, without any access to Dire Flame Wings or Dark Patch, even with a Sada, it doesn't get there. As we do see the 4 Seal Stone being played, half a Starbirth here, is going to be able to find 1 card. Again, I believe Connor should be at 2 prizes here. Yes, so they are essentially 1 knockout away from winning this game, but...
Yeah, you have to 4 Seal Stone for that Fire Energy, but this is going to allow NTV to take the knockout exactly how you were trying to line it up. And with that, you still have 230 HP. That's going to be very hard for, even if Connor gets a Roaring Moon set up, to be able to take the knockout outside of Frenzied Gouging.
As we do see here, Burning Rondo for the knockout, 200 damage thanks to the amount of bench Pokemon. And Connor promotes the Mew, free retreat, does draw the card, finds the boss's orders. Not much else.
Yeah, not going to really be able to do too much. You can Earthen Vessel for maybe the 1 energy left in your deck. And then the boss's orders up an Iron Valiant EX to hopefully strand it in the active spot. Not even an energy left in the deck. This is not going to be good for Connor here. And it looks like Tyler is going to be able to eventually lock things down this game too.
Can we even attack at this point? There's no more Dark Patches. You have 1 Sada in the deck, no more energy. You don't play Rod.
Yeah, no, it's not looking like we're going to get another attack from Connor this game.
Even if you had 1 energy, could at least attack possibly with a Squawk ability, as
well
as to motivate your Roaring Moon to attack. But
well, now Connor just has to hope that the deck that has 14 retreat options, Tyler does not draw into it next turn. Restart here is going to do a little bit. You can find that Pokemon Catcher, Battle VIP Pass. Not going to do it. We see that double turbo energy in hand. That's going to be enough. Or switch with that boss's orders. And just like that, Tyler Matthews winning our round 14, going to 11-1-2, almost guaranteeing this top 8. Like we've been saying 35 points is going to probably be the number to hit, and Tyler did just that.
Either way, I think Tyler is over the moon here. And again, very, very explosive deck. There's a lot of heat coming from that Entei and Moltres. I just love seeing an interesting deck played here on stream, especially with those Iron Valiant pinks, getting just the numbers just right. As we do see here, just a couple of replays when Connor was able to take the knockout on the Entei using Calamity Storm and Magma Basin helping out there just for that damage. As we see the return KO from Tyler with that Moltres with the Inferno Wings attack. Not something you see every day. And of course, the Radiant Charizard to finish things off.
Yeah, this was that game one where Connor had the option to maybe attack the Galarian Moltres V, save that Roaring Moon. Ended the game with 2 Professor Sada's Vitality in hand, essentially, and with a escape rope was able to clean things up with that Radiant Charizard, resetting that Combustion Blast. And then this is game 2 where Connor again gets a turn 1 attack, but it's on that Bidoof, the 1 prize Pokemon, and this forced a kind of awkward prize mapping for Connor throughout this game. Tyler has the return KO with that Entei V, and then just taking the KO on the Morpeko here. Now going down to 3 prize cards, but Connor has just this Roaring Moon, not much else to really accomplish with anything else. Having to discard those Dark Patches early really hurt. Gonna have that boss's orders on that Radiant Charizard, take the knockout, but that was basically all there was to it. Once this Roaring Moon EX went down, it is essentially game over.
Yes, again, just not having the resources to work with, not having the Galarian Moltres V to work with definitely hurt Connor here, as again, this was the game-winning move. Just having the switch and the boss's orders brings Tyler that much closer to top 8, potentially already in top 8. Huge congratulations to Tyler, but again, Connor played to the best of their ability. And I just have to say, I saw both my caster picks in that match. We saw a catcher heads, and we saw how debilitating Spiritomb could be. I've been saying how good it is against Mew VMAX. Well, that was the obvious thing, how good it was against Mew. But just being able to shot up any supporting Pokemon V, like the Dire Flame Wings Moltres, is huge. It was absolutely huge in that match.
Yeah, and this is really big for Tyler as well. He's been one of those players that has just been on the cusp of top 8 every time he's in day 2. I think there's 2 or 3 15th places, and with this, really hoping for an ID next round to guarantee that top 8 for sure, and just a really big moment, a lot of money, and a lot of time and effort that he's been working towards.
Definitely. I was talking to Kyle backstage. He was calling Tyler, again, your favorite player's favorite player, someone who hasn't had that much spotlight, but is really known to bring these very interesting decks. I believe he is one of the first players to really incorporate the amazing rare Rayquaza into Lost Box back in the day.
Yeah, and then the turbo variant as well. And Tyler's the type of person where he finds a deck he likes, he's going to stick with it and make sure he maximizes its potential.
And it shows here in this match with the Iron Valiant Entei. This has to be the best showing I've seen of Iron Valiant Entei in a minute.
Yeah,
and
since LAICs.
Yes, and again, it's all because of a talented player putting in the work. And again, it was just so much fun to see just the Tachyon bits going onto the Roaring Moon. Just sometimes every little bit counts just to reach that 230 HP. And then preventing Roaring Moon to even go for the Frenzied Gouging, potentially. The fact that Entei just has that little bit more HP, the 230, that switch card away, that 20 damage from the Magma Basin, that never happened. And now, what's going to happen? How do you knock out the Entei in the first place?
Yeah, looking at the meta and the way things have shaped up, there's a lot of Gardevoir, a lot of Roaring Moon. Well, on paper and what we've seen here, Entei Valiant has a pretty good matchup against both of those decks.
I feel that. And you know what? I want to hear more from Tyler, so I'm very excited to throw it to an interview.
Thank you so much, Juancho. I'm here with our winner, Tyler Matthews. Tyler, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're now at 35 match points with Iron Valiant Entei, a deck that not a lot of people have had a lot of faith in. Tell me about your deck choice, why you're running this deck. You've been running it for a while now.
Yeah, I think it's like one of the most aggressive decks in the format, but like it has issues with hand disruption, obviously, but that's why I have some text in there for it. But yeah, it's just like I can win turn 1, and I can play the deck kind of like Inteleon. I can take my prizes however I want, so I have a lot of like control over the board.
All right, and now tell us a little about this game that you just played. Yeah, we saw you were playing around Emergency Jelly healing, around Switch card healing as well, and then that Force Heal Stone. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I think, so the main thing, I was putting damage on his guys because I want to switch card off the damage from my Enteis, so he has to Frenzy Gouging, and that lets me, like, I need 1 Tachyon bits to kill it, or, like, if I Yoga Loop at some point. So I was trying to set up those plays, and then also, like, I didn't want to do too much so he could be in, like, a, like, Jet Range and just, like, spread it around. And then I know I did with the Forest Cell Stone, I contemplated putting on my Entei, but I didn't see hand disruption until that point. So I was like, I didn't think he played any. And then I didn't want him to chase the benched Entei if I put Forest Cell on it, because I had no like draw support in my hand.
Yeah, that makes sense, trying to keep the research safe. And now, tell us a little bit about your tournament run so far. Yeah, with 35 match points, you should be locked in for top 8, but how did you get here?
I don't know, I played a wide range of decks. I think I played, that might have been my 3rd or 4th Moon, so that's the deck I played against the most. I think it's a pretty favorable matchup, but my one loss was to Moon that played like a bunch of Ancient Booster Capsules, and I can't do enough damage for that, so it's pretty difficult there, but other Moons aren't playing that many.
Now, has the metagame shaped up to what you were expecting, or has there been any surprises for you?
Oh yeah, it's pretty much what I expected. There is less Tina than I thought. I don't know, it's like Tina wins, but it just doesn't get the, it gets like second most played deck, but not as many people as I thought would play it, so.
Okay, and now you've had quite a lot of top 16s, you were telling me. You're finally in top 8. What's the one matchup you want to see in top 8 now that you've made it?
Honestly, anything. I'm just happy to be here. Yeah. Just happy to finally do it.
All right, well, congratulations once again, Tyler. Thanks so much for chatting with me.
Thank you.
And let's head back to our casters as we prepare for our final round.
Great to hear from Tyler. I think I'd feel the exact same way. Just be so excited to make it to top 8 in a regional championship. Out of 1,300 players, I'm one of the best. And only Tyler and a few others can say that today.
Specifically maybe 7, but no, it's one of those moments where he's been grinding and grinding for the past couple seasons now, just hoping for that top 8, and it's looking like it's finally going to shape up to do so. Again, we don't know for sure, but with the smaller tournament we've had this weekend, it does seem like 35 match points is going to be likely, and maybe 1 would bubble.
I would sure hope so. Again, I would love to see more Iron Valiant Entei in our top 8. I would love to see what even makes it into our top 8, right? How about we go ahead and check what the chat thinks, what the community thinks is one of the best decks in the format, as we pull up the community prediction bracket here. And just to go through it again, looks like people were expecting the Roaring Moon. Why is there no Iron Valiant Entei in this top 8?
No, it's crazy because throughout a lot of the day 2 players, especially at the top tables, Tyler is the only one playing Iron Valiant. And it's one of those decks where it's going to be able to prey on a lot of the popular decks right now. It has good matchups against Charizard, good matchups against Roaring Moon, good matchups against Lost Zone. That's pretty much all that's left. The Gardevoir as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this top 8 shapes up.
You know what? I would love to bet on either a future or a past Paradox Pokemon to win this game. I feel like we haven't really seen a big showing for either deck. I mean, Roaring Moon or Iron Valiant, right? The future Pokemon. Everything's been still Giratina, Mute, VMAX, Charizard. I think the time is now. These newer cards, it's their time to shine, just like what we saw in the previous stream match. But again, the people voted for the Roaring Moon EX deck, and I don't blame them. It's a very explosive, exciting, powerful, and very fun deck to play.
Yeah, the room is full of moons.
Definitely. It is a full moon indeed, but again, if Charizard EX, Giratina V-Star, would the Giratina V-Star have anything to say about it? Maybe we could see one of the more established meta cards see the win here at Knoxville. But, you know, someone who doesn't even break top 8 in this community prediction, Gardevoir EX, has a great matchup into Moon. Yeah. It could be a Gardevoir EX tournament.
Yeah, well, one thing I'm interested in looking at is this day 2 meta breakdown. We saw day 1. Let's go ahead and see the conversion rate for all these decks, and Roaring Moon overtaking Charizard for the first place. Charizard falling down to 3rd to that Lost Zone Giratina. 30 Roaring Moon in day 2. That's crazy.
This is very surprising. I think Roaring Moon EX, it's popular. But I didn't think it would be this popular or this dominant, at least into day 2. That means the people really have proven that this is a great deck. This is a deck to watch out for. It even overshoots Lost Zone Giratina, a deck that has won multiple regional championships 5 times in the finals. No, it's Roaring Moon. And of course, Charizard EX, probably one of the most consistent Stage 2 decks in the format. Yeah, Roaring Moon shooting past all those decks. Something I'd like to see here as well, though, is new VMAX in our top 6. It didn't even break top 6 for day 1, but 8 people are playing it. I'd say that's good conversion rate in my book.
Yeah, not a lot of Gardevoir EX either, but it is featured a lot at the top tables. A lot of the players with the heavier match points are paddling that deck. Let's go ahead and take a look at the best of the rest. Love it. Loving being able to see the rest of the decks here. Look at that. Only 3 Iron Valiant in day 2. Tyler's already trying to lock up that top 8 with one of them. Chien-Pao, Snorlax Control, Miraidon, Arceus V-Star, Regigigas V-Star. We're out of Unclassified. There's now its own archetype for it.
Arceus V-Star, Regigigas V-Star. Very, very interesting to see that here. Again, 6 Snorlax controls. Goldengo, though, 4 people wrapping it out there. I know Matt Wood is playing in that deck. I'm actually curious to see that matchup, Goldengo against Iron Valiant Entei. Goldengo just does play the Palkia. That is a water type, but Goldengo is a fire type. Is it that simple sometimes? Playing for weakness?
Yeah, I could say that. It is Pokemon. It's part of the reason we're playing a lot of these cards, but Palkia is just very powerful V-Star. It has a very powerful V-Star ability, has good synergy with Goldengo where you're discarding energies, get to use Radiant Greninja, but there's just so many hard matchups above Goldengo's position to where I don't know if we're going to actually see a deep run for it. Maybe after a rotation. We'll come back and talk about it.
Okay. Well, maybe we're not making it rain today, but maybe, yeah. Maybe
the forecast calls for clear skies.
Okay, maybe in the future. It's just a moony day.
Yeah.
Very moony night,
there's a full moon, but it's bright. It's bright out.
Okay.
It's where you see the moon and just clear skies.
Yes, very beautiful night indeed. Yeah. With that, how about let's go ahead and play a quick game. Let's play some Who's That Pokedex. We had a lot of fun with this yesterday. And,
we're 1-1.
We're 1-1. We have to break that tie. As here it is. Here's the question. The Pokemon developed from an abandoned doll that amassed a grudge. It is seen in dark alleys.
Oh, no.
Banette. That's mine. You have to pick another.
No, Banette. Yeah.
Hey, we're too good. We're too good. All right, 2-2.
Yeah, we're too good. Yeah.
Come on, production. You gotta step it up a little bit, man. A little bit harder here.
Don't say that.
No, I know.
It remembers every dream it eats. It rarely eats the dreams of adults because children's are much tastier. That is true, by the way.
Yeah, I think so. A little bit sweeter,
maybe. Dream Eater. I always think of Haunter.
I'll get Gengar. I think Gengar is more known for dream eating, but who's picking these? These are so dark.
All right, let's go ahead and look. Haunter, Gengar, same line.
Locking it in.
Or just Drowsy.
That also
makes
sense.
Yeah. Now seeing it, this is I remember this now.
Yeah. That's this is one of the more terrifying Pokemon to me. I'm more afraid of Drowsy than Ghosts.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Drifloon to come up now. Just carries away children.
Oh, we just locked that in?
Yeah. If I see carries away children. With its Herculean powers, it can easily throw around an object that is 100 times its own weight.
Oh. I think Drifloon is... A child would be 100 times Drifloon's weight.
This could be Machamp. This could be...
100 times. 100 times is a
Machamp's
lot.
Pretty strong.
Depending on how heavy
Have you seen the muscles?
It is, but we guessed Machamp yesterday. It
and got it
right.
wrong.
Yeah. I'm gonna say...
I'm saying Machamp.
Heracross. I see the word Herculean. I think Heracross.
Heracross might be a good one. All right, let's look. Good job, Wancho. Way to go. I'm proud of you.
Woo, it was the key word there, Herculean. And I always think of the Heracross just lifting stuff up with its horn.
It's a Hercules beetle.
That was great. A ton of fun for sure. I won, Jeremy.
Yeah, you won.
I'm the Pokemon master.
Yeah.
You are the student now. No, but yeah, a lot of fun to be had here at the Pokemon Regional Championships. You know, as much as we play these games, I just want to go back to talking about actual decks. I don't think there's a Heracross EX deck out there.
No.
All right. Now that we know our day 2 conversion rate, are you changing up your predictions at all?
No, I believe in the worm. It's going to be fine. But for now, we got a little bit of fun. We had some side events going on throughout this all weekend. It's not just the tournament. Gonna go ahead and toss it to a ring toss video.
Oh.
Chip Ritchie down here at the side events area. I'm with Jeremy Jalen, Dwee Ha, and we're joined by Jeff, who's going to explain to us exactly what's going on here at the ring toss area. Huge line of people waiting to play this. What is everyone so excited about?
So today we're doing a qualifier round to try to win this giant Waylord. What it is they'll throw 6 rings every time they play. If they can ring any 2 separate items, they qualify to come back later for the knockout round. Last person standing in the knockout round gets the Waylord.
All right, we'll see who ends up winning the Waylord. But for now, Dwee and Jeremy are going to give it their best shot, see how many prizes they're going to be able to ring. What you got, Dwee? How many do you think you can come away with?
First things first, what's going to happen is I'm going to get 2 different prizes, and then I'm going to come back and win the Waylord.
There you go.
Planning ahead. I like it. Jeremy, what do we got?
I just don't want to look dumb.
That'll be hard. We'll see if we're able to make it happen. How many prizes these guys can come away with. Let's go ahead. Where do they need to stand, Jeff?
They're going to stand on the middle line for me.
All right. Come on, step up. All right. Dwee with the strategy of forcing his opponent to go first. Jeremy Jalen will see how many prizes. Hey, hang on. What are you going for here?
I think I'm going to either go for the water bottles or the drill burr.
The water bottles. So you're thirsty. Okay, let's go ahead and see what we can make happen. Jeremy with his first toss. Oh, hits the drill burr, knocks it down. Drill burr making the earthquake, having to come back to his position. Oh, locks it up. Wait, but how does this work? He's on the box.
So it has to be completely flush, but he can use his other rings to knock it down if he feels confident about it.
All right, Jeremy, let's see what he goes for. Throwing once again. Almost got the knockdown, not quite. He's got 3 rings left. Throws once more, hits the drill burr, bounces to the Pokeball.
Pokeball is eligible to get as well if he can knock it down.
Oh, he's on 3 different boxes, but has not quite been able to secure a prize. One more shot, and Jeremy, my friend, what do you think?
That's a lot harder than it looks.
All right, Dwee, do you think you can, all you have to do better than Jeremy is just come away with 1 prize. You got that in you?
I think I got it in me.
All right, let's see what Dwee Ha can do for us. First toss here. Going for that Oshawott Funko Pop. It's a difficult target, a big square box. We'll see if he can close it down. Ooh, hits some booster packs. Throws once again, hits the top of the Funko Pop. One more. He's got 1 more after this. Let's see it. Not quite. Dwee, it was a good shot, but Jeremy was definitely a lot closer to at least getting something than you were.
Now, I do have consolations for you guys for playing. For my casters today, I have 500 points apiece for you, and then a pack of Paldea Fates for you each. And I'm going to let you choose your fate.
Choose your fate with Paldean Fates. Let's see what they get.
I'm gonna let Jeremy choose for me.
Ooh, okay. Leaning to the TCG player to choose his pack.
There you go.
Why don't we close this out with a quick opening real quick. Let's see who comes away with the better card here. The newest expansion, Paldean Fates. What card are you hoping for here, Jeremy?
That shiny Gardevoir EX.
Dwee, do you know what's in this set?
A little.
Okay. Yeah, anything you're hoping for?
Good cards.
Good cards. All right, let's see it. Let's show the camera. Jeremy, go first. Oh, looks like he's got something. Ooh, the shiny Clodsire EX, Paldean Clodsire. Dwee, that might be tough to top.
Jeremy picked this pack. I have faith in Jeremy.
All right, let's see it. See what we get here. The Paldean Student of Fido. Very cute, but not something shiny. Electric Generator, very powerful card. That's a great new card, the Charmeleon. Another really good new card, but is there something shiny back here? I don't think so. Mabosstiff, not quite gonna cut it, Dwee. Jeremy, congratulations. Oh, don't leave him hanging. There we go. Thank you guys so much for watching. Here at the Regional Championships, tons to do besides just competing in the main event. Be sure you come down and check out the side events area with guys like Jeff.
Thanks y'all for coming.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Welcome back once again, Pokemon fans, to the Knoxville Regional Championship. We are so close to our top 8, essentially, I think, 1 game away. Again, I'm here, Wancho Saldana, joined by Jeremy Jalen, and I think we're just going to go ahead and hop on to our next match, potentially.
Yeah, round 15, win and in to top 8 for at least one of our players, and it is going to be a great match to see for sure. We already have essentially 6 of our players locked up for top 8. Maybe 135 is gonna miss and bubble out, so it's gonna be very cutthroat here.
Definitely, I'm so sure that our next match should be a GG or a good game at the very least. And
I see what you did there.
But yes, of course, it is the one and only Azul Garcia Grego, or Azul ZG, against Edwin Arroyo. Again, it's gonna be Gardevoir EX against Compe of the Lost Box X. This looks familiar, Jeremy. I feel like we've been in this exact same spot.
A little familiar. Azul is opting for going back to the Lost Zone box with a Kyogre, but you also have a Mawile in there for some kind of matchups like this if the opponent isn't prepared for it. And Edwin is on 33 match points. Azul is on 32, so a win is guaranteed in for Edwin. Meanwhile, Azul, a win is hope and pray that the tiebreakers are enough to make it into top 8 yet again. Azul has made so many top 8s this season, and with a regional win as well.
Yeah, I think Azul probably one of the most accomplished players this season. Again, we've talked about him time and time again. When the worst you can say about him is he did top 16 at that one tournament, missing out on top 8. You know you're a good player, and as we see here, once again, trying to make his way to top 8. Looking at both these players' prizes right now, 2 Mirage Gates prize for Azul, and a couple of Psychic Energy and 1 Raw. It's not too bad here for Edwin. But I think, yeah, again, looking at Azul's prizes, a couple of key cards as well. The Pal Pad, a Counter Catcher. There are some big cards indeed. So I'm very curious to see how Azul is going to go ahead and really play around the resources he has, as we are going to start the game here. And Edwin is going to open up with the Jirachi. Again, Jirachi, very powerful card, especially against this Lost Box matchup. But even more powerful than that, the Battle VIP Pass, able to find at least 2 Pokemon. If I had to guess, maybe 2 Ralts here. Just checking what they have in the deck, making sure all the refinements are in here, all the Mirage Step should be in the deck. So Edwin does have access to that. But again, Jirachi in the active, can't quite attack. Do you think Azul goes for the quick Mawile play here?
Maybe, honestly. Looking at the list, ooh, no. There is no switch out. There's no Professor Turo's scenario. We might be in for a long one, especially if Azul has done his homework and figured out if his opponent has that out to Mawile or not.
Jeremy, are you telling me this game could be decided as soon as this next turn if we don't see a retreat? That is a scary, scary thought, Jeremy. And against Lost Box, typically you don't want to retreat into your routes too early because, again, there is that threat of something like the Cramorant. As Ultra Ball being played here, interesting, discarding the Radiant Greninja. Edwin here identifying the threat of the Mawile. But again, there's already a liability in play in that Jirachi, opting to bench the 3rd Ralt. What do you think that signifies, Jeremy?
That means we're not going to go for a Mirage Step this game. Really just hoping for the traditional Evolve into your Curlia's, refinement, get stuff set up. And energy on the active, we do see the retreat, so this is going to be very big for Edwin, especially knowing that he has no out to Mawile.
Very heads-up play here by Edwin. But again, it's the Jirachi is still sitting on the bench. He has to find something like the Collapse Stadium potentially in the next coming turns, as Battle VIP Pass played here by Azul is going to be able to find 2 cards in the deck, 2 Pokemon. And I wonder what Azul is going to be eyeing out. It looks like they're looking at maybe Comfey and the Manaphy, or oh, this is just deck check-in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Azul, no stranger to the stream, one of the best players North America has to offer. Edwin, on the other hand, he has been a consistent Day 2 competitor, but it's always been 105th place, 121st place LAIC, 75th in Toronto, 163rd in Peoria, 107th in Pittsburgh. So that's just this season. Still very consistent making these Day 2s, but this has so far been the best Day 2 finish for Edwin, still trying to make that first top 8.
This is essentially the next level here for Edwin. The first hurdle for every player is always making that Day 2, but once you can really do that consistency, next question is, when am I going to break the top 8? And this could be Edwin's chance. And this is, again, we're going back to the game. Battle VIP Pass does find 1 Comfey. Eyeing out, again, I see the Mawile. That's very, very scary. I'm trying to think now how many bosses orders does Azul
0
play. No bosses orders, so he's going to have to wait till a knockout happens before a counter catcher plays can be played. So Edwin has more than enough time to really set up his board perfectly.
And no change of expression on Edwin's face, seeing that Mawile. Could have been a sign for Azul or not, but still going to be one of the main avenues Azul's trying to navigate through this game 1.
As we do see what else does he have. Does have the Radiant Greninja as well here. Does go for the concealed cards. Something scary is if you're not playing down liabilities like Manaphy, that means you also don't get the support of Manaphy. That means something like the
Moonlight Shuriken
the Moonlight
from the
Shuriken,
Greninja can
yes.
really just disrupt the entire board. You also saw one of the cards that Azul drew from that concealed cards is Echoing Horn. One of those items that we haven't really seen much lately, but is very powerful, just taking a basic Pokemon from your opponent's discard and putting it onto their bench. It's such great combination with that Mawile and its Tempting Trap.
Big, big tech indeed. As we do see the Chorus Experiment, great to see on the first turn. Looking at the top 5 cards of the deck. Let's see what they decide to set. What they decide to send to the Lost Zone. Again, with that, they are going to be 4 cards into the Lost Zone. Can attack with the Cramorant if they choose to do so.
Yeah, I think he has a Nest Ball in these 5 cards that's going to be able to allow you and grab that Cramorant if it's not already in hand. And as long as you have a switch out in hand, or even if he already retreated for the turn or not. But wow, yeah, Echoing Horn bringing up that Radiant Greninja. This is going to give Edwin access to concealed cards to help better set up, but that's just another liability on the bench that Mawile can use that Tempting Trap on that Radiant Greninja or that Jirachi.
You almost have to think, is Azul just going for the Mawile play instead there? In that case,
you shouldn't attack with a Cramrat. You don't want to get ahead in prizes because counter catcher might be the play, as we just do see the path, even tempting with that Pidgeot V on the bench. Typically a liability, but Azul saying, go ahead, take a couple of prize cards. I'll be ready and waiting with the counter catcher, as we do see the Iona. So very heads up play again by Azul, benching the Pidgeot V, meaning Forest Seal Stone potentially is a live card for him. As Iona is played, both players draw six big cards here.
Yeah, this is one of the differences in Azul's list compared to someone like Sawyer Melvin's list that we saw earlier on yesterday. There was a Pidgeot V, yes, but it was just used in Sawyer's list to never deck out. There's 2 copies of Forest Seal Stone for Azul here, so going to be able to really utilize that very well. And playing the Echoing Horn was also another concession against Collapse Stadium, because Edwin could have filled the bench up, Collapse Stadium away that Jirachi, then there's no more bench space for the Echoing Horn to be useful. So really utilizing it at the perfect time, getting that Radiant Greninja. And we do see a Mirage Step from Edwin, but just grabs 1 Curlia.
They have time to set up, but as much setup as you can get, all Azul is waiting is for you to take a single prize to really activate those counter catchers. So we do see the concealed cards being played now. Looking at their hand, there is a counter catcher in hand at the very least. Going to Flower Select a little bit more, just really refine the deck. Does draw into a Water Energy and a Mirage Gate. This is going to be a tough choice.
Yeah, that's awkward. You kind of want both of them, especially if you want to just pivot and go for that Moonlight Shuriken play. There's already a Water in hand, but with the Water in the discard, Azul is playing 5 Water Energies, so not going to be too detrimental here. I think you're going to be safe getting rid of that 1 Water Energy.
Especially since there are 2 Mirage Gates prized, so having that in hand is really good, as we just see another pass.
Yeah, this is going to be a very game of chicken game. Game of Blaziken, maybe. You don't want to take that first prize. Like we were saying, counter catcher is the only way Azul's going to be able to bring up Radiant Greninja or Jirachi. Meanwhile, Edwin never really want to plays ahead anyway. You don't have reversal energies active anymore. You don't have your own counter catchers. And we see 2 counter catchers in hand for Edwin. And he's just like, why aren't you taking prizes, Azul? Come on.
Do you ever just think, oh no, you can't even deck out Azul really after saying the after seeing the Pidgeot. So Edwin just really does have to attack eventually, maybe waiting for maybe a more opportune time. Do you think he attacks this turn, Jeremy?
He potentially can. You still have that Boss's Orders in hand. You can Boss's Orders up the Mawile, take the knockout, force Azul to go digging, find a Super Rod and a Nest Ball combination to be able to get that Mawile back into play. Only playing 1 copy compared to the 2 that we've seen in a few of the other Lost Zone lists.
As we do see an Ultra Ball being played now by Edwin. They can't find any Pokemon they want from the deck. So missing something like the Gardevoir EX, potentially. No, it's going to be 1 more refinement. Curlia evolve that benched Ralts. And we're still going to be drawing cards here. Something I do like to see in these Gardevoir decks. Great way to thin out the deck. Leave yourself with a bigger hand. Just very, very powerful. But again, I don't think that's the name of the game in this situation.
Yeah, the name of the game is Pokemon. And with the other Curlia, going to be discarding a counter catcher here. Again, getting that Curlia instead of the Gardevoir, we're not going to really see an attack this turn.
Unless you draw into a Gardevoir.
I still don't even think we're going to see an attack that turn. You do not want to trigger that counter catcher. And I guess Edwin might also just be afraid of a Boss's Orders from Azul. Again, not really having open deck lists means there's a lot of potential things that can come out of a Lost Zone box list.
Yeah, so again, it's very interesting to see how Azul really built this deck, how he decided on each of these counts where you're really depending on, you're dedicating so many spots to trapping Pokemon. Like you're dedicating a spot to the Mawile, the Echoing Horn, but not playing a Boss's Orders is an interesting choice, but he's made it this far, and it's probably the correct one. As we do see a Flower selecting there, getting rid of the Hisuian Heavy Ball, keeping another energy in hand. Escape Rope now being played. You don't make the mistake of bringing out, you have to bring out a purple Pokemon here. As we do see another Flower selecting.
So this is the turn where Azul finally hits 7 in the Lost Zone. That Mirage Gate is live in hand, has a ton of cards in hand, so has a ton of options, but again, I think Azul's best option, if he knows Edwin's list, is to just pass.
But we do see the Mirage Gate. We could be seeing some prizes, Jeremy. No, that's not water energy. Never mind. I take everything back.
Yep.
As we do see a take back there from Azul as well. No, it's going to be the Psychic Energy onto the Mawile. Does still have the light. Oh, there's a water energy, but going on the Comfey instead. I don't think trapping the Curlia does anything quite yet here. Maybe Azul forcing an attack off, baiting Edwin to. My Mawile is now in the active. You can go ahead and take the knockout if you want to. But nope, it's going to be the pass back to Edwin. A lot of action here at the Pokemon Trading Card Game. The Knoxville Regional Championships. And sometimes the correct action is pass. As we do see potentially a refinement here, counting up the energies in the discard pile. Again, there's clear, easy discard here with the Battle VIP pass in hand.
Yeah, we're going to start by just using these 3 refinements available for Edwin. Finally finds a Gardevoir, so we could see some semblance of an attack. Still missing the EX here.
Yeah, there's a couple of Gardevoirs in hand. 2 Shining Arcana Gardevoirs. Does have the Boss's Orders as well. Could potentially just go for the knockout on Mawile this turn.
The one problem is I would always want a Boss's Orders, but you also want to Iono the turn as well, because Azul's hand, it's like 20 cards.
If only there was a way to do both at the same time. But not while you're ahead, especially in the Gardevoir deck. It's going to refine away the Mew. Does finally draw into the Gardevoir EX. It's the pretty version as well.
Yeah, opened up a few Paldean Fates packs. I opened my first one up on that ring toss video.
I saw that, Jeremy. While I was here busy working, you were outside tossing rings.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I'm jealous. Oh, right. As we do see the Shining Arcana here, drawing 2 more cards. A lot of cards drawn. No prizes taken.
Yeah, and with the Iono here, we might even still see the attack, but just able to strip Azul from all those cards in hand, force him to find that counter catcher. There's already 1 in the prize cards, so just 1 in the deck that he's trying to grab.
Definitely. I think this should be the correct line of play. If you're going for the attack, you have to mitigate your opponent's hand, even if it is a disruption to 6 cards, which is still quite a bit. You have to do every little bit. Give yourself the biggest chance of winning this game. As Edwin finally going for the Psychic Embrace, attaching energies to the Shining Arcana Gardevoir. And it's going to be the Brainwave for the knockout on the Compe. First prize taken here by Edwin.
Yeah, it looks like both of our players woke up from their naps, and 13 minutes into the game, the first attack is being used. Azul does have a, Colress experiment off the top of the deck. That's going to be pretty good here.
And looks like Azul just opting to use the Pidgeot right away. I would have liked to see maybe the Chorus played draw into
the
Forces.
so the thing that he's using the Pidgeot for is to shuffle the deck.
Oh.
Remember, the hand got put to the bottom with Iono. That means the counter catcher was probably in that hand. So you're going to shuffle the deck and give himself the most odds to find this counter catcher off this Chorus experiment.
Since there is another V in hand anyway with the Dragonite. So Force Seal Stone is still live, but it's going to be the concealed cards drawing 2. Chorus experiment draws 5, finds a Pidgeot once again. There's the counter catcher.
Wow, and just like that, this is basically going to be game over. It'll be interesting to see if Edwin scoops right away or not, but that's also going to be a big tell for Azul. But you're going to give yourself the most outs for potentially game 2, game 3.
Yes, again, a very interesting way to win in the Pokemon trading card game, just taking it different avenues as it's going to be the Pokestop and the switch card sent to the Lost Zone. All Azul needs to do is use that another switch card in hand and play the counter catcher. And a Flower selecting first. Sending the Mirage Gate to the Lost Zone.
Yeah, don't need those anymore.
Counter catcher here on the Jirachi. And Edwin knows what's coming. Again, there's...
I think he's just going to scoop once he sees the tempting trap maybe, or...
Oh,
no. Okay,
nope.
Yeah.
Yes, Jirachi now in the active. Is there a way to retreat? Yes, there is. It's just one retreat on that Compe. Tempting trap and scoop.
Tempting trap to the scoop. That's always what you like to see when you're Azul Garcia Griego. That means your opponent has no out to it, and that's going to be your game plan going forward here. Already up game 1 in what seems to be an overwhelmingly positive matchup. Edwin attacked for the first time and then was able to just lose the game next turn.
He did everything he did to be able to stay in that game. I mean, this starting the Jirachi, probably one of the worst starts he could get, especially since it opened up the Echoing Horn, and I think that was when the writing was just on the wall as soon as the Echoing Horn happened. But as we do see here, the turn.
Yeah, one of the shortest replays.
Edwin finally taking the lead, but taking the lead led to his downfall because of that Pokemon catcher into that Jirachi, and very tempting trap here.
The first time where taking a lead ends up taking an L for Edwin, and Azul just having the hot hands here in game 1, hoping to continue into this game 2. Taking a look at those prize cards. Gardevoir and Acurlia, it's a little bit detrimental, but not too bad. And all right, Mawile is not in the prize cards for Azul. That's what you want to see.
Yes, I think Edwin's biggest chance at winning this game might have been to Mawile and the Hisuian Heavy Ball being prized potentially, but we are starting off here, and Mew is still technically can attack in this matchup, so not necessarily the worst start as Edwin opens up with a Battle VIP pass. What Edwin wants to do, fill up his bench full of purple Pokemon, Psychic Pokemon, and then play the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah, Edwin's going to have to navigate this game where he just never discards the Jirachi, Radiant Greninja, or the Manaphy. Like, you just cannot let those hit the discard or hit play. And as long as you do that, you're going to be able to play a normal game of Gardevoir versus Lost Zone, which usually is good. But it's good when you have Jirachi down to stop that Sableye from actually wreaking havoc with Lost Mine.
That's true, Jeremy. A lot of times I think that Gardevoir is favored into the Lost Box matchup, but I think the fact that I have Jirachi, I have Manaphy, I have Radiant Greninja, it just spoiled me. And now you're going to have to not depend on those support Pokemon, and all you have really are refinements and mysterious tails to work with, nothing really protecting your bench, as Azul could freely go for something like the Moonlight Shuriken or even Aqua Storm much later in the game. As Edwin again gets 3 Ralts into play, has access to that level ball as well, could choose to go for the 4th Ralts too here as he does play the level ball. That's what he tries to grab. It is going to be that 4th Ralts just like that. There is no conceivable way now for there to be 2 non-psychic Pokemon in play.
Yeah.
Right now.
And again, for this foreseeable future, as long as Edwin just doesn't refinement away one of those Pokemon, he's going to be doing pretty well here. But now Azul has a completely different game plan in mind. You're going to want to just do the normal Lost Zone thing where you flower selecting a couple times, Colch's Experiment, get that Cramorant knockout. Then the next turn, Mirage Gate to Radiant Greninja. There's not going to be a Manaphy in play, so Radiant Greninja is going to get 2 prizes. And then from there, it's going to be pretty easy to clean things up with Sableye.
It's going to be very interesting to see Azul really shift gears here in his plays as he does open up the Battle VIP pass. Does open up the Sableye, not the most ideal starter. Not the worst, though. We do have a couple of switch options. Azul here, again, just going for the deck check. Again, it's probably one of the most important Lost Box is one of the most important decks to deck check just because you're really depending on your box, your tools, your counters that you have in the deck, as well as the different counts of energy. It's one of those cases where you don't want to be left using Mirage Gate suboptimally and realizing, oh wait, I prized all my lightning or 2 psychic energies or whatnot. As we do see Azul does open up, does get the Radiant Greninja in play and the Comfey again. Radiant Greninja, great attacker, great support Pokemon. Let's see what else Azul has in store for us.
Yeah, again, just prize checking, making sure he has access to the cards he needs. Now you're going to want to know how many water energy in the deck. 2 are going to be prized, so you're going to have to prioritize those a little bit more for that Moonlight Shuriken potentially on the following turn. And starting the Sableye is a little bit awkward here. You'd love to start that Comfey, just start power selecting, but I think it'll be fine as long as Azul has access to a Colch's Experiment in hand.
Yes, and let's see what else he has here. Again, do you start swinging at this point, Jeremy? Did you just take a knockout with a potential Cramorant at this point, or do you still want to have that potential to go for the counter catcher plays? Oh, wait.
Wow, yeah, discarding the only energy in hand for the concealed cards, valuing the 2 cards off the top instead of the 1 from flower selecting, but unfortunately does not find anything else to really do that turn. No Colress's Experiment for Azul. Hand's a little bit awkward, but Edwin's, his main supporter is Iono, so forced to use the worker here for just 3 cards. Missing energies, but finds 2 of them. I don't know if he has access to any Kirlia yet. Hopefully finding an Ultra Ball or something off this Mysterious Tail.
Does find the level ball. Should guarantee at least one of those Kirlias. Does play it here. Again, Kirlia, the backbone of this deck. The middle stage evolution, putting in the work with the refinement ability. Not only does it draw you cards, it puts important cards in the discard pile, like that Psychic Energy. And gonna need a couple more, though.
Yeah, usually for Stage 2 decks throughout the history of Pokemon TCG, Stage 1s weren't even really played. You're just playing Rare Candy, or they're just played in 1 or 2 ofs. Don't really do much, don't have a good attack, don't have a good effect. Having the ability to just discard any card to draw 2 cards makes Kirlia one of the best Stage 1s we've seen in a while.
And now Artizone being played, able to find a basic Pokemon. It's gonna be that Screamtail. And I was wondering what Pokemon can attack for 2 energies. Mew can, but I think Screamtail is a little bit of a better option. Again, it does damage equal to the amount of damage counters on it. And guess what? Gardevoir puts damage counters and energies. So it should be able to take a knockout on the lone Comfey, potentially.
Yeah, this is just a perfect turn 2 for Edwin. Only grabbing that 1 Kirlia, but having that Rare Candy Gardevoir EX means you can get super aggressive here with this Screamtail. Going to be doing 80 damage to the bench, and even getting rid of the Artizone with the Lost Vacuum. This is going to shut Azul down completely with a hand that did not do anything last turn, but does find a basic energy to concealed cards. Oh, Comfey, but you can't play that down because it's just going to get knocked out by Screamtail. Oh, no, Manaphy.
Nah, if you have the Manaphy. And what a world we're living in, Jeremy, where the Gardevoir player has more cards in the Lost Zone than the Lost Box player. Azul is just going to pass it back to Edwin, just going for another refinement. Edwin looking good here. Is going to be able to take at least the 2-prize lead. Does have the knockout on the active Sableye at the very least. Going for the Shiny Arcana. Draws into another supporter in that worker. Again, does not want to play the Iono. And
yeah, I don't know about that.
Definitely, definitely. And just going to be the Fog Crystal for the energy. Don't really need to do much else. Probably just play the worker, try and establish the board a little bit more. Ideally, would have loved to see maybe a Boss's Orders on the Comfey just say, you're never getting cards into the Lost Zone. Because once the Sableye does come down, we're going to be seeing some flowers get selected. And yeah, it's just going to be the worker drawing 3 cards. There doesn't have to be a stadium in play to use this supporter, as Rare Candy there is a Rare Candy, but no other Gardevoir in hand.
Yeah, no Kirlia either, no way to find any other Pokemon. Edwin's going to have to slow down a little bit, but still going up in the prize race here. Screamtail taking the knockout. This is the 4th Iono found.
And Azul finally has the Comfey in the active. Goes for the flower selecting. Finds a Nest Ball and a Mirage Gate. Does have a second Comfey in hand, but no way to switch
to it, yeah.
again. It's going to be the pass.
At this point, part of me thinks it might just be better to go on to the next game. There's still a little under 26 minutes left to go in this match, but I don't know if Azul's going to be able to survive through the aggression that Edwin's been presenting this game. And wow, Kirlia, level ball off the top of the deck. This is going to be dangerous.
Azul's going to have to use Radiant Greninja back to back to back into possibly Kyogre. I think there is still lines possible for Azul, especially if Edwin's never going to bench those support Pokemon like the Manaphy and the Jirachi. It's possible, but with 1 card in the Lost Zone, I'm going to take that back.
You don't think it's going to get to 7 next turn?
I don't think so. I don't think he even plays something like...
there's 2 Lost Vacuum.
Oh, there
2
is Lost
Force
Vacuum.
Stone.
Okay.
So there's potential, but Azul would just need to draw Colress's Experiment next turn, find a Pokemon V, find the Forest Seal Stone, maybe another Comfey even. It's definitely going to be a big uphill battle for Azul here in this game too.
Edwin here plays a Collapse Stadium, gets rid of the Manaphy on the bench, playing defensively here. Manaphy wasn't even the worst bench sitter, since it still can technically attack into the Mawile, but playing very defensively playing the Collapse Stadium in combination with the Super Rod. There's nothing to Echoing Horn on the bench anymore, as Azul promotes a Comfey, draws Colress Experiment for the turn.
Did I call it or what?
Big top deck here, 5 cards going into hand, 2 into the Lost Zone. What do we draw? Not too much. There's an energy. We can keep on going here. We still have the flower selecting to work with.
Yeah, there's the Pidgeot V's, so if you find a Forest Seal Stone off of concealed cards, I can grab you a Colress's Experiment next turn, potentially.
I'm curious what Azul is going to have to keep. Does have the Kyogre prize, and I'm sure that's something you might be thinking about using in this matchup, but by sending the Hisuian Heavy Ball, it's going to have to draw into it naturally. Does opt to keep the Psychic Energy for the concealed cards, draws 2 more. Lost Vacuum and a Stadium. No, that's a Nest Ball. Lost Vacuum. I got a little ahead of myself, but there's still hope here with the Comfey. 3 cards down in the Lost Zone. And this is, how many Comfey does he have left in the deck? I think there's only 1 more potentially.
There just might be 1 left. Looking at this flower selecting, that's going to be an easy battle VIP past the Lost Zone. But again, no real way to capitalize on this. No Cramorant available to him. Oh, well,
he has Nest Ball.
There's a Nest Ball, but there's only Escape Rope in the hand.
Ooh, I think any damage is good. Essentially, even if you're attacking, if you're going to attack, you just have to attack this turn. Attack with the Cramorant. Even if you're not taking a knockout, you're doing damage potentially on the Gardevoir EX. Maybe set it up for an Aqua Storm turn, but we'll have to see. Nest Ball here being played. What is the grab? Could go for another Comfey. Could keep on digging.
It has to be that Cramorant. Azul needs to start applying some pressure here, and even if he uses the energy to retreat the Comfey in the active, take the knockout on Screamtail, or plays the Escape Rope to put damage on the Gardevoir or Gardevoir EX, I think it's going to be fine either way.
What is the line now for Azul? He is only going to be able to take 1 prize this turn. Edwin is down to 3. It's going to take Edwin 3 turns to win this game. It still takes Azul, even most ideal situation, 4 turns, including this one, as Escape Rope is being played. Going to promote.
Wow, all right. Getting rid of the Kirlia.
A little bit better,
feeding
actually.
it to that Spit Innocently from the Cramorant, so Azul's going to be able to take a prize card here.
There it is, Spit Innocently, as long as there's 4 cards in the Lost Zone. This attack is free, and that Kirlia goes down. Azul takes his first prize card. Back now to Edwin. What can he put together? Looks like it is eyeing out the Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Looks like just going to opt for the Screamtail while he has it. Has a pretty sizable hand. Can play the Iono if they choose to. Azul was able to really stabilize thanks to that Colress Experiment. Just going to attach for turn. That Shiny Arcana is in perfect health.
And with this 3rd energy attachment on the Screamtail, it's going to be enough damage to be able to take a knockout on this Cramorant. And that way you can just keep going with Roaring Scream, save that Gardevoir on the bench with its full HP, keep it out of range of a Sableye.
As Iono is being played now, typically it seems odd. You know, Edwin has less prize cards than Azul, but that is thanks to something like the Gardevoir. You do stabilize a little bit as well as disrupt Azul as much as possible. And I believe that was the Shining Arcana attachment onto the Ralts, and it's just going to be the Screamtail attack, knocking out the Cramorant. Edwin goes down to 2. Azul promotes a Comfey, does have Colress Experiment in hand, and the Stadium. We could see some stuff happen here.
This is going to be the big turn for Azul. Has double Mirage Gate in hand, so as long as Azul can get to 7, which with a Colress Experiment and the flower selecting, he's going to be able to do so. You can Mirage Gate to that Radiant Greninja and Moonlight Shuriken, the Screamtail, and the Ralts leaving just 2 Gardevoir in play for Edwin, and he really can't bench anything else.
But isn't 2 Gardevoir enough here? Even if Azul does go for the Moonlight Shuriken, Gardevoir EX is an attacker, Gardevoir is an attacker. You think if Edwin was just had one more prize, maybe Azul can close this out, take out all the attackers in play, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see what Azul has in store for us, as now 6 cards in the Lost Zone, plus the Nest Ball. What else have they got? What other tricks do they have up their sleeve? It's going to be the Mawile coming into play. Interesting. What can get trapped here, Jeremy?
You can do the Ralts, maybe. It's not even really trapped. You just teleportation burst out of it, but it would buy Azul a turn, which might be enough, but I think it's just a desperation play at this moment.
All right, goes for the flower selecting here. 7 cards now into the Lost Zone. Again, Edwin's down to 2, does go for the Mirage Gate. Getting that water energy and a lightning energy. Again, has to be 2 different energy types to get the attachment. Looks like it is gonna be the Mawile powered up, choosing to keep the water energy in the Mawile, interestingly enough.
I guess you can tempting trap the Gardevoir EX, maybe?
Is there any energy in the discard pile?
Yeah, that's going to be the question, right? There's 7 in play already. And if Edwin hadn't really planned that ahead, no energy in the discard. This Gardevoir might be sticking around for a little bit.
Has Azul found a way here?
At least a couple more turns. And that's better than nothing.
So there is 7 energy currently in play. We do know for a fact that Edwin plays 10, so he still has access to at least 3 in the deck, if assuming none are prize. If Edwin's last 2 prizes are Psychic Energy, technically Azul wins this game. Because
yeah, and it looks like there's not Super Odd Curlia last 2 prizes. Edwin has an energy in hand along with that Reversal Energy. So Reversal Energy is another card where you can still attach it to the Gardevoir EX, but it's not going to provide a Psychic Energy.
So here, again, Edwin just thinning out the deck, but more importantly, I think thinning out the deck in a safe way. Again, just has to draw into those energies. You can't even refine the Psychic Energy. There's no Refinement Curlia in play at the moment. You could always just attach the Reversal, take your time, Opposite Evolve into the Mirage Step Curlia, just attaches that Reversal Energy and passes.
Well, this is what Azul needed. Just time to try and figure out his game plan for the rest of this game. Edwin down to just 2 prize cards to Azul's 5. That means Azul's countercatchers are always going to be live for right now.
As Azul goes for another Colress Experiment. Great play again with that Mawile. Buying that extra turn means this is an extra Colress Experiment played. Technically able to get to 9 in the Lost Zone. Sends a Colress Experiment. What is the game plan here? They could go for Moonlight Shuriken at this point. But again, with Edwin only needing 2 knockouts, what is the play? Kyogre isn't even a choice, since we do know that is prized. We have Dragonite.
Yeah, there's the Hisuian Heavy Ball at least, so if Azul does find that, would be able to fetch that
He
Kyogre
sent it
out
to
of
the Lost
prizes.
Zone a little bit earlier.
He did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not in the... Oh, yeah.
As, again, you think it's just another tempting trap turn.
Yeah, I'm going to be tempting trap until Edwin gets that Psychic Energy on there, and potentially even after taking a knockout. You just got to try to play to your outs, no matter how slim they are.
As Dragonite V now played. Again,
because there is a route where, with Edwin evolving that Curlia, this could be very dangerous, right? So there's 3 Psychic Energies left in the deck, so I guess technically there's enough energy for Edwin to actually attack with everything on board. 2 Psychic Energies on the active Gardevoir, a Psychic Energy on the Curlia, and a Reversal Energy on the Curlia would allow a Shining Arcana Gardevoir to attack if it gets evolved. So able to really attack with everything if he finds everything. Pokestop finds double Super Rod.
going to be interesting here. So if Edwin attaches the Psychic Energy to the Gardevoir and Azul opts to counter catcher the shiny.
Oh, no.
Oh, what could be happening here is just an attack with the Dragonite. And with the energy so spread out, there is a potential for no return KO. And this is big damage. This is 250 damage onto a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, Dragonite V is something that was super popularized by Azul and his team earlier on in the season, earlier on last year. Just such a great attacker in this Lost Zone box deck. Kind of seen just no play for the past few tournaments. And with players deciding that, yeah, maybe Lost Zone Kyogre is good again, this Dragonite V is finding its way back home.
This is the route to Vic. This is a line. And
no, it's not a knockout.
It's 250 damage onto the Gardevoir. I believe they would like for it to be a knockout. It does put energy into the discard pile.
Did Azul grab 2 prizes? Are we, oh, the Tempting Trap. It adds 90 damage when you attack. The ill-forgotten second effect of Mawile. So able to do 340 damage with that Dragon Gale, and that was such a heads-up play from Azul.
What are these lines? Definitely not something I had planned, not something I looked into here, as that is a knockout into the Gardevoir EX. Edwin has to find another Gardevoir.
Yeah, and I think they're clarifying it now. We never really see that attack. Again, 20 damage on Azul's bench due to that Dragon Gale, but that's fine. We got the big knockout on Gardevoir EX, and looking to kind of close things out here.
Pokestop now being played.
Oh no, discards the reversal and the Psychic Energy.
Wait. Do we have any more Gardevoirs in the deck? We did have an Ultra Ball. Why?
There's an Ultra Ball in hand.
Because the Pokestop, you use that in a desperation type move, especially in a Gardevoir deck. Are we in a tough situation?
I think there's only the one EX that was just knocked out, so Edwin should have access to another one. Oh, no! They're both in the discard, so Edwin is trying to find a Super Rod to be able to get that Gardevoir EX back in play, and this game is starting to heat up.
That was a very scary Pokestop. Again, so many things could have gone wrong. Could have discarded something like a Manaphy or a Jirachi, and things would be really done then. As 2 Shining Arcana Gardevoirs now in play, looks like the play is going to be hit into the Dragonite and hopefully boss it up for the knockout, because again, Edwin only needs 2 more prizes to win this game. But Azul Garcia Grego being able to find a way to come back, as Iono is the play here for Edwin, giving him 2 prize cards to Azul's, giving him 2 cards to Azul's 3. What are the draws? Not too good here for Edwin, but again, does have access to both Shining Arcana.
No, you already used them before the Iono, so just left with those 2 cards. Screamtail is going to do 120 damage to the active, but Azul is in firm control now in this game. You can even maybe counter catcher if you have it, bring up that Gardevoir with 3 energies, take the knockout, and that means the Screamtail is going to be able to take the knockout, but other than that, I don't know what Edwin has. Well, yeah, you can't attack with Dragonite. There's 2 prize cards left.
Azul needs to find a single prize attacker. Ideally, maybe a Sableye. Does find the Chorus Experiment off the concealed cards, which is huge. I also has the switch card to be able to switch out the Dragonite, heal it as well. Has Mirage Gate too. If they have enough to attack with the Greninja, there is 2 water energy and 1 energy. 2 water energy on the Dragonite, 1 water energy in the Lost Zone. So there would have to be exactly 2 in the deck. Does go for the Pokestop. Perfect 3 card. Well, 3 free cards there.
Yeah, so the best case scenario here would be trying to attack with a Sableye this turn. I don't know if he has access to it just yet, but Super Rod plus Colossus Experiment should be able to find some stuff.
If he attacks with the Sableye, he can take a knockout on the Screamtail. Can he set up both Gardevoirs to get knocked out by Radiant Greninja, though? I don't think it's possible. He's going to have to go for like a Kyogre play after the knockout.
10 damage short, I think. Colossus Experiment finds that Force Seal Stone. Pokestop you can throw away if you want.
Very intense here. Sends the Force Seal Stone.
But I don't think there's a way to search for a Pokemon.
There's still a Pokestop. Oh, no, we've already Pokestopped.
I think this might be a turn where you just Moonlight Shuriken potentially. Take the knockout on the Scream Tail, set up the KO on a Gardevoir. Maybe you just...
How many Mirage Gates do we have in hand? I know for a fact there's no water energies in hand.
Maybe you just 90-90 both Gardevoir. That leaves him with 50 HP left, but then there's 30 HP left on the Scream Tail. That's not going to do it.
I think... Oh, as close as... Azul has brought this back from almost an impossible board state, but now what are the options? Healing up the Dragonite 30. Just leave it with 90 damage. Still 130, still very, very easily knocked out by one of the Shiny Arcana Gardevoirs. Goes into the Comfey. It's going to be a Flower selecting here. Not too many cards left in deck. Would it have to be a blind Aqua Storm, potentially? Does draw into the Kyogre. The second card better be bad, as it is going to be the counter catcher. A blind Aqua Storm.
Well, there's the Recycler in hand, I believe.
Yeah. If you put 5 cards, all you need to do is hit 3, knock out both Gardevoirs.
I think Azul would need to switch card into the Dragonite and then retreat manually into the Kyogre just to get those energies in the discard so you can Recycler back into the deck.
Does have access to Forest Seal Stone still.
Yeah, still has not used that. That's pretty great.
So there is a combination of cards.
I mean, you only need 3 energies off the Aqua Storm, right?
Yes. If you can get your deck down to 6 cards just to make sure you don't lose Aqua Storm.
We're going to see the switch card back to that Dragonite. Retreat, the big 3 retreat cost, getting those energies in the discard. We're going to see an Aqua Storm here, Wancho.
Oh, and it's a very, very interesting Aqua Storm as Super Rod's going to be played, shuffling in 3 energy, I believe, and Mirage Gate.
Ooh, there's energy in the deck, too. That's good.
All right.
So I think with a Recycler, it should almost be guaranteed.
Mirage Gate, 2 attachments there onto the Kyogre. Can use the Forest Seal Stone to get that Psychic energy, the water energy to attach for turn, or just have a second Mirage Gate.
I think with only 3 energy in the discard, this is going to be a little bit rough. So you Forest Seal Stone, go ahead and grab that water. Or just Mirage Gate, and then Energy Recycler, the 3 back. That's 6 cards in the deck. I think that might be able to do it, but then again, how do you take the last knockout?
Do we still have Cramorant?
Somewhere.
That could still be a possibility. Do we still have Rod?
Yeah, let's look through the deck. Echoing Horn, Water, Super Rod. Yeah, you need to take the water, though, and just hope that you don't discard the Super Rod. Oh, this is so scary.
You have to take the water to be able to attack. You have to make sure you don't discard the Super Rod so you have an attacker left in the deck, because Scream Tail does have enough damage on it to knock out the Kyogre, I believe. And
okay, so maybe take the Super Rod with the Forest Seal Stone. You can put back some Pokemon. You can Energy Recycler the 3 energy back into the deck. Mirage Gate, the 1 water out to the Kyogre in the active spot. I think that's going to leave Azul with enough cards here. But then you just can't discard
the
something
Pokemon
like the Cramorant.
There's no way, there's no Ultra Ball or anything in hand. A Nest Ball won't work here.
Just putting back in a Sableye and a Cramorant with this Super Rod, it seems like. It's going to be 5 cards, then minus the 1 from the Mirage Gate, 4 cards, 3 cards from the Super Rod. That's 7 cards. I think Azul might be able to pull it together here and then just hope that this Sableye or Cramorant stick around off of this discard 5.
What a very interesting game, Jeremy. From the tempting trap, dealing the extra damage, to an Aqua Storm not finishing out the game. Sometimes you really do have to go out of your comfort zone, not use your flow chart. Counting the energies in the deck, there's 4 energy in the deck.
Yeah, there are 4 energy in the deck. You need to hit 3 of them, and if you hit 3 of them, you can't discard Sableye Psychic or a Cramorant. This is sweaty, Wancho.
I'm not even doing the math on this one, Jeremy. We're just gonna Aqua Storm and pray. And
there's the judge shuffle.
Here we go. Azul, declare the attack. No, we still have cards to play.
Yeah, use the Force Seal Stone. You can go ahead and play this Lost Vacuum, get rid of it. That way, you still have 2 cards in the hand.
Aqua Storm, discarding Cramorant.
Psychic.
Oh, and the Sableye!
Didn't even hit the 3 energy.
Enough energy. 100 damage to both Gardevoir.
This is heartbreaking for fans of Azul GG, but Edwin is looking to close things out now. Still needs to take a knockout on that Dragonite. Drawing a boss's orders would do it.
Does get the Greninja. Could dig deeper if they could choose to, but things are scary. Does have one more Arcana.
Big 2 cards for Edwin here. Top 8 on the line. Counter Catcher's not going to do it.
Again, right now, does still have knockout on Kyogre regardless, but does give Azul an opening benches.
I would love to see the Fog Crystal thin out maybe a little bit before this concealed cards. But again, it depends where Iono put the boss's orders, if it's just on top of the cards put under the bottom of the deck, or if it's on the bottom of the deck.
What is the play? It's going to be concealed cards here, discarding the
Last
Psychic
2
Energy.
Cards. Boss's orders will win the game.
There it is!
There it is! Boss's orders off the top of the deck. And with 90 damage on that Dragonite V, a Gardevoir with the 3 energy will be able to take the knockout and punch Edwin Arroyo into top 8.
What an intense match. There it is.
Not even in top 8. This is game 3.
This is game 3.
I got ahead of myself. Now there's 3 minutes left to go. I don't know what's going to happen. These players are going to tie out of top 8 now.
That's 1-1. This is not how I expected this match to turn out, Jeremy. But
it's been the full 50 minutes essentially, and there's been so many swings. I think this is a playground.
Either way, if both these players don't make it in top 8, they played their hearts out. That's one of the most interesting games of Pokemon I've ever seen in my life. Just Azul seeing these lines, a normal player just would not have even considered. And again, but Edwin Arroyo playing it correctly, benching once he knew what to play around, gets the attack off with the Scream Tail. This Scream Tail did work. This was down the entire
it was phenomenal.
match.
It was turn 2, just going at Azul's bench with Roaring Scream, and then just knockout after knockout on the active Pokemon thanks to that Manaphy from Azul. But this was the big turning point of the game, attempting a trap on the Gardevoir EX, trying to just trap it active, but utilizing the the extra 90 damage for your Dragon Gale here, taking the big 1-hit KO, and then Azul playing and sequencing out everything to try to hit this Aqua Storm, take the knockout on both of the Gardevoirs, but hits both of the Pokemon he shuffled back with Super Rod. And now we have a game 3 here with just under 2 minutes to go.
I think all you can pray for is get a turbo out, something like a Dragonite, and take a knockout on a Lone Ross. Oh no, sorry, you can always cram knockout. I always forget about the Cramorant. That's a little bit easier, as Azul does open up the double battle VIP pass. And yeah, it's just gonna be double battle VIP pass, getting both the Comphase, retreat into the Pidgeot. And yeah, it's gonna be Flower selecting here, sending the Cramorant to the Lost Zone. Does get the Forest Seal Stone, so it has access to pretty much anything they want in the deck. But looking at Edwin's hand, does have the Battle VIP pass, so yeah, Battle VIP pass should guarantee at least a couple of Pokemon. Nest Ball now being played for Azul, gonna find themselves the Dragonite as well here.
Yeah, this is a much better start for Azul that we've seen these 3 games so far. Having that Forest Seal Stone, go ahead and grab a Battle VIP Pass or that Hisuian Heavy Ball, finding a Pokemon from the prize cards here, and gonna set up potentially a good turn 2. But as long as Edwin's able to get down some Pokemon, this is going to most likely end up in a tie, depending maybe, yeah, not starting something like the Manaphy or the Radiant Greninja means you can't lose to a Mawile. That would be maybe the one gentleman's agreement that we see. This has been such a weird game, and I think it was just that last turn. Azul kind of overthought it maybe, but just unfortunately had to discard 3 non-energies out of what, the 4 in the deck, 3 and 5 in the deck.
Yeah, definitely. Some would think maybe we should have just loaded it with energy, just take out both those Pokemon and just hope. But as we do see here, what else has he got to play? Does have the Lost Vacuum, and this is a way to turbo out more cards into the Lost Zone. Count now is 3.
Yeah, I'm still just thinking back to that last game, that last turn. Kyogre has 130 HP. Screamtail was only doing 120.
So
if you don't put back the Sableye, just put back the Cramorant, and then take the knockout on both Gardevoirs, guaranteed, because now you have 6 cards in your deck. 4 of them are energy. You're going to be getting there. And then you keep the energy and just surf for the knockout with the Kyogre.
That's true. If Azul maybe just put in all energies instead of...
Well, he put all the energies that he had back in the deck, but he just put that extra Pokemon. It was the extra non-energy card that he discarded.
That's true. So if he technically would have gotten the game there, since Screamtail only does 120.
Yeah, and the Manaphy on the bench meant you can't attack the bench. Just 120 on the Kyogre, and then you just attach the last energy in your deck and surf.
That indeed would have been game. That is a thinker.
With this Battle VIP pass, this is going to essentially seal up the game as a tie, depending on both of the players' agreement. But with time being called, I get confirmation, but I think Edwin is turn 0.
You go Battle VIP pass, find the Manaphy.
Give Azul the out.
As we do see, just 2 Ralts now in play. It's impossible to finish the game out at this point, but we're playing it out here. Does find the Ultra Ball. Just get more Pokemon, maybe. Yeah, there's 4 Ralts now in play, but after such an intense game and just Azul missing out on just 1 extra energy, just 1 singular play might cost him top 8.
It might cost him, most likely will cost him top 8, along with Edwin here, as they're both in game 3 under time. And Azul has the hot hand no more.
Ooh, okay, so what, again, not much else we can do here. We're playing cards, we're playing Pokemon. Goal is just not to lose in the final few seconds of this match. Oh, not even final few seconds, final few turns of this match. And with both players having just this massive bench. What can you do, Jeremy? What can you do?
Enjoy top 16, maybe, for Edwin. Maybe Azul.
It's time to ring toss.
Yeah, maybe Azul's going to bubble into top 32, sitting at 33 match points after this game. But with both players playing it out, we'll have to see how things shape up. Again, the way time works for the Pokemon TCG is once time's called after 50 minutes, active player's turn is turn 0, then there's 3 more turns after that. So if Edwin was turn 0, that means Azul's going to have 2 turns to try to get an overwhelming board state potentially and say, hey, I'm going to probably win this game. And then depending on if they have an agreement or not, we could see a winner. But other than that, it's looking like a tie.
Yeah, I mean, Edwin at 34 points after tying.
Yeah, that's going to be top 16 for sure.
Yes.
And I do got confirmation Azul was turn 0. So that means this is Azul's last turn of the game. Could potentially Colress's Experiment, double Comfey into Mirage Gate, Moonlight Shuriken, take a knockout on 2 Ralts, and say, hey, I had like the best possible turn 2 I could probably have. I don't know what you can do that might be better. We'll have to see.
Then Edwin responds with a Gardevoir EX, Rare Candy, into Zacian, knockout a Dragonite V, and hey, I just took 2 prizes as well. So.
Yeah.
Oh, but I got carried by the emotions of that.
All the
last
emotions,
game.
I forgot what game it was. So much stuff happened in that second game compared to the first game where it was just a quick tempting trap scoop.
Yeah, and I just, I know, just after the tempting trap, I was almost thinking, oh, this match is, what, 90-10 or something. All it takes is Edwin to take a prize and put down one Pokemon, one non-ideal Pokemon, or if Azul can bait it out with the Echoing Horn, that's just game, but we saw the outs. Azul breaking a little bit and Edwin getting a little bit lucky.
Yeah.
Or Azul, more importantly, Azul getting unlucky with the discards.
I don't know if it's luck. It might be skill at this point. Mirage Gate is going to be played to charge up that Radiant Greninja. So we are going to see a Moonlight Shuriken here this turn, switch and Water Energy in hand.
And yeah, again, Radiant Greninja, just one of those powerful cards in the game. Moonlight Shuriken able to take 2 prizes. This is Lost Box here. You know, 7 cards in the Lost Zone turn 2, getting 2 extra prizes. I'm sure this is the game Azul wanted to see. But either that or tempting traps, right? And Forest Seal Stone now on that Radiant Greninja. Everything on that Radiant Greninja but the kitchen sink, as we do see the switch and the Moonlight Shuriken knocking out 2 Ralts.
Yeah, so it's going to have Azul go down to 4 prize cards. And if their agreement is based on prize cards, that means Edwin's going to have to try to find a boss's orders along with that Gardevoir EX and a bunch of Psychic Energy in the discard. I don't know if that's going to be able to do it here.
Ooh, that might be a little bit too tough here to take 2 prizes, that's for sure. Does have the Ultra Ball, Iono. If you Iono, you're not getting the boss's order, so you're going to have to use a level ball here to get the Refinement Curlia, and you only have one of those because the other has to turn into the Gardevoir EX, and you need a ton of energy, and you need the boss's orders. It's probably not a knockout on a 2-prizer this turn, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know if Edwin's going to be able to pull it off, but again, it's all in the player's hands at this point. We don't know what they've talked about, what they've set up beforehand, and this is the last turn of the game, of game 3 in our round 15.
Yeah, I mean, first one to take prizes in game 3 seems just too favored to Lost Box,
yeah.
Almost. Again, Zacian V does have the attack Storm Slash, can take a prize, but Azul did take 2 prizes.
With the Psychic Energy in hand, you can discard it with this Refinement, and you're gonna need like 15 cards off these 2 cards.
One of them is Gardevoir EX, but there was the Ultra Ball already in hand. With that, Pokestop for Rare Candy. Nope.
Did get to draw 3 cards, but those 3 cards are not helping at this point in the game.
You can Ultra Ball for the Radiant Greninja. Use the Fog Crystal to draw 1 extra card. But then what?
Super Rod here, gonna put back those Ralts that got knocked out this last turn. You can level ball for one of them back to the bench, but again, if you're not even taking a knockout this turn, which I don't think Edwin has stuff to set up, Azul can just Moonlight Shuriken if there was another turn left, so you can potentially use that as an argument.
That is true. I mean, another second Moonlight Shuriken would definitely technically secure the game going if we had more time, but unfortunately we don't. And all we have now is an Iono. Azul down to 4, Edwin up 6.
Well, I'm going to use this time to update everyone on our players that are potentially locked in for top 8 already. Ryan Antonucci gave the win to Aiden Koos at table 1. Both of them are at 37 match points. That's Gardevoir up against Lost Zone Box. Table 2 was Raymond Long and Tyler Matthews. Both of them ID'd, so they're at 36 points, both guaranteed. That's Gardevoir EX and Iron Valiant EX. And then Kamal Crooks Valdez and Jose Marzan at table 3 took the ID. Both of them Roaring Moon going to 35 match points, hoping that their breakers are going to be good enough. And I think with this natural tie potentially, it might seal up 35 as a guarantee in, but the players are having a debate right now.
Ooh, Yes, again, Edwin Arroyo, 34 points. Azul should be at 33. Both not quite enough. A little bit heartbreaking here. As, again, both players just discussing, maybe talking about board state. This is one of those maybe where they're playing the game in their heads.
Yeah.
Oh, you were going to do this, and I would have done this.
Another update, Table 4, Ian Robb took down Rowan Stavino. That means a Lost Zone Giratina V-Star squeaks its way into top 8, 36 match points.
There you go. Anyone surprised about that? Not me necessarily.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. I'm surprised about no Charizard in contention for top 8.
I mean, we did see the big drop of Charizard from one of the most played decks in day 1 to the 3rd most played here in day 2. Yeah.
All right, we'll get confirmation on how this game ended up for everyone. We're gonna assume right now it's gonna be a tie, but we'll let y'all know.
Who? Jeremy.
I need a drink of water after that game too. Like I'm telling you what.
I need an Aqua Storm, that's for sure.
Azul needs an Aqua Storm.
A little bit more energy with the Aqua Storm, though. But yeah, again.
All right, we got confirmation. Edwin concedes to Azul. Azul's setup was just enough to be able to honor that agreement. But I don't know if Azul's going to have the tiebreakers to actually make it in. Might be sitting at 9th place.
Ooh, we'll have to see. Just that would be heartbreaking news after heartbreaking news, wouldn't it, Jeremy? But again, I think either way, Azul played it absolutely, almost perfectly. Played it well, to the best of their capabilities. And again, the Moonlight Shuriken on that last game and being able to secure-ish a game 3. But here, we're going to just take a quick look at, again, just the one knockout that was the doom of that first game, because it just led to a tempting trap of that Jirachi.
Yeah, counter catcher able to be used by Azul after a few turns of just flower selecting and pass, and able to take that game 1 pretty decisively. Now this is the game 2 that is all of the business here. Scream Tail turn 2, taking knockouts on Comfey, on Sableye, and just continuing its wreck. It stayed in play the entire game, and Azul just trying to do what he can. Took a prize with Cramorant thanks to that escape rope, and this was that big turn tempting trap on the Gardevoir EX. You have just forcing those energies, taking the big knockout with the Dragonite, and then this was the Aqua Storm for all Aqua Storms here, but discards that extra Pokemon he put back in with Super Rod, and then Boss's Orders after the last draw, Shining Arcana, concealed cards, Boss's Orders takes the knockout, forces the game 3, but with just under 3 minutes to go in game 3. Not really much either player can do, but Azul has that turn to Mirage Gate to kind of force his position and jockeying for this win after the gentleman's agreement.
What an intense game. I honestly cannot think of from the other Lost Box game we played where it was just essentially only using that mobile almost, to seeing almost every tool Lost Box has use of like, not even every, it was every tool and then some. Sometimes you're using the tempting trap to actually increase your damage output. Yeah, okay. What else? What else can you do with Lost Box, you know?
Yeah, really Azul just doing everything possible, but may have miscounted on that last Aqua Storm turn, and it led to Edwin taking the game 2, but it still was fine in Azul's favor anyway, because Edwin ended up conceding to the board state and those prizes, and we just played a few more extra turns, and it'll be interesting if Azul does make top 8 or not, but it's not looking likely.
Ooh, all right. Again, that would be heartbreaking indeed if you're stuck at 9th in a big tournament like this. I mean, it's Azul. I'm sure there will be other tournaments. There will be other championships. We're just going to have to stick with the one picture for now, potentially. But yeah, we'll have to see again. But again, great plays. I was just at the edge of my seat with that Aqua Storm. That's why I play the Pokemon trading card game. For moments like those, for finding out the outs, finding what you need to do, and executing it to almost perfection. Almost.
Yeah, and it looks like the other 35 point that has a contention to make it in is Jackson Ford from Canada playing that Lost Zone Giratina. So another Lost Zone Giratina has the potential to make it into top 8. And I think it's going to be between him, Azul, Jose, and Kamal for those 35 points to try to make it in.
All right. With that, you know what, Jeremy? I do really want to hear from the one and only Azul GG. So let's get to the interview.
Hello and welcome back to our lounge. I'm sitting here with our winner from the last round, Azul Garcia Griego, getting to 35 match points, playing the Kyogre with the Mawile. Feels like it's been a while since the Kyogre's been busted out. Tell us about that.
You stole the deck name there. Did I tell you about that last night? I thought I mentioned it.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a little while since we were on the Kyogre. We let Grant pick the deck for this tournament. So we went along with Grant with the Kyogre Mawile. Grant's actually been trying to play this for like months. He keeps bringing it up. We keep shutting it down. But he got his say this time around. We ran it here. And I think Aiden might be in cut with it as well right now. So, you know,
I think Aiden's in there, yeah.
Yeah, so the deck's doing pretty well right now. So, the went with the Ogre, but just with that, Grant wanted to play Ogre. We're with Ogre.
Yep, went with the Ogre, and it ends up being pretty good. You did well, Caleb did pretty well. Obviously, Aiden Koos playing the same archetype, making it into top 8. Tell us a little bit about what happened there at the end of that game, for anyone who's maybe a little confused how it all broke down. You guys were tied going into game 3, not a lot of time left. What was the conversation happening between you and your opponent?
So me and Aiden, or me and Edwin basically agreed on board state for our gentleman's agreement, and so that's basically whoever he thinks would win. Like if Edwin there had gotten a way to bump my Pokestop or Candy Gardevoir, I would have conceded, because I don't think I'd be able to actually replicate a powerful attack on my next turn. But with the lack of the bump of the Pokestop and then no attack KOing my Greninja,
you get to see so many cards.
Yeah. I had like 2 switch card in hand. The Pokestop was still in play. I was pretty confident I'd be able to find a Mirage Gate, be able to attack again with Greninja there. And that's basically what the deck tries to set up. It's like, you can't play your Jirachi down, you can't play your Manaphy down, so you get those early Moonlight Shurikens in the Guardy matchup if they don't play the Turo, and then you try and take over with the Greninja in the early game. And that's basically what was going on there. I mean, it would have been nice to have had a little bit more time to see a couple more turns, but yeah, it got cut a little bit short. But I appreciate Edwin, honoring our agreement.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's what it comes down to, right? 50 minutes, best of 3. It's not always enough time to finish 3 full games of Pokemon, and especially in instances with a deck like Gardevoir that's a little slower, with a deck like yours that's aiming to, stall things out with the Mawile. I want to talk to you about this end game sequence a little bit. Kind of an awkward scenario here, playing the Super Rod, going for the Kyogre when it's not quite guaranteed. Talk to us about what was going through your mind in this sequence, because we can tell you were really thinking through it.
Yeah, so basically, I was in a situation where I could KO both of the Gardevoirs there, but I had to make sure I don't take out at the same time while still having a win condition. And I was basically able to do that, but I did whiff the energy. I put 2 Pokemon back. I could have put 1 Pokemon back and guaranteed the 3 energy to KO the Gardevoirs, but then I only give myself 1 turn to finish the game, and I felt like I wanted the extra turn, or just maybe just the ability to attack with Cramorant at the end if a 1-prize knockout had happened. So I
was
put
Surf
the
on the table in your mind to try to close it out? That was something that they were discussing backstage. Surf with the Kyogre. If you clear both the Gardevoirs, right?
Yeah,
You need an energy for the Surf with Kyogre to KO the Screamtail. Screamtail can't KO the Kyogre, right?
Yeah. I would have needed my last energy off my prize cards, though, because I didn't have any energy in hand. I had 0 energy in hand at that point. They were all going back to the deck to get discarded. So I had 1 water prized. So I guess I could have relied on that. One of my thoughts behind putting an extra Pokemon in my deck is that it increased the odds of energy staying in the bottom 2 cards of my deck. But I don't even know if that makes any sense. Like, I was just trying to do the math really fast in my head. You could see how long it took me to execute the turn there.
And you still have to, of course, keep up tempo of the game. You maybe, in a perfect world, you can take as much time as you want and figure out the exact calculations. But tournament constraints, you got to play pretty quickly.
Definitely. Yeah, I probably should have just played to guarantee the Kyogre and then hope to hit the energy of the prize cards. It was my last prize card, so I wouldn't have got there. But I probably should have just played for that, because I could have guaranteed the Kyogre play with 1 card left in deck. It could have been an energy, could have been a Pokemon. And then if it is an energy, I think I have game as well, because I had Escape Rope Switch card Echoing Horn. Maybe just Escape Rope Switch card. Maybe I know the Echoing Horn did get mailed off the Kyogre attack. So it's possible Edwin could have put down like Zacian, Greninja, and then I would have decked out. So
sure. Yeah, lots at play, right? And then it does end up being kind of the uncommon whiff of the energy on the Kyogre.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get every little piece that you needed, but have to imagine the Aqua Storm has been pretty solid for you through the weekend. You've got, this is like just a true win condition deck, right? You kind of react to what your opponent does. You can be aggressive with the Dragonite and the Cramorant. You can play for the late game with the Kyogre, and then in certain matchups, go for the Mawile. How do you balance out so many different options, deciding what's right in the given time?
I mean, it's mostly matchup based. There are like some situations that come up where you do something in a matchup where you wouldn't normally do. Like I beat a Roaring Moon earlier without even using the Kyogre because the Dragonite forces them into a frenzied gouging, which just puts the prize trade on board in your favor usually. You like open up with a Cram hit maybe, or they get the first prize card, you respond with Dragonite, they frenzied gouging, and then you can Sableye or Ninja from there, clean stuff up. You don't even need the Ogre, but it is very good in that matchup. So it's just like really situational, but generally, you know when you want Ogre, you know when you don't want Ogre most of the time.
And in that game, too, not only did it come down to kind of that end game, the Kyogre play, there was also another really cool play that you went for in that game. Mawile, Tempting Trap on the Gardevoir EX, so you could KO it on the next turn. Is that something you find yourself doing often as well, or is that a rarer scenario?
It's come up a couple times where I've thought about it in the Gardevoir matchup, and I think Edwin did overcommit energy in play quite a bit, and didn't really see that play coming until I did it. And I didn't know what Edwin's prizes were, but if the last two prize cards were energy, I think I could have trapped the Gardevoir in the active for the rest of the game. I didn't really want to risk that. I was like, I'm pretty sure the Gardevoir will be able to attack at some point. So with that in mind, I'm just going to trap it here for a turn. I'll figure it out later. Then I got into my next draw. I was able to get the Dragonite knockout. I could have waited for like one more turn probably and been safe, but I was like, all right, just go for the Dragonite right now. Maybe I should have waited for one more turn. I might have gotten a cleaner Kyogre at the end of the game if I had waited. But I was like, let's just do it now, especially after I got Iono'd. So Edwin Iono'd himself, doesn't get to drop as much with the Gardevoirs yet, doesn't have as many options. So they're, all right, just go for the KO now. We'll see where it goes from here.
You've been so consistent this season. You've had some kind of rougher tournaments, but most recently, you won the San Antonio Regional Championships. You had the string of two other top 8s in a row, 3 total top 8s in a row with that San Antonio win, and then now you find yourself here, really close. You're at that 35 match points mark. We'll have to see exactly where it breaks down, 8th, 9th, somewhere in there. What do you think the key is to being as consistent as you have been the last couple of months? And obviously, all of this as well, coming off of a top 4 finish at this year's World Championships.
I just playing well on the day is like the biggest thing. I actually don't even think I played that well this weekend. I had a lot of ties and losses that could have become ties or wins, or a couple of them. Enough that I should have, if I'd played better, I'd have had more match points. Who knows what I end up against, if I do get a win or a tie when I got something worse. But just trying to play well on the day is really the biggest. Play a decent deck and then play well on the day. It's like the 2 biggest factors.
Without a doubt. Well, we appreciate your time, Azul. We'll get back out there, try to see exactly where the standings shape up, see where you find yourself. In the meantime, though, let's get back to our casters.
That's great to hear from Azul. And again, it was just that one uncommon energy that they wasn't able to really discard. No, but yeah, again, great plays. I believe he didn't quite make it 9th, I believe. But again, I'm 100% confident it's not going to be the last time we're going to see him. With that, we are just really cleaning things up, really preparing for the top 8 match. So I just want to take this time to remind everyone to make sure you go ahead and follow us in all our socials, on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook /Pokemon or @PlayPokemon. And of course, if you're at Twitch right now, you have the capability, you have the power to really decide on what the top 8 match is going to be, what top 8 match we're going to be streaming. Anyway, you don't have the power to decide who's in top 8. That's a little bit too much.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these matchups in this bracket plays out. Be sure to vote when the poll is live on Twitch to see who you want to feature for our top 8 stream here. Other than that, that is round 15. That does it for the Swiss rounds. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have top 8 ready for y'all, so don't go anywhere.
I'm back over at the ring toss area. It is time for someone to win the giant jumbo Wailord plush. Jeff, why don't you explain to everyone exactly what's happening here?
Okay, so in the shootout, there's going to be a process of each player is going to get 3 rings. What they'll do is they'll throw from a line further back than what they normally would, and on a blank board. All they have to do is ring at least one. If they can ring more, that's awesome, but what it's going to be is a shootout style. They'll each go in order. If anyone makes none, then they'll go to the next round. If one of them makes one, that person automatically wins, so on and so forth.
Okay. So they have an opportunity. If someone makes one,
Yes.
other people have an opportunity to try to make one as well to tie it up and go again.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, let's get our contestants' names. One of these 4 lucky people is going to walk away with a Wailord. What's your name?
Hey, I'm Kyle.
Kyle, how are you feeling? Are you confident?
Oh, absolutely not.
No confidence. Low confidence level. What's your name?
Joshua.
And how are you feeling, Joshua?
I feel pretty fair.
A little bit better than Kyle. Okay, we'll see. All right, what's your name?
I'm Bruce.
Bruce, how are you feeling, Bruce?
I have ran this for Vince before, so I'm confident.
We've got the most experienced one possibly here. Okay, and what's your name?
I'm Kaylee.
Kaylee, okay. And how are you feeling, Kaylee?
I'm feeling nervous.
Nervous? That's all right. It's all in good fun. These 4 are going to have their opportunity to try to win this big Wailord. Let's go ahead and line up. Whoever's going first.
Right,
I'll lead it to you, Jeff.
You're going to go first, so you'll stand right here on the 3rd line. And then we'll have you go next, Kaylee, and Birthday Boy gets the follow-up.
All right. 3 rings apiece. Once again, trying to get all the way around the blue box. They have to get all the way around. It can't be leaning on top. It has to be all the way around the base. First shot coming up here. Excellent form, but not quite able to secure a point. One more throw. That one's a lot closer, but still not quite. And the 3rd shot does not come through. We've got our next contestant up here.
Shootout also, earlier before, if it went prompt, they had a chance to knock it out. Shootout, if it's like that, they take it off. It's got to be a clean, fresh shot.
Got to be a clean shot all the way around. We got 3 more contestants. Who is coming away with the big Wailord? Not quite on the board. That one's close. Oh, so close. Does not come all the way through. Has to land all the way on the base, all the way around the square. No points scored there. Contestant number 3, the toss. Another one that's close, but not quite. One more doesn't quite make it. Last shot, and oh, bounces out. And we have our 4th contestant here, the experienced one. We'll see. If he gets this, he wins, correct? If he gets this, he wins the Wailord. 1 shot, 1 more shot here. Does he make it? No.
We go to the next round, and we'll do it again.
All right, one more time here. Someone has got to come away with it. We're going to go until someone wins, correct, Jeff? Yes, we go until someone wins. Here we are. Let's see if we see any strategy adjustments. Different forms. There's a toss, not quite. Another one that bounces right off. So incredibly close, but not quite strong enough. Here we go. Another one bounces right off. Very close again. Another bounce. And here we go. Another 3rd final throw. And does not make it. Does not quite make it. She did hit 3. Yes, earlier on for the qualifier, Kaylee here was able to make 3. Just needs 1 hit here. 1 hit, best shot. 1 more throw. Let's see if she can do it. And, oh, down the back of the wall. Bruce here making his 2nd attempt. If he can secure this, he gets the Wailord. 1 more shot here. Can he do it? And it bounces right off. 3rd time's the charm. Someone's got to win this thing. We'll see what happens.
So now that we're going into round 3, no one's got there yet. We bump it up to 4 rings each now.
So they're going to have 4 opportunities here up from the 3 they had previously. It's getting tense. These competitors, all 4, want to come home with the Wailord. How they're getting it home, that's going to be up to them. It takes up a lot of space in the car. If you flew, good luck. We'll see what happens. Here we go. 4 throws. There's number 1 down. Does not land. Number 2 circles around. Doesn't quite fall. Here we go. Throw number 3. And the final 4th throw. Oh, once again, so close, so close. Someone will win this thing eventually. There's a throw. The bounce does not land. We get one more throw. Does not work either. 2 shots remaining. Once again, a miss. One more shot here. And no. Okay. Okay. Here we go. 4 tries. There's one down. No hit. A second throw. Oh, so close. Bouncing just off the box. We got our Carnival Master Jeff here analyzing every situation, keeping his eye on the ring, and it was so close. So close. Here we go. One more try here. 4 tries, I should say. There's number 2. Number 3, and then one more for Bruce. No, not quite.
All right, now that we're going into the 4th round, they're going to come up to the 2nd line with 4 rings.
We're going to scoot him up a little bit, give him a little bit more of an opportunity to try to get the Whale Lord. Who's getting this bad boy home? Let's see it. We got 2 throws down. 3rd throw. Oh, that's another close one. Can't quite close it out, and again is a miss. Up to the 2nd line. Here we are. Here we go, our 4th round. Yeah, we can lean forward, lean him forward. Cannot fall. If he falls, it doesn't count. Very close, keeping the balance, and oh, it bounces right off. That was so close. Another bounce. Oh, so close. Maybe the best technique we've seen so far, though. Really leaning into it, using the arms to his advantage. Here we go. We got 3 more tries here. Oh, almost off the bank shot. We got another throw. No, not quite. And 4th and final try on this round is not successful. Not successful. Now, Bruce, here, before we get going, I understand it's your birthday, yes?
It is my birthday.
Would it be really cool to win a Wailord on your birthday?
It would be amazing to win it.
Well, let's see if you can do it. Wife's favorite Pokemon as well. 4 tries. Let's see if Bruce can do it. There's 1 throw. No. 2 throws. No. 3rd. Not quite. Last toss. Last try. And it doesn't come through. We're going again. 5th round. Here we go. Guys, we are making this as easy as possible for you, as we can. Someone's got to win this dang thing. Here we go. Let's slide back just a little bit. Here we go. We got so close. Could not be any closer. Oh, look how close it is. Doesn't fall through. It has to, once again, the base of the ring has to go all the way down to the bottom. Has to cover the square completely. Is this legal here? What are we doing? Penalty. Here we go. Can't quite cross the line. It's got to be a toss. Can't quite set it. It's got to be a toss. Cannot drop it over. It's got to be some forward momentum here. Not quite. So close. So close. Oh, okay. First chance. Was able to get one. So now our last 2 players have an opportunity to tie this up. Or win it if they can get more than one. Here we go. 4 rings to throw. Not quite working there. Toss number 2. We got toss number 3 coming up now. And final throw. Last chance to tie, and it does not work. All right, Bruce. 2 to win, 1 to tie. Let's see if he can do it. 2 to win, 1 to tie. There's a second toss. 2 more rings. 1 more shot to tie. Can he do it? And no! Our Wailord winner! Congratulations! Incredible. You're good. No. There he is coming through. Look at this big boy. Incredible. Hey, I gotta ask. He's getting a round of applause from the crowd out here. We've formed quite the crowd. How does it feel? How does it feel to hoist that Wailord up above your head?
I only have one thing to say.
Yes. There we go. You heard it here. Thanks so much for playing, everyone. Congrats to all our contestants. You never know what's going to happen at a Pokemon Regional Championships.
Alexander Flatos.
First-time regional player.
Top of the ladder right there, Alexander Flatos.
Getting the job done here in the top 4 now.
What a game we just saw. What a series.
I chose a deck I played thinking didn't do too well the week prior. It had a high percentage of playing, and then Rhydon came in and shut it down. So I thought it was a good chance to bring it in thinking, oh, no one's going to play Lugia.
Alexander, amongst the best of the best, made a fantastic meta call for this event.
It's hard to counter that matchup. I didn't tech anything too specific. It really goes off a price trade, hoping that if I go first, they don't turn one knockout since they really can do that. If they're not able to, I can potentially steal a game. But other than that, they're pretty much ahead the most time.
Here we
This is
go.
how we play Pokemon. There's nothing much to do other than laugh at that point.
Zul, he was playing Lost Box Kyogre. He was very tough, beat me round 1, I beat him round 2. Round 3, I just think he didn't have the engine to get to where he needed to be, so I got a little lucky on that part and was able to take game 3. The moment he wasn't able to get rid of my hand, I had the Weirdeer in hand with all the energy ready just to stack on it and go for the game.
This right here is peak Pokemon TCG. Alexander is in the driver's seat.
It feels amazing. It's something I didn't expect. I come in trying to win, but it's something where I'm playing with a bunch of amazing players, pro players, players who do this all the time. I respect all these people out here in the field. So it's something where I feel very honored and it's very surreal for me.
A lot of new faces. This is what I always hope to see, Kyle, is some new names making their places known.
It means a lot. It's something where I have a good backing with my friends. It means a lot to test and have a good time. It really gives a sense of purpose. Like I won, I have my friends back, they did real well. It's just something where I feel a lot more honored for it.
Alexander Flatos is the Sacramento Regional Champion.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, to play TCG live all the time, and I spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our Knoxville Regional Championship here on the trading card game side of things. We have had a very intense day 2 here, but things are finally narrowing down. I'm Shelby Boo, here with Pablo Meza, and we're going to bring you through our next round, which happens to be our featured top 8 match. Pablo, going into day 2, there were a lot of decks that we saw. Let's take a look at the deck layout, our conversion rate into our day 2 of Knoxville Regional Championship.
Roaring Moon has been dominating the field. It was I feel like at the top tables, the whole tournament, we have a few of them in top 8. And then Tina Vista, of course, one of the top decks of the format. Charizard, Lost Box, showing back big time this tournament.
Yep, a lot of decks we are familiar with, but what did our top 8 decks end up ironing out as? Let's take a look. Who's in our top 8? What decks are in our top 8? And what we're about to get into for our match as well.
Indeed, a couple Gardevoirs, your favorite deck ever. Couple of Giratina V-Stars, a couple Roaring Moon, an Entei, Valiant, and a Lost Box deck. A lot of variety. No Charizard, which is, I think, the big story, the most popular deck on day 1, but no show in top 8 rather.
Yep, Roaring Moon has taken the cake for that dark Pokemon deck here. We have 2 in our top 8, and we actually gave the top 8 decks to you all to vote for who's going to be featured in our next match, our top 8 match. Let's take a look at the bracket of who was facing off with each other and who we're about to see on stream as well.
Ryan Antonucci against Jackson Ford, Ian Robb against Tyler Matthews, Raymond Long against Jose Marcen, and Kamal Crooks versus Aiden Kuz. A lot of really familiar names, a lot of top players here, and for example, Kamal and Tyler really trying to make their name stand out in the crowd.
Yep, a lot of familiar names, a lot of good matchups here as well, but you all chose to feature Kamal versus Aiden there, and we're going to be getting into that very soon here. Our players are getting prepped. We're ready to go very soon to jump into this match, and I mean, I feel like all weekend the community choice has landed on Roaring Moon, and once again we're going to see a Roaring Moon coming up here, potentially having a spot to make it into our top 4. This is going to be so intense, Pablo. I am excited.
I am so excited, and we're actually ready to go at the stage. Let's head to the table to look at our players.
Yep, huge accomplishment here. They have grinded through 2 days of competition to make it to this point into our top 8. Over here on the left, we have Kamal. And you see right here, 2017 Daytona Regional Top 32.
I think he might be selling himself a bit short. I thought he had a few more day 2s and whatnot, but
yeah, I feel like we've seen Kamal a lot this season.
Piloting that Roaring Moon deck, which has been quite popular as of late, has been the talk of the town, if you will.
All right, and over here on the right side, we have Aiden Koos as well. Lots of accomplishments here. Toronto Regional Top 32, EUIC Top 8 in 2023, Charlotte Regional Champion, and NAIC Top 16. So Aiden Koos, a very accomplished player, going to be piloting a Lost Box variant, I suppose we could say. I think Azul was just in an interview talking about how Aiden is now in top cut with a kind of a similar deck as Azul was piloting. So
yeah, pretty similar list, almost identical. So we're in for a Kyogre, we're in for a potential Mawile trap as well. So we're about to see the prize cards, 2 Darkness Energies for Kamal. A lot of variety for Aiden, nothing too crucial. Perhaps that Super Rod at the very top. If you're planning a big Kyogre play, you need to get back a lot of resources. So not having access to that Super Rod could be a little problematic towards the end of this game, but we'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see how these flower selectings go.
All right, we have the fist bump. Things are underway here in our Masters Top 8. Kamal Crooks Valdez versus Aiden Koos. How's it going to play out? We'll have to wait and see. Aiden is starting things off here on the right side of our player field with a flower selecting. Very familiar here, but it's between a Comfey and a Colress's Experiment straight off the bat.
Yeah, usually this would be a fairly straightforward decision. The issue is Aiden's hand's just not really great. Does have the Pidgeot V as backup and not much else. So, of course, you'd like to grab the Colress Experiment for later, but you know you're up against an extremely aggressive deck, and I don't think you can afford to lose 2 prizes immediately on the Pidgeot V or to lose your single Comfey.
Yeah, that is tough indeed, and the Colress's Experiment is going to be the one going to the Lost Zone, something we do not see very often, which really emphasizes that there, along with a Mirage Gate as well for the second card in the Lost Zone here.
Yeah, we did see one of the Colress being prized as well. So Aiden now has a total of 2 Colresses left in their deck without having played a single one. That's never a great start when you're a Lost Box player. And Aiden also doesn't know that until he checks his prizes, which now he can't because the Hisuian Heavy Ball is now in the prize card. So very tough choices right off the bat. And this is one of the potential issues when you choose to play Lost Box.
Wow, why are we always casting such clunky hands, Pablo? This is wild. Hisuian Heavy Ball joining the Lost Zone here, which, like you said, Aiden's not going to get a glance at those prize cards now. Kamal kicking off this first turn here with the trekking shoes, discarding that dark energy here for the next card.
Yeah, you definitely benefit from having energies in your discard pile. So not a big deal. We're going to see back-to-back trekking shoes. This might actually be Ross Cawthon's exact 60 cards, if I'm not mistaken. There's no Pokemon catchers this time around that I can see. So no exciting coin flips, unfortunately, Boo.
Oh, bummer. But hey, the trekking shoes, they're trekking here. Ultra Ball going to the discard pile for a Pokestop off that next card here for Kamal. So when we were discussing this matchup, Pablo, we were kind of talking about how Kamal really needs to be fast and aggressive and just overbear Aiden in this point in time. And honestly, Aiden has had, again, kind of like an awkward start. So there is potential for that. What do you think we need to see from Kamal here on this opening turn?
So ideally, you would love to start getting prizes from the very first turn, whether it's with a Roaring Moon or a much easier Morpeko KO on that 70 HP Comfey. That would be something that Kamal would love to do. However, as you mentioned, Aiden did have that sloppy-ish start, but if you're on the other side of the table and you don't know what Aiden is holding in their hand, you see a Colress hit the Lost Zone, usually you assume they're already holding one. That's why they could afford getting rid of one. That's not the case here, but Kamal doesn't necessarily have that information yet that Aiden is off to a clunky start, so we'll have to see how it plays out. But Kamal, definitely ideal setup right now is the Morpeko. However, we've been talking about the possibility to trap with Mowell and how likely that is in this matchup, right? So if Kamal wants to be aggressive here, he would have to utilize either a switch card or an escape rope, and that's one less switching card. And the one Pokemon that Aiden can trap is the Radiant Greninja.
Yes. Yep, which is in play in the active position right now. Pokestop gonna roll, discard 3 cards there, including that Morpeko there, Pablo.
Yep.
Wow, that is unlucky here. We're gonna see a concealed cards now off this Radiant Greninja. But sheesh, you play so many items, you would have loved to see those.
Yeah, we're here praising Morpeko, and then we're definitely not seeing Morpeko this game for sure. Now, double Dark Patch will be happening, plus attachment, so Kamal now 1 energy away from being able to start applying that pressure, and it's fine. Yeah, you would have preferred to do it with Morpeko. It's fine to do it with Roaring Moon. The important thing is to just make sure you are applying pressure, taking a prize each turn, because you're definitely playing against a sort of clock towards that Kyogre.
Absolutely. Yeah, Aiden has a lot to go to set up toward that Kyogre if that's the play Aiden chooses to go. Professor's Research going to bring 7 new cards here to Kamal's hands. Honestly, the hands, they've been flying. It's easy to forget. This is still first turn here for Kamal, going second in this match. So Battle VIP Pass is currently in play, and Kamal just drew into 2 of them.
Yeah, the whole Battle VIP Pass found pretty much the dream, right?
Yep.
Can't complain about that. And I don't think we're going to see a stretch for Squawk and Seas this turn. I don't think Kamal's really missing anything at this point. Even has Energy Switch to potentially transfer an energy to the active Radiant Greninja through Galarian Moltres V and be able to retreat that way, saving both the Switch card and the Escape Rope.
Yep, and this is what we've been seeing pretty much all weekends from our Roaring Moon players, that we've gotten to feature just fast pace, a lot of things happening every turn, and just that pure aggression can just dominate in these matchups. And if it's just too much for your opponent to stand up to, then you can take some wins pretty quickly in some of these games.
Yeah, certainly, and we're definitely in for an interesting game here. Now, the Battle VIP Pass obviously sets Kamal up very nicely, has the 3 Pokemon that can attack, apply pressure, take prizes. However, it definitely lends itself to a situation where now their targets for Kyogre are there, right? So even though Aiden got a clunky start, even though he might even struggle to be able to utilize Colress at any point, he needs to find 1 KO on a Roaring Moon, and then he needs to find the Kyogre play. And he definitely has potentially 6 turns to do so, as long as he doesn't bench 2 prize Pokemon, which he only plays 2 of. So Aiden under pressure, but still has quite a few turns to be able to try to play and piece out this 2 prize into Kyogre.
And look at that. A lot of things just happened there, Pablo. We saw the Dire Flame Wings from the Galarian Moltres, the energy switch there, the retreat out of the Radiant Greninja into the Roaring Moon. We saw the Dark Patch as well to attach that Roaring Moon EX on the bench, and the Calamity Storm knockout, getting rid of that Pokestop that was in play. Aiden's not going to be able to utilize that. And first prize card down here for Kamal. Aiden gonna have to respond quickly here. Let's see what we're working with so far. 4 cards in the Lost Zone as of now off that flower selecting.
And found a Colress of that flower selecting. Very, very nice when there's only 2 left in the deck. So that Iono actually got Aiden closer to the Colress. We'll be getting 6 cards into the Lost Zone, and we can start being a little aggressive with Cramorant, or potentially, if Aiden has the right combination, could switch into a Comfey, get to 7, and take a return KO with Dragonite V. That would be really impressive to see here.
Yeah, that would be wild indeed. Well, Lost Zone is up to 6 now. Battle VIP Pass and that Lightning Energy joining the fray. Switch cart going to the discard pile here to fire off the second flower selecting for Aiden, and Radiant Greninja going to join the Lost Zone here in favor of Water Energy.
Yep, Water Energy, and has the Dragonite, and has the Mirage Gate. So as long as there's a Lightning and a Water still left in the deck, Aiden will be able to take this KO. So coming off of a potentially clunky start into, now you're ahead in the prize cards, and you have a bunch of turns to play to piece out the Kyogre play.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing how incredible this Dragonite is in this matchup, potentially, if you can utilize it. And that's exactly what Aiden is doing here, responding after that first KO with the Dragonite V.
Now, this is an issue for Kamal because the Dragon Gale will take a knockout on Roaring Moon, and Roaring Moon's Calamity Storm does 220 damage, and Dragonite V coincidentally has 230 HP. So that 10 damage means if Kamal wants to respond here, we'll have to utilize Frenzied Gouging and putting yourself at 30 HP left when there's something like Sableye or Cramorant that can easily revenge KO. That is going to be a very rough situation to be in. So maybe we won't even need to see the Kyogre play here.
Yeah, that is very true. Aiden knowing the ins and outs of these decks, and the cracks are starting to show here for the Roaring Moon player, Kamal. The weaknesses, the liabilities in your deck, and let's just see if Aiden can capitalize on that in this match. We're seeing the Mirage Gate here. Now that our Lost Zone is up to 7 cards, we're going to see that Lightning Energy and the Psychic Energy come out onto those Comfey on the field.
Yeah, preemptively setting up both Comfey, or one Comfey to retreat, giving itself the retreat this turn, not needing a switch card or anything else. Still has the Force Seal Stone, still has the Pidgeot, getting very close to Sableye. So turns out maybe just one Colress is enough to get you to where you need to be.
Here we go, Dragonite V coming into the active position here after that retreat.
Yep, Dragon Gale for knockout.
Dragon Gale, huge knockout on that Roaring Moon EX. Gonna take 2 prize cards for that knockout. Unfortunately, not the Colress's experiment, but also those 2 damage counters placed on the bench as well there for Aiden. Now it's up to Kamal, as you're talking about, Pablo, kind of put in an awkward position here. We're gonna have to see what Kamal chooses to do, how he responds to this board state now. Aggression on both sides of the field, but Kamal's kind of in an awkward spot. Town Store gonna come down here.
Yeah, Town Store could give a little bit of extra HP to that Roaring Moon after it uses Frenzied Gouging, if we see the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule or the Emergency Jelly. I think the Emergency Jelly would be the preferred option, because that puts you out of range of getting Revenge KO'd by Cramorant, puts you out of range of getting Revenge KO'd by Sableye, as you do heal 128 damage. Therefore, Roaring Moon will have 150 HP left. So that's the ideal setup for Kamal. And the question is, can you pull it off? Because it seems like right now he's struggling to power up the Roaring Moon and will need to dedicate the Force Seal Stone to the Moltres in order to try and power up this Roaring Moon.
Yup, that Moltres, the only target there for that Forest Seal Stone. We're going to see that Ancient Booster, though, come out onto the Roaring Moon EX on the bench, as well as a judge here from Kamal. Both of our players going to shuffle up their decks, draw into 4 cards.
Yeah, 4 cards is not a lot, Boo. It's not a lot. Kamal needs to find either Energy Switch or a Darkness. Can then go find the other one with his V-Star power, whatever missing piece. So very well sequenced, but finding also the Emergency Jelly, that's going to be the key difficult card to find here. What does he find?
What do we see? I didn't get to see the cards,
neither.
Pablo. No. Yeah, I mean, Judge Disruption, always amazing against these Lost Box decks, but not if it's hindering your hand as well. Judge is just tough to work off of. Only 4 cards get drawn into. What do we see in the hands, Pablo?
We see Mew EX, Squawkabilly EX, and Switch card and Professor Sada. So we're going to have to rely on a restart for 1 to see an energy or an energy switch, or perhaps for 2, benching that completely useless Squawkabilly.
Squawkabilly just clogging up the bench here for an extra draw of this card here for Kamal. Let's see what it is.
I could not see.
I know, keeping the card so close to the chest here, but nothing being played instantly. We do have the Dire Flame Wings ability.
Okay, did get an energy, so can Forest Seal Stone for an energy switch to be able to get this KO. But once again, that Frenzied Gouging really leaves the Roaring Moon super, super vulnerable. And even a Comfey with Spin Attack could actually knock out this Roaring Moon. That's not off the table here.
If we saw that, Pablo, oh my gosh, that would be wild.
I mean, unless Aiden has a Colress Experiment, getting to 10 is not exactly straightforward. So I honestly, just finding a Psychic, just finding a Psychic seems easier than getting to 10 cards in the Lost Zone right now.
Spinning Attack. Who knew we'd be seeing that in our top 8, but the potential is definitely there. Kamal gonna take all of that damage on the Roaring Moon EX. Scary to be looking at, especially in a top 8 match here, but we're back over to Aiden's side of the field now, that Comfey in the active spots, and we're going to kick off this turn with another Colress's Experiment.
Yeah, has a Colress. Kind of wish we had seen the Energy Recycler to just put back Psychic energies into a deck. As long as you find 1, right, you get to 9, then Flower Select, get to 10, and then you can either attack with Comfey or just use Sableye. But it might be a little tricky to just find this KO, unless there's a Cramorant available. Off of this Nest Ball, then it's pretty straightforward. Seems like it's going to be the Pidgeot, though. Oh, and can find the Forest Seal Stone with the Town Store. That's really, really good.
Oh, yeah, true. The Town Store's in play. That's the stadium. We're shopping here today for a little Forest Seal Stone action on that Pidgeot V. That's huge, Pablo.
Yep, allows Aiden to be able to go find any card he wants after he uses his Flower Select, whatever piece you're missing. After you've seen all these cards, then you go ahead and find it. And I'm going to guess it's a Psychic Energy for this Sableye, and then you get to spread damage, take this KO. You have 9 damage counters left over, 2 prizes left, and there's 2 very low HP and easy to KO targets in Mew EX or Squawkabilly EX with no way for Kamal to get rid of.
Yeah, honestly, this performance right now here from Aiden is just dominating in this match right now. And really flawlessly, so fluidly with these cards. Aiden just doing exactly what needs to happen every single turn. And Kamal not able to apply the pressure because Aiden is just 1 step ahead every counter turn that we see. Sableye getting that Psychic Energy.
Yep. We're going to see the Lost Mine to be able to knock out this Roaring Moon EX quite easily. Yeah, now we see the Vanishing Wings, making sure that there's no 2 prize liability in play, making sure that Kamal cannot get to 1 prize card if they went after it somehow, but feels like the writing's on the table. As long as Aiden can recuperate this Sableye, then the game will probably go in Aiden's favor.
Yeah, and the hand is pretty solid as far as size goes for Aiden as well. So things are looking pretty pretty good here. We're just spreading this damage now, these damage counters with the Lost Mine.
3 there, and then I'm assuming all 9 over here.
Oh.
Maybe not
Looks
all
like
9.
almost.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think.
I would imagine 3 and 9, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. That does leave Squawkabilly with 70 HP left and easily sniped. Now, there's only one copy of Sableye in these newer Lost Box decks, as the threat of Jirachi definitely took away power from Sableye. So it will be on Aiden to super out it back into a deck, find it again, and power it up, which is easier said than done, of course, especially with a super rod at the very top of the prize cards for Aiden.
Yep, will we be able to see it happen? It's all going to come together hopefully on the next turn here for Aiden, but the pressure is on here so far in this match. I feel like we're barely in it too.
Yeah,
like this has gone so quick here.
Yeah, I think this is only Kamal's 3rd turn, and we're
Oh
already
my
one turn away from the game ending,
game.
pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. That is pretty wild to see. Kamal kind of taking things easy here, making sure all the sequencing is correct.
We do see the emergency jelly still in the deck. That's the card that Kamal would have loved to find. And I'm wondering if maybe playing the Town Store and then playing the Judge was better. That way, if you find Forest Seal Stone, you can grab emergency jelly. If you find emergency jelly, you can grab Forest Seal Stone, right? You needed an energy or an energy switch either way, right?
Yeah.
But just give yourself a little bit more versatility and wiggle room.
Well, there we see the Professor Sada's Vitality from Kamal as well to get that energy onto the Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, it seems like it might even be a little difficult for Kamal to piece out an attack here. Is missing that energy switch to transfer the energy from Moltres onto Roaring Moon. Will be able to find an extra attachment with this Earthen Vessel, thin the deck a little bit, but is there even an energy switch or a dark patch? I think there's one dark patch left, so I think we're gonna see a very exciting Pokestop here, Boo.
Oh, I'm ready for it, Pablo. Love the exciting matches here in our top cut games, and these players are performing so far. I'm loving it.
I don't know if there is an energy switch or not. Couldn't tell, but there's a Pokestop. We need to see dark patch or energy switch, and there it is. There's the energy switch, just barely.
Yep, Boss's Orders going to the discard pile, but finding that energy switch and a nice little trekking shoes as well. We're going for a walk here. Ultra Ball hitting the discard pile.
Oof.
Oh no, for a battle.
For a battle VIP pass.
And now we see this Dire Flame Wings ability as well off this Galarian Moltres.
Yep. Now, usually
That's
in this
what we need.
situation, as Roaring Moon or as any deck really against Lost Box, you want to combine this KO with an Iono, right? Take away your opponent's huge hand. But these Roaring Moon decks are not known for their disruption. They're known for their speed, their aggression, and they just can't afford to fit a disruption package as well. And Aiden loses the Sableye, but has an almost 8-card hand to play with and can maybe even piece out the Kyogre here, can maybe recover the Dragonite, can maybe recover the Sableye, has a lot of ways to potentially close out the game, and he doesn't even need to do it this turn. He still has one more turn as long as he doesn't prize a 2-prize Pokemon.
Yeah, maybe it would have been a little bit different if the energy requirement on Roaring Moon was different, but it's 3 energy that you need there. And that's why we had to see that Professor Sada, as well as the Earthen Vessel, as well as the Dire Flame Wings and the energy switch to just prep your Pokemon for this. And now, Aiden has that huge hand, even though we did see a Judge earlier, but Aiden is well past that now and lots of options in the hand here. Could this be it, Pablo? Are we going to get there?
I mean, maybe. It seems like Aiden's going to go for a defensive Roxanne instead of trying to go for a Colruyt that he was holding. So we might see a more passive turn from Aiden here, just trying to dig through the deck, either establish the Kyogre play by thinning resources or just able to dig for those Super Rods, right? I don't think we see any Super Rod in the Lost Zone. I don't recall seeing a Super Rod in the discard pile either. And there are 3 copies, one of which is prized. So Aiden might be just trying to refresh the hand, take away resources from Kamal, and try to establish one of those 2 plays, the Dragonite or the Sableye.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of leeway here for Aiden as well, potentially. We'll have to see how things play out, but we're going to see the attachment to that Comfade. Just a hard retreat into another flower selecting here from Aiden.
Yep, no super rod found, I don't think. And even though Aiden has a decent number of good cards, it's just not quite what you want. And ooh, that switch card feels important potentially for next turn. I wonder what the other card was. We're going to see the Banishing Wings, make sure there's no two-price target for Kamal to take advantage of. And I think we're going to see a pass from Aiden here.
Wow. Bird flies in, bird flies out. Aiden advances the hand a little bit. But yeah, that could be it.
Yeah, can't even thin. Oh no, can thin the Lost Vacuum, getting rid of the Battle EAP pass as well. But no, just a pass.
Pass over to Kamal now, who still has that Roaring Moon in the active here. This is pretty close here, Pablo.
Yeah, Kamal's just gonna attack, take the knockout, and be like, "Hey, then you got it. Otherwise, I got it."
Yeah.
There's no Pokemon Aiden can send out to stall either because of Frenzied Gouging. So
oh my goodness.
Aiden, against the ropes, is counting out his energy.
Yeah.
Did find the Super Rod, however, so this will allow him to put back the Sableye and couple Psychics.
Was that the top deck?
I think so, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Now the question is, does 3 Psychics has the Nest Ball? All right, so okay. I think we are about to see a Flower Select to try to find one of these Psychic energies. It all comes down to this, Boo. If Aiden can find one of these Psychic energies, or a way to find it, whether it's Mirage Gate, whether it's Colress perhaps, to dig deeper into the deck, this all comes down to this big Flower Select right here.
Yeah, the Sableye has joined us. What's it going to be?
Nest Ball and Mirage Gate, there it is. There's the Psychic Energy and has an escape rope to be able to take down this Squawkabilly.
That was way too close there, Pablo. But Aiden Goose pulling things out off of one single Flower Select at the end there into the Mirage Gate. That was hectic. Imagine if it didn't play out like that, Pablo. It could have just been on the exact opposite side of the coin here. I gotta say though, we were discussing this matchup, and I didn't expect it to play out as it did.
Agreed. I mean, Kamal off to a very explosive start. Aiden's very underwhelming start, but then all of a sudden Aiden responded with that Dragon Gale with Dragonite V, putting Kamal against the ropes, but then finding just enough to be able to respond to that Dragonite, leaving himself very vulnerable to the Frenzied Gouging into a Lost Mine. Aiden very smartly setting up that Squawkabilly with the Lost Mine, and then off the top finding that Super Rod, and off the Flower Select finding the Mirage Gate. Now, Aiden did have the Psychics, the Mirage Gate. I believe there was a Pokestop left as well. There was a Colress left as well, and that Mirage Gate was a key card to be able to close out this game.
Yep, and that Squawkabilly ended up being a complete vulnerability, unfortunately. And wasn't it benched just for a single additional draw as well?
It was benched, but like if that had not happened, then Kamal probably wouldn't have been able to knock out the Dragonite V, right?
Exactly.
So it's one of those things where you just have to, even though it could cost you, and the Mew EX was also already benched. So it could have been Mew, or it could have been Squawk. The only way to avoid that would have been to not bench either, and that was unfortunately not a possibility since Kamal's draw off the judge was just not that great.
Exactly. It all came down to those tiny decisions that you're hoping pan out for you in the end, but sometimes it just happens to go the other way, and that Flower Selecting happened to go Aiden's way that time around. So I'm sure feeling a lot of nerves there, but super relieved after that first game, going up 1-0 now in this game with Lost Box versus Roaring Moon. You'll have to let us know in the chat watching this match how you feel after watching that first game between our players. Is there anything you would have done differently? Is there anyone you're rooting for now? Maybe switch sides. I mean, our chat has been rooting for Roaring Moon all weekend, but Kamal here trying to show out with his Roaring Moon, and so far not able to take that first game, but it was so close there, Pablo. So I'm very excited to head into this game 2 between our players.
Me too. And I know chat's a big fan of Roaring Moon. They kept choosing it as their community choices. However, I think Kyogre, and like watching the Kyogre plays and watching players sequence out their whole deck to be able to pull off those big Aqua Storms, I think that's very enjoyable to watch as well. So I feel like these are 2 fan favorites right here, and it'll be interesting to see who chooses to go, who Kamal chooses to go, whether he chooses to go first or second, and how this game plays out. Once again, a Colress prized the Pidgeot, which was very pivotal for Aiden to be able to utilize that Forest Seal Stone. And the Iono, though. The Iono for Kamal could also be problematic or important. Yeah, it's like decently placed to where maybe he finds it at just the right time to try and deny Aiden from the resources that he needs.
Yeah, true. It all depends on when you draw these prize cards, potentially. For Aiden, I mean, that Pidgeot V is on the bottom of the prize card, so if it's chosen from bottom, maybe we could see that for some 4 Seal Stone play, potentially for Aiden down the line. But we're starting off here with Aiden going first. Battle VIP pass going to come out right away, and Aiden's assessing the deck here, making sure that all prize cards are accounted for.
Yeah, very important to be thorough with your prize checking, especially as Lost Box. Yeah, if you're choosing to play a Lost Box deck, you never want to go, oh, that energy was prized, right? As we saw on stream yesterday. So you definitely have to be more thorough than with other decks. And I know I started be more serious with my note taking when I started playing Lost Box to every tournament I was going to. Yeah. Before I usually would just try to remember my prizes, check the important things. But when I was playing Lost Box, I knew I needed to make sure, especially the energies, because any mistake with Mirage Gate can be so costly.
Yeah, if everything was colorless, we'd be fine. But there are certain energy requirements that certain Pokemon do require, and that's when things can get dicey, especially if you only have so many copies of each. And you got to think about it. You're forced into some of these decisions with your flower selecting, with your choices to put into the Lost Zone. So it's even more important there. So yeah, when you say that, Pablo, it just really showcases how important every single resource is in this deck. But Aiden has been cruising with this deck so far. You know, speaking about energy going to the Lost Zone.
Speaking of being very aware, and I mean, this is super crucial. Yeah, I know Aiden knows exactly now at this point in time which energy he prized, which energy he has access to, and there we go. Yeah, keeps one lightning energy in favor of the Pokestop to make sure that even though it's discarded, it does have a lot of ways to recover it. No problem.
Absolutely. Pokestop and Lightning Energy are 2 cards in the Lost Zone. As we pass over now to Kamal's first turn, let's take a look at this starting hand for Kamal and see if it was as good as we saw in our last game.
I think he's holding the Forest Seal Stone, so we might just see like a straightforward grab a research, find a fresh new hand. Does have a few cards he would not like to discard, such as a Palpad, perhaps. As in an ideal world, you want to like play Iono or Judge and then recycle them and continue attacking your opponent's hand, which is something like Gardevoir wants to do against pretty much every deck. This is your almost attempt at trying to do that, but it doesn't always work out.
Gotcha. Well, Kamal is going to be searching through the deck as well here to start things off. How do you think Kamal is going to make any different decisions here going into this game 2 as far as a whole of playing, Pablo?
I mean, perhaps trying to utilize more Peko if it's available.
True.
I think that was a key part from game 1 that was missing, because Aiden was able to go 2/2/2 prize cards, right? Knock out Roaring Moon with Dragonite, knock out the next Roaring Moon with Sableye, and knock out Squawkabilly with Sableye once again. However, in an ideal world, if you're able to take that first config AO with your Morpeko, then Aiden can't just take 2 prizes for free on that Roaring Moon EX. Would have to deal with the Morpeko with something like Cramorant, then you're tied at 5/5, and that gives Kamal an extra turn to do other things and take advantage of the prize cards that way.
Yeah, I like that. Kind of switching up the play style, forcing your opponent to take different actions instead of such a linear pathway to victory. I dig that a lot. Well, the Forest Sealstone ended up grabbing a Battle VIP pass that brought these Pokemon out onto the field. We saw the concealed cards here from the Radiant Greninja, as well as Professor Sada bringing out this energy onto the Roaring Moon. We're seeing the third attachment here with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And Aiden is one Comfey short and one Comfey now in the active, while Kamal's going to take the first prize card.
Yep, turns out Kamal had all the right pieces to be able to take that first prize card. Already didn't need Professor's research for a new hand, just had everything he needed. And now, thanks to that Ancient Energy Booster Capsule giving extra HP to Roaring Moon, even if Aiden is able to somehow piece out 7 cards in the Lost Zone into a Dragonite V, that would not be enough to get a KO here.
Yep, that extra HP is huge. It's, I will say, though, it's a handful to say. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Woo! That's a lot.
Yeah, I would have personally called it Ancient Capsule myself.
Yeah,
but
right? Much simpler.
Sure.
We're getting boosted today here with that Roaring Moon. And this is what we needed to see from Kamal. Exactly what you said last game, Pablo. We need to see the knockout in the first turn, and Kamal has now accomplished that. So Aiden's going to have to find a way to keep up the pace as we saw in our game 1. But even in our game 1, it was so close between these players. So any slight slip up here from Aiden in this turn could really count for a lot. Lost Zone is now up to 5 cards here as we jump back into the deck with a Nest Ball.
Yeah, and the huge difference from game 1 to game 2 for Aiden is that Aiden wasn't able to get 3 Comfeys in play on turn 1, or he chose not to, right? He chose to go for the Greninja instead of a Comfey, which means he only got 2 cards in Lost Zone on turn 1. Now that he lost a Comfey with the Colress plus the Comfey, we're at 5 in the Lost Zone instead of the 7 previous, right? So definitely a slower-ish start for Aiden. That means this Roaring Moon worth 2 prizes will be able to take 2 prizes itself as well. So you trade it evenly, you have the initiative. That's definitely what you want to be doing.
Well, we saw that Pokestop come out and be rolled here for Aiden. We're going to see a Psychic Energy go to the discard pile. That's now a Psychic, a Water, and a Lightning Energy in the discard pile here for Aiden. Cramorant joining us in the active here to spit innocently on this Roaring Moon EX. The disrespect, Pablo.
Nothing innocent about spitting onto your opponents. That's for sure.
Yes, indeed. Kamal starting off this turn now with a concealed cards. Wow. I got to say, this Radiant Greninja has carried so much weight in this deck with the card draw.
Now, this is something we were discussing earlier as well, how this Radiant Greninja carries the team, but also can be a liability because of the Mowell. 1 switch card has been used already. Yeah, there's 1 escape rope left. We don't know how much information Aiden has on Kamal's deck. You can make an educated guess based on trends, right, on how many switching cards they have available. But we could potentially see a Mowell trap somewhere down the line, especially if Kamal ends up exhausting the copy of Escape Rope that he has.
Absolutely, and that's what I love about Aiden's deck as well. It's a very different version of Lost Box, but it has those different outs. With the Mawile, it could just pop up out of nowhere, and then you're losing the game instantly. So that is definitely scary to see, especially if you're not aware of it ahead of time. But again, it's kind of risky for Aiden because, like you said, Pablo, you never know how many switch outs your opponent has. You can just use your best educated guess here. So Kamal now down to 4 prize cards left to take to tie things up between these players. Cramorant going down from that Roaring Moon EX. I guess it didn't take too well to get in spin on.
Yeah, and combining that KO with a Judge and getting rid of the Pokestop that Aiden had played, which otherwise Kamal would not have been able to take a KO on that Cramorant or had to find a stadium himself. So things just not going great for Aiden so far. I think he might be thinking more heavily on relying on Mawile this turn because that Greninja is definitely a way. It's a win condition, right? And that's something really cool about these Lost Box decks is like you bench Greninja or Manaphy to try to protect from Kyogre or Radiant Greninja, fine. Then I'll go trap it. Oh, you don't bench it, then you expose yourself to Radiant Greninja and Kyogre. So it's like a lose-lose situation for a lot of players as we see Aiden pass and not do anything of relevance this turn.
Ooh, that is one turn essentially missed here, giving the momentum back over to Kamal. And when you're a Roaring Moon player, that's definitely what you want to see. You can establish your bench even more, get more energy onto your field, prepare backup attackers, and just continue your grind to a finish, taking 4 more prize cards here to win. I guess the question is, how will Kamal go about that? What do you think the best route is as far as attacking sequence here for Kamal?
I mean, at this point, you just need to make sure you attack every single turn, right? We were talking about how important it is to get the attack on turn 1 against essentially a single price deck. You're going to need to attack at least 6 times, right? Sometimes more, sometimes less, but usually around 6. Therefore, you need to make sure you have your backup attackers ready. And these are essentially free turns that Kamal didn't have last time because Aiden was applying so much pressure to just get a lot of Roaring Moons ready to go, get the Galarian Moltres as well ready to go if necessary, and just make sure you can attack a total of 6 times.
Well, that Professor Sada's Vitality attaching that energy to the benched Roaring Moon EX here for Kamal, starting off the turn. So, I mean, that's what we're doing here, Pablo. We're setting up alternate attackers here on the bench, which is exactly what you're saying needs to start happening. Kamal debating whether to put down the town store to potentially search out another tool card. Does choose to play the town store. That's our stadium in play now. And Ancient, I'm not even going to try here, Pablo.
I know.
Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
I think I always say Ancient Energy Booster Capsule, which is not correct. Yes. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. That's going to be our homework after this regional.
Right? I'm just going to print it out and put it in front of me. Oh, well, that is going to be drawn off the town store after a couple debates here. But now the town store's gone here from Kamal, of course, from that Roaring Moon. Aiden over here on this turn started things off with the Colress's Experiment, but Kamal is now down 1 more prize card, only 3 left to take here. The pressure is on for Aiden. What could we possibly see here, Pablo, that could turn things around?
Yeah,
is it just too little too late?
It might be a little too late. Like, there is a copy of Lost Vacuum in Aiden's deck, so could remove this Ancient Capsule and utilize Dragonite to take the KO. That was very smartly done by Kamal, retreating the damaged Roaring Moon to not give Aiden any sort of chance at being able to take more than or any prize cards, really. So it's on Aiden to really make something happen here. If Kamal goes down to 2 prizes before Aiden has taken a single one, it's like Kyogre only gets you so far, right? You need to take those first 2 prizes to then play into the Kyogre, which Kamal is also sort of playing around by not having a lot of bench Pokemon this time around.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there, Pablo. Luckily, the cards kind of fell a little differently for Kamal there, where there weren't a ton of clunky turns. It kind of panned out pretty well here, but Aiden gonna choose to bring out this Kyogre now with the Nest Ball.
Yeah, so threatening the Kyogre, which I don't think we're gonna see anytime soon.
I mean, that deck's pretty full. Oh, yeah. Oh, looks like debating, debating putting it down, but I mean, at this point, I don't think we've seen it once. Like, I don't even think it's been discarded or lost zone.
No,
so
not at
the
all.
knowledge technically could not even be there as far as Kamal not knowing them all while it's in the deck.
And another pass here. So
my gosh.
That knowledge aspect that you were mentioning was very important, because this is something I like to tell the people that I talk to or coach. It's out of sight, out of mind. Right? Until your opponent doesn't see that card, they might not even be considering it at all. Yeah, especially in such a high-stakes match. The more you conceal that information, and the more you have the surprise factor go in your favor, the more likely, the more effective it is likely to be. Therefore, not playing that at mobile could be very crucial if Aiden wants to have any sort of chance in trapping this Radiant Greninja. And Kamal does have the escape rope in his hand, but perhaps Aiden could, after the Mobile gets KO'd, or even if the Mobile gets KO'd, if it gets escape rope back and not KO'd, if Aiden can go back and trap the Greninja, that could be a problem. So that escape rope, it all lingers in this escape rope.
Absolutely. Yeah, and exactly. Kamal might not even know that at
Yeah,
this point in time.
for sure.
So,
We know that,
yeah,
right?
we
Because
know
we have
it.
the list. We're chilling with this top view, but they don't necessarily know that. And I think this is also
my
important.
Gosh,
Like
yeah.
Kamal is leaving this Roaring Moon very vulnerable to get potentially promoted, right?
Yes.
Without the Mowal, and then Kamal will be forced to use the escape rope to retreat, and that's when the Mowal happens.
Absolutely, but I mean, the clock is ticking down at this point. Kamal,
Yep.
2 prize cards left to take. Aiden now using an energy recycler to get all of these energy back into the deck here. Mawile has come down here on Aiden's side of the field. Mirage Gate as well, putting down
Yep.
these energy onto the field for Aiden. So, hey, Mawile's out of the bag here, Pablo.
Mowal is no longer a surprise. It's now looking to tempting trap something
Ooh.
in the active, but it has to be the Greninja, right?
Yes.
The question is, can Aiden bring that Greninja to the active twice?
Yeah, you want
There we go.
something that's not going to attack you. You're stuck in the active position because you cannot retreat, you cannot attack. You're stuck, but Kamal does have that escape rope, which we already knew in
rope.
hand.
Now, the Mowal is now safe on the bench, right? Can
Yes.
Kamal combine this escape rope with a
Exactly.
boss's orders? Otherwise,
Exactly.
if Kamal is not able to do that, Aiden will be able to try to find the counter catcher and trap the Greninja once again, and I think that would be game.
Well, trekking shoes.
No boss. Oh,
Oh,
there's a
that's the
boss.
boss.
There's a boss.
Okay.
There's
I
a
was like,
boss. All right.
oh.
Oof. There's a knockout. So now Aiden has 1 turn to recover the Mowal,
Yes.
find counter catcher. Oh, top deck. Super odd. And
Oh
just
my
immediately
gosh.
scooped. So played to his win condition of trapping with Mowal, but was not able to do so now. Does this give Kamal information to where he will adjust his play for game 3? I don't know, but if he didn't know before, now he does.
Oh my gosh, Pablo. My hands are sweaty. My heart's pumping, maybe too many energy drinks, but Kamal Crooks Valdez is going to take that game here in our game 2 between these players. And that was almost as intense as our game 1.
Yeah, very intense, very fast-paced as
Yes,
well.
yeah.
Very back and forth. The single, even though it's a single price deck, these games went flying by. Boo.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm loving the pace from both of our players, but there were so many passive turns from Aiden, trying to focus on potentially getting maybe that Mawile toward the ends there, but as soon as Kamal played that escape rope, bossed up the Mawile again, the cards were just stacked against Aiden's favor, and that brings us to a game 3 here between both of our Masters top 8 players. Here on the stream, you couldn't have chalked it up better than this, Pablo. I'm excited to get into this. I'm excited to hear from the chat what they were thinking after that second game. And going into this third, Pablo, it all comes down to this. I mean, this is the difference between maybe you have a good start and your opponent does not, and you're in top 4 suddenly.
Yeah, pretty much. And there's $2,000 difference at least between top 8 and top 4, and we could be seeing the future champion as well, right, in this match. So a lot to play for, and it all comes down to this game 3, where it'll be interesting to see whether Aiden chooses to go first or second. Roaring Moon usually prefers to go second, so that could weigh into Aiden's mind for the decision. Now, the Squawkabilly and the Mew being priced could be problematic, along with those double Mirage Gates.
Wow, yeah, double Mirage Gate. The Colress's experiment can't seem to stay out of the prize cards for Aiden either. Luckily, it is that card on the bottom there. Aiden threw hands up, looked super defeated there. Did I miss something, Pablo? I don't know.
No, I don't think so, right? Like, he has a
He
battle
looked
VIP
very
pass,
upset
so.
just now, so I don't know. I don't know if I missed something, but Kamal's going now, and that Morpeko is starting us off here in the active position for Kamal. Radiant Greninja using concealed cards here as well.
Yeah, I'm guessing Aiden chose for Kamal to go first. Kamal off to a decent start. We'll be able to potentially attach to the Morpeko now. Because Kamal is going first, the Morpeko is vulnerable to a Cramorant KO, so not sure how much you want to commit to that, really. We see the Galarian Moltres V, and we see a pass. So very underwhelming turn for Kamal here.
Yeah.
As we're going to see Aiden, no Colress in hand, but does have that Battle VIP pass to start off. So if he was upset, I have no idea what he was upset about.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that too. But Aiden starting us off here. First turn, Battle VIP pass, already collecting these Pokemon to bring out on to the field. What do you think about the Jirachi start, Pablo?
I mean, definitely pretty unfortunate. It's pretty much like a paperweight. It's just not useful at all in this matchup.
Oof.
Does have double Comfey available, does have Greninja, just making sure which energies are available or not, as we mentioned, how crucial it is to have all that information in this, with this deck especially.
Yep, and you're going to see that information being notated here from Aiden Koos as we take a look through the deck, count all these energy up. Radiant Greninja, Comfey gonna join the field here. Maybe that's what Aiden was mad about. Oh, Jirachi?
Yeah, possibly.
Hey, I mean, when everything is on the line here, one of these players could potentially be our regional champion here in Knoxville. Every little thing matters. Both these players need to hone in, stay focused, and follow their game plans to a route to victory here. 30 minutes still left on the clock. Plenty of time, especially at the pace we've seen so far from these players. Switch cart into our Comfey, out of that Jirachi. Pokestop going to go into the Lost Zone here off that flower selecting.
And then flying through his turn, flying through his actions, which makes sense. I think we do have extra time for top 8 matches, 75 minutes total, but both of the first 2 games did take a decent amount. And Aiden not off to a fantastic start. Only 1 card in the Lost Zone with double Comfey, and Kamal in prime position to potentially start the aggression and start that 6-turn counter to take 6 prizes against the single price deck.
Well, we'll see if the cards fall in Kamal's favor again. Let's see if these turns end up as smooth as they have before. I feel as though Roaring Moon EX decks do play a lot of consistency cards in a way. Some things can get clunky, but I mean, you have the trekking shoes, you have Pokestop as well. There seems to be a lot of cards that can kind of get you through your deck, get you into the cards you need. And there's sort of a minimal setup in a way with Roaring Moon EX decks as well, where it's almost feels more simplistic when you're setting up. And like you said, Pablo, if you're getting into a state where you can just start taking knockouts, that's all you're going to focus on, especially in the early game, applying that pressure, getting your board set up, and then pretty much chilling from there.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the appeals of this deck, right? We're seeing how much Aiden is having to work to like find attackers and piece out some of those energies into play to be able to take knockouts.
Recycle things, yeah,
exactly. Whereas Kamal is just like, all right, dark patch, KO, right? So it's a much simpler deck in that regard, right, in terms of their requirements. However, definitely not an easy deck to play with. And now Kamal's hand a little clogged with too many supporters in hand, so some heavy losses, which Aiden doesn't play any disruption cards, or the one that they do play, usually Roxanne, is for the very late game, so you don't mind that too much, as long as you can get started, right? But if you go research into a bunch of Battle VIP passes and a few energies, and then everything's halted from there, that could be problematic for Kamal here.
Yeah, potentially. I guess that's where things could get a little sticky, but whoops. That is not a stadium.
Nope.
Town Store is, though, and Kamal is going to play that Town Store here to search out a tool card, a familiar tool card in that 4 Seal Stone. Galarian Moltres V already on board here to accept the Seal Stone.
And easier to pronounce tool card.
Yeah, for real. And the Seal Stone will be able to be played as well if Kamal chooses to do so, to search out a card. But
oh my gosh.
Stop, Pablo.
2
I did not just see that.
Cards now gone. That is crazy. I feel like as Kamal, you've seen the Mawile be revealed last turn. I don't think you can afford this. I think a much cleaner play would have been to just go Judge, power up onto a Moltres, see what you get, and then hope for an energy attach, and then just take the knockout with Moltres. That escape,
Pablo.
Oh my gosh, the escape around switch card in the discard ball is so huge for Kamal.
I am living my life in fear as of now. As soon as I saw those two cards, I am scared right now, Pablo. I'm real scared. And I'm sure Aiden is well aware of those discards as well. We've played 2 matches between these players already. Aiden, I'm sure, has been keeping track of resources so far. And maybe those 2 cards going to the discard pile means that's some educated guesses potentially for Aiden in the future. We're flying through these turns now. Kamal gonna take that knockout, go down a prize card, but Aiden is stacking all these cards now into the lost zone here. We're up to 4, and that Colress's Experiment is awesome to have for Aiden as well. So many cards in the hand. What are we working with, Pablo?
So that Colress was found off the top from the Comfey, and the Mowal's already in the hand. The Judge is in the discard pile. Aiden doesn't know it, but Iono is also not available. So with those 2 switching cards gone, I feel like that just opened up a huge door for Aiden to just go with the Mowal. I feel like you maybe could have afforded to do that if the Greninja and the Morpeko were not in play, but because those 2 Pokemon are liabilities right there, that could be very, very problematic. And now Aiden has 2 routes to victory. Either the Kyogre play, right, after taking perhaps 2 knockouts on Greninja and Morpeko with Sableye, or and then into the Kyogre, or just the Mowal. I really think the Tempting Trap will be Aiden's best win condition at this point in time.
Well, we'll see if that's the way things pan out, Pablo, but that is definitely a huge potential here that's on board. Cramorant going to spit innocently on to this Radiant Greninja for 110 damage now that the Lost Zone is up to 4, unlocking that Lost Provisions ability. And now Kamal's starting us off with a Trekking Shoes.
It's funny that off the escape rope, the Greninja itself came up to the active spot, which could easily be Tempting Trapped this previous turn, and that could have been it, right? So we'll have to see what happens. Kamal definitely needs to factor that into his win condition, or like into how he's going to win this. He needs to be very aware of Aiden's threats.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to make sure you're well aware of all of the possibilities we've talked all weekend. Ooh, an energy going to the discard pile, but Trekking Shoes and a Dark Patch, I think, being picked up by Kamal.
It was Energy Switch.
Oh, Energy Switch, okay. Sweet. But yeah, you have to make sure that you're preparing for the worst. We've said that all weekend long, and especially, I mean, you're in top 8 right now. You have to super prepare yourself at this point in time to line up every single out possible, and I'm interested to see where the rest of this game goes. Roaring Moon EX coming up into the active position after that retreat from the Radiant Greninja. Of course, the one that is buffed right now, boosted up with some HP. Professor Sada Vitality attaching an energy here onto this Roaring Moon EX, or I should say dual Roaring Moon EX on the bench.
Yeah, not bad. That Professor Sada's Vitality is such a powerful supporter. 3 cards sometimes feels a little underwhelming, and that's why this deck balances between Professor's Research and Professor Sada's Vitality, but still pretty crucial to the deck. You don't need to do it every single turn, as we had seen from previous Roaring Moon deck lists, which were that was probably the reason why they were not succeeding as much. They were relying too much on this card, which has like previous requirements for it to even draw or do anything, and then it's only 3 cards. But this balance between Research and Vitality, as long as you Vitality once per game, that's usually gonna be enough.
Yeah, I love to see it. It gives you that extra draw and, of course, the energy acceleration. Any card that energy accelerates is usually pretty solid.
I think we're about to see the Mowal trap here. I really think we're about to see the Mowal trap happen.
Stop.
That switch card and escape rope that Kamal discarded could be problematic.
I'm in pain. The pickup of the Mawile, reading the card. I'm scared here.
Yeah, no. Ooh, this is gonna be a little tough. There's the boss.
Please tell me I'm missing something in this list.
I just see 1 escape rope, 1 switch card, nothing else can heal. There's no way to damage that Greninja to KO it. It's all we're about to see 22 minutes of Tempting Trap.
No, Pablo.
Yep.
I'm so sad right now.
Number 1.
I'm genuinely so sad. Like, for Roaring Moon to go out like this, it's not fair. It's not fair.
Can we get a Tempting Trap counter next to the Lost Zone counter, please?
Yeah, we need it. Oh my gosh. We need a, yeah, look at this. Aiden is explaining you need a switch. And Kamal, oh my gosh.
Draw.
Sad.
Nope. No pass.
No, Kamal's looking at the
Pass.
discard. Oh no, I discarded both my switch cards.
Chorus, yep.
Both
That
my switch
was
cards.
A pretty big mistake from Kamal. He had seen the tempting trap the previous game.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if Kamal had picked up that card and read it the last game, like, would things have gone differently here?
Yeah, I mean, maybe
You
he
know?
just played the escape rope, got out of
Yeah.
it, didn't bother checking.
Exactly.
But I don't know. I feel like if you're in the top 8 of a regional championship, you need to be aware of what Mobile does,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's true. And I mean, we just saw on stream as well, multiple times this weekend. I mean, I guess Kamal probably not paying attention to the stream if you're playing matches, but yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe not have run into it, but Tempting Trap is locking this Radiant Greninja in the active position right now, and Kamal needs a switch card to get out of it because you cannot retreat out of it. So Aiden just playing things down at this point.
Yeah, so I think there's this factor of the unknown that we were talking about.
Yes.
Kamal did not pick up his cards as soon as he got trapped, right? Even though he knows that he has no switching cards left. Aiden doesn't know that.
Yeah.
And therefore, Aiden must be a little on edge and like, okay, so why is this person not conceding?
Yes,
what are they
that's
planning
true.
on, right? And that's why we see Aiden still do actions. He might just be setting up for the Kyogre turn, right? Assuming, like, knowing your opponent, okay, your opponent either has a switching card or is planning to run you out of cards in their deck.
Yeah.
Them as well, they might have Iono to recycle, and therefore, if they go to time and Kamal hasn't decked out, Kamal actually wins because he's ahead on prizes. Therefore,
True.
yeah, as long as Aiden goes Counter Catcher, KO Roaring Moon with Dragonite into the perfect draw with Kyogre to take 4 prizes, that's going to be enough to close out the game, right? So we'll have to see how this plays out because Aiden is doing more actions, is making sure that
it's
he
not
has
just
that
passing. Yeah.
potential Kyogre play available to him.
Yeah, so definitely it's still playing to all of the outs here, which is exactly what you want to be doing if you're Aiden Koos at this moment in time. But still, the trap was tempting, and the trap has been initiated, and that's where we're rolling with right now here for Aiden. It's a sticky situation to be in, and I'm sure Kamal feels very defeated right now because of that. Such a sad way for things to play out here, but Aiden, hey, I mean, that's a win condition, Pablo.
That is definitely a win condition, and yeah, I don't know how many cards are left in the deck. It doesn't look like too many. There's definitely way more over here, and there's the Pidgeot V. That Vanishing Wings makes sure that Aiden will never deck himself out.
Yep, never gonna deck out. Still gonna keep going here. Kamal's gonna take a look at Aiden's discard pile. Maybe just trying to find some sort of out here, but yeah, Aiden may have just done it here with this Mawile.
Yep,
Ode to
tempting
Grant
trap.
Manley here on the
Ode
stream.
to Grant Manley, indeed. Now, there are 19 minutes left here,
Yeah.
so... I mean, there is an Iono that can recycle. There might be a Pulpad as well available that can recycle both the Judge and the Iono, so...
I gotta say though, the adrenaline must be running here for Aiden.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you just feel you are one step closer into top 4, into potentially the finals, and potentially being a regional champion. Thanks to this nice, cute little Mawile.
Now, there's 1 card left in the deck. If Kamal's plan was to run down like the clock and make sure that he was ahead in the prize cards, he's been playing down cards, right? He's been playing down Forest Stone, he's been attaching energy, so that's quite literally less turns for him to be able to like buy himself time to win by prizes. So we'll have to see what ends up happening here. Drawing 4 off the Iono, passing Aiden. Draw pass, well, not draw passing, tempting trap. Yeah, how many tempting traps have we seen? Like 10, 12, more or less, maybe.
It's been a lot.
It's been a lot for sure.
The trap is very tempting at this point in time, Pablo.
All right, I just like either Aiden commits to the Kyogre play, to the perfect Kyogre play over the course of 2 turns, or right, Vanishing Wings, immediately benched back to the deck and pass.
I'm just sad, Pablo.
I know.
I'm genuinely sad. I'm mourning Roaring Moon right now. I was rooting for it.
Well, there's
We were
another
all
Roaring Moon in
rooting
the
for
bracket,
you.
right?
I know, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know how the bracket has shaped up so far, but still, what I'm seeing play out is just, it's sad. It's a sad way for Roaring Moon to go potentially, but we'll see. I mean, we're still playing this game out, Pablo.
Yep, I think Kamal just asked how much time is left on the clock. Draw passes. Aiden draws tempting traps and
exactly.
passes. Kamal draw passes.
The win conditions, the prize cards, so.
Yep, but I don't think like 60 minutes should be enough for Kamal to deck out.
Exactly. Yeah, there's just no way. If we're passing back and forth like this, yeah, that's exactly what Aiden's doing. The expression on Aiden's face, I think Aiden knows now. He's giving a thumbs up here to the crowd.
Yeah.
Tempting trap, tempting trap. Yeah, now we're,
and
it's a lot here.
This all comes down to the escape rope and switch card that were discarded on the very first turn. If Kamal had just like played it a little bit cooler, right? Just
yes, exactly. That's what makes it sting even more, Pablo. They literally went to the discard at the same time.
Yeah, of the same Ultra Ball, exactly. When we
Yes.
could have been like a little more passive, just judge, find one energy, attack with the Galarian Ultra V. That's
oh my
more
gosh,
than
look at
good
this.
enough. Ooh.
Dragonite is up
the
in the
boss,
active right
though.
now.
We see the boss and we see the Pal Pad putting back.
Oh.
All right, so Kamal did have a plan. As it seems like we are getting a 4-minute time extension. All right. Pal Pad back. Boss and Iono. Could be Boss. Could be Iono and Judge. All right. This is a very, very precarious situation right here, but it seems like Kamal will be able to finally attach retreat. No, he went boss, can switch out. The Mowal gets tempting, trapped again.
Oh my gosh, Pablo.
Boss finds, I don't know if it was a boss or the Iono.
I think my dreams tonight is just going to be tempting trap, tempting trap. Going to be replaying in my head for the rest of my life.
And that's fine. We do not have a 4-minute time extension for this match. It was for a different match.
Yeah, we're paying attention to a lot
Yeah,
back
there's
here.
a lot happening here behind the scenes.
Please tell me we don't have a
seeing
4-minute
this.
time extension, Pablo.
All right. We
All
do
right,
see
yeah.
a judge, which does shuffle a lot of resources. Now, I'm really questioning, like, in the end, if the only way you can win this match is through the being ahead in prizes win condition, right? That means you need as many turns as possible right here. So every card that Kamal has played down after he got trapped means it's one less turn you have. And that was your plan all along. You needed to put back Judge and Iono. As see a tempting trap, just Aiden immediately drawing and saying, draw tempting trap. He's probably just saying trap, not even tempting
Yeah, exactly. Just trap.
Yep.
Trap again. Honestly, if you're tuning into the stream right now, you're probably like so confused as to what's going on.
might be,
If you've never watched Pokemon before, this is a bit odd looking for sure. But,
but
that
it's
Mawile putting in some work here, tempting
all
a
about
trap.
this card.
Yes, all about it right now. This is the MVP here for Aiden Koos at this moment in time. And the fact that Kamal does not have a way to switch out, cannot retreat this Radiant Greninja due to the tempting trap blocking the retreats. And the Radiant Greninja cannot attack either. There's no water energy.
Yeah,
There's no,
so-
I can't do anything.
Yeah, we were talking about the adaptations that you needed to make in order to, like, with information, right? I think after you see the Mowile on game 2, the adaptation you need to make is try to avoid benching Greninja, conserve your switching cards, and we saw just the opposite, right? We saw Greninja immediately hit the board, and the 2 switching cards immediately hit the discard
pile. And honestly, thinking back to the board states before this, like 20 turns ago, pretty much. I mean, Kamal was like chilling, pretty set up as well. I like it. I don't think it had to be extended so far, especially if you're considering, okay, these are my only 2 switch cards, and I'm discarding them now.
Yeah,
but
I think it might have been a little bit of a tunnel vision of this is a Roaring Moon EX deck, therefore I want to attack with Roaring Moon ASAP, right? But
True.
Galarian Moltres V is just as good as an attacker in the beginning against this Lost Box deck, right? Nothing can take a hit other than the Dragonite, but Galarian Moltres V can also power itself up with Dire Flame Wing. So all that needed to happen was power up, right? Draw one energy off the judge, and as we see the handshake, Aiden walking away with the win, having successfully trapped his opponent.
Incredible. Aiden Koos trapping his way into a top 4 slot here. I'm sure feeling great right now, sitting in that chair, knowing that he played all his outs. He identified the Mawile being the perfect card here. And yeah, Kamal just discarding those 2 switch cards was the downfall of Roaring Moon, unfortunately, in this match. This is a throwback to our game 1 between these players.
Yep, quick pressure from Kamal. Aiden able to immediately respond with Dragonite, followed by the Dragonite going down to Frenzied Gouging, and then Sableye being able to clean up that self-damaged Roaring Moon and putting the rest of the damage on the Squawk. And then finally, the Sableye going down, and Aiden able to top deck that Mirage Gate, or find the Mirage Gate of the Flower Selecting to power up the Sableye, knowing the energies were there, and able to take down the Squawkabilly EX.
Yeah, this is into our game 2 here now between our players.
Yep, we saw Kamal take a commanding lead. Aiden's board did not have anything really, and then was able to take down the Mawile, and that was the key turn. That's when Kamal knew the Mawile was a threat.
Yep.
And then we saw this very explosive and aggressive turn 1 where both of the switching cards got discarded on that first turn along with the judge, and that prompted Aiden to be able to successfully get the trap. After getting a little bit ahead, we saw this infinite Mawile tempting trap.
Yep, that is the motto for this weekend, tempting trap. Definitely something I didn't expect to be so pivotal here at the Knoxville Regional Championship, but it is making its way out, it's making a showing, and now it's headed into a top 4 spot here, piloted by Aiden Koos. Unfortunately there for Kamal, there was nothing he was able to do there, which led Aiden Koos to taking that win in that match. I'm sure if you're Kamal, when you're going to watch that back, it's going to be like, oh,
damn.
Oh. Pablo, if there was even one additional switch card or way to get it back or something, do you think it would have been as bad, like having both of them gone? Like, do you just really only need one?
Well, not necessarily, because these Lost Box decks do have a couple of effects to Gust. They have a copy of Boss Disorders, they have a copy of Counter Catcher, and they have Foul Pad to potentially recycle the Boss Disorders. So
that's true.
You need to free yourself from the potential trap a few times for sure. However, it definitely hurts when you yourself are the one that you discard those cards preemptively.
Yeah, and also putting those liabilities out there as well to be tempting trapped up. Well, let's take another look at our top 8 decks that we saw just before we jumped in to our top 8 featured match on the stream. We got a quick look at them. So we did have 2 Roaring Moons in our top 8, so potentially maybe one out there.
Yeah, Jose, I wonder what the results of the bracket are so far. I know we ran deep into the timer of this round, so hopefully, seems like Jose won. Yeah, that's awesome.
Woo!
Jose won.
We're
so
still
Roaring
in
Moon's
there.
still alive, and I think
Let's
I saw
go.
Ian Robb beat Tyler Matthews as well. So Ian Robb, after we saw him
there you go.
tie with that awkward Giratina game. Giratina about to make its, I want to say, 6th final appearance, because Giratina took down Melbourne down under. So we'll have to see if Giratina can go all the way once again. What can stop it?
I guess potentially one of these other decks that we're seeing here. I mean, yeah, so we've confirmed the Roaring Moon EX, that Giratina V Star. I mean, I feel like going into this weekend, I could have seen Gardevoir actually winning out this entire regional as well. And we have 2 of them that went into our top 8 here. I just feel like with a narrowed down field with less players than we've seen at some of our former regional championships, maybe it was the opportunity for one of these super pro, very skilled players to take Gardevoir EX into this and be able to win out, because there is so much potential in Gardevoir if you know how to operate the deck and you can really bring it to the top here. So I feel like that is potentially maybe could win, but we have to see what the Gardevoir is going to be going against, right?
Yeah, Gardevoir definitely is one of those decks that has been deemed even the best deck for a long time,
Yeah.
right? It's no longer deemed the best deck. It's still a very powerful, has all these like options with Cresselia, with Screamtail, with Shining Arcana Gardevoir, the Zacian. However, it just always comes up short, right? And that used to be Giratina until it started dominating these past few months. So
Yeah.
Gardevoir trying to get there, hasn't been able to do so, but maybe Knoxville is where it will be able to finally cement itself at the very top.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Gardevoir will be the champion deck this weekend. But speaking of champions, Chip Ritchie was able to catch up with our senior champion. Let's throw it over to Chip.
Chip Ritchie here, joined by our senior division TCG regional champion, Benny Billinger. Benny, congratulations, man. How are you feeling? Regional champ.
This is a feeling I haven't felt in a long time, since 2019, actually. It just feels really good to win a regional again. You know, this is my main goal all season, and I accomplished it.
You were able to make it happen. Yeah, we caught up yesterday, talked for a little while. I mean, you won 10 regional championships in the juniors division, but you've played now a couple years in seniors. What does it mean to you to finally get this win in your last year as a seniors division player?
I mean, yeah, that was the goal all season. I've been playing this game, obviously, for a while. This past 2 senior seasons, I've gotten pretty close to winning finals, a few top 4s, but I was never able to actually get that win. And to finally get this win, and just feeling it's indescribable.
It's incredible, man. Congratulations for sure. Tell us a little bit about the deck you're playing. I know we talked a little bit yesterday, but for anyone who's just tuning in, tell us what you played and how it went in your top cut matches.
So I played the Block Snorlax deck. I ran Crab as opposed to Cal Connor's list, who plays 3 Misfortune Sisters and 4 Sinnoh. The Crab was actually very helpful in my top 8 match, as I played against an Arceus deck and with Squilvit. So when I was able to get rid of all their energies, I was just able to go Crab, and then like their Squilvit's just not able to do anything at that point.
Yeah, it feels like the Crabominable V is a solid answer to the potential answers that people were bringing for Snorlax. Is that why you chose to include it?
Yeah, I've been playing Crabominable in my list also all the way since December. It's just been a staple. It's especially good in best of 3 is it can prevent ties sometimes when they're just locked and they're just Ionoing just to try and not deck out and try and go for the tie. And that's why I played the Crabominable.
Well, congratulations once again. And you are not the only person here celebrating this. Your mom is also here, who I know is one of your biggest cheerleaders. This is Barb, the biggest cheerleader. Barb, what does this mean to you as his mother?
You know, it means so much. Like, words kind of fail me right now, which I know is a shock for Benny. But it's been such an incredible journey. We started in 2016. His father and I and his sister, you know, we're a close family unit. And, you know, we're celebrating a high today, but it doesn't come, you know, without the lows. And it's been a journey, and he certainly didn't get there alone. The Pokemon community is famous for being so supportive and being so close-knit. And, you know, this weekend was such a great example of that. And, you know, we celebrate, you know, your win, Benny, but we celebrate the friends who got you there and, you know, the parents that supported us as well. And, you know, that's what's made this so special for us.
Absolutely. Benny, what does it mean to you to have such an incredible support system?
I mean, I wouldn't be here without them. Like when I won my finals match, there were so many people there congratulating me, clapping, you know. I couldn't have done it without them, and to have them there supporting me just meant the world to me.
So you got multiple wins in juniors. You've gotten 1 win here in seniors, a couple more regionals. We'll see what else you can close out, but looking ahead to Masters, you know, you've got to have your eyes set on the triple crown of Pokemon TCG, right?
Exactly. I mean, the next goal is obviously win Worlds as a senior, just win Worlds in general. But if I can get a Masters regional win, then I will have the triple crown, and that's an accomplishment to be very proud of.
Awesome, Benny. We'll be following your journey without a doubt. Congratulations to you once again. Thank you guys for tuning in, and congratulations to our seniors regional champ, Benny Billinger.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, you know, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube. Just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charjabug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
My strategy going into the event was playing a deck I was really, really comfortable with.
It's Kyogre in the mix, and definitely looked very impressive.
It has really good matchups all around. I really felt like I always had a chance in every game.
A lot of players don't believe in the list. You see Charizard out in the field, but
lots of Charizard.
he believes in this list.
The main deck that I was nervous about seeing was the Charizard deck. I considered it to be a very tough matchup if they knew the lines really well. It was really hard to map out your prizes in that matchup. And with Pidgeot, they just search out for anything, so it's hard to keep up.
I heard a lot of people talking about how I doubt like a Lost Box Kyogre is going to take it again because, people are expecting it.
I hit Rowan in top 4, and he was playing DTE Mew, and I hadn't played that matchup the entire weekend. He also had a Luxor in the deck, which was really scary. Definitely in that matchup, I really wanted to conserve all my resources to try to pull off the Kyogre in the end.
Pretty stormy out there for Kyogre, for sure.
As the match played out, I didn't feel like I was behind too much, and I felt like I was able to pull off Kyogre pretty consistently.
Kyogre aqua storming its way to victory.
My toughest matchup was definitely the finals match, just because my opponent is essentially playing the same list.
Running that Kyogre Lost Zone box, the Canada special at this point against the Turbo Lost Zone box.
Yeah, he was trying to board wipe me and not allow me to bench any Sableyes.
See the Lost Mine damage, 4 onto the Comfey, 4 onto the Manaphy. Has 4 more to play with.
In the finals, I realized that he wasn't able to take enough prizes unless he had some sort of like Hawlucha or damage modifiers, so I was lucky enough to stay ahead of the prize trade in game 3.
That's gonna be it,
yes.
though. The extension of the fist bump.
My overall goal of the game is just to enjoy and have fun with all my friends. I don't have too much expectations to do well, but it'd be nice to get a good Worlds finish.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came
We're here in the beautiful Knoxville, Tennessee. Speaking of beauty, look at those medals here, Pablo. You love to see it. We're here for our Knoxville Regional Championship. All of our players have collected here in Tennessee to compete for those regional champion titles. And we're actually almost there to crowning our regional champion here in day 2. I'm Shelby Boo here with Pablo Meza. We were super ecstatic to take you through our first, well, I guess our only top 8 match on stream. But I will say the ending was a little bit lackluster. Roaring Moon could not take the win there. Aiden Koos going to advance into our top 4 with Lost Box featuring that Mawile and that tempting trap. Pablo, is that how you expected things to go in our stream top 8 match?
I was really expecting a lot of Aquastorm. I thought we were going to see like a quick prize race, take 2, set yourself up for the Aquastorm, but turns out Mawile had a different plan in mind. And I think we've reached the point where like the epitome of Lost Box decks where they're generally Lost Box, right? They're even pretending to be Snorlax decks as well with that Mawile.
That's true. Stalling out their opponents at this point too. I mean, I will definitely say Mawile, not really something I expected had on my radar going into this weekend, but a giant team of players took it to Knoxville Regionals, and a lot of them saw success. I mean, we saw it showcased by Azul. Unfortunately, Azul just not making it into our top 8, but Aiden Koos carrying on the Mawile now into our top 4. So we're going to have to wait to see how the rest of our matches panned out there. We did see Jose, who was also piloting a Roaring Moon, into the top 4 as well. So it is definitely going to be spicy here coming up, Pablo. We're going to have a top 4 match featured for you all on the stream that I am extremely excited for.
Yep, and as we wait for our players to get ready, Chip is catching up with a few people on the floor. Let's see who he found this time.
Chip Ritchie down here on the floor with a friend of mine, Nathan Brower. Nathan, how are you doing, my friend? How has Knoxville Regionals been treating you?
I'm doing great. I'm having a good time. I did pretty bad in the main event, but I'm here having fun playing Pokemon Cube.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you about here. I was walking around, seeing some people hanging out here during day 2 playing games. Obviously, the main event is still going on, but lots of people tend to hang out even after day 1 is finished, whether or not you made day 1, day 2, whatever. And I look behind me and I see you guys all playing with crazy cards. I look over here and I see a Mantine that's evolved into a Manectric. What the heck is going on, man?
Yeah, okay, so this is a Pokemon Cube. It's a big pool of cards that I put together a long time ago. And basically, you make a bunch of packs with it and you draft Pokemon. This is a Mutant Cube, so you can evolve the same type of Pokemon together. So like, a Magikarp is water, can evolve into a Croconaw, it's stage 1, right? And you build your decks, and then you play, and you have fun.
That's awesome. So it's a Pokemon way of drafting. Definitely a lot of fun. So you've curated the list of cards that people are playing with here, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's about like 700 cards I put together.
That's a lot of cards. A lot of cards. And is it something that, you put it together a long time ago? Is it something that you've adjusted and changed as the years have gone on?
Yeah, so this cube is actually focused around like the Ruby, Sapphire, Diamond, and Pearl era with a few, outliers, but it kind of focuses around that power level. And I've had it for a long time now, like a good handful of years. I think I was one of the first cubes, actually. Like,
yeah.
For Pokemon.
I've drafted this cube one time, I think at a Virginia Regionals a long time ago.
Yeah.
So this was one of my first exposures actually to cube, was playing this cube with you. One of my personal favorite ways to play the Pokemon TCG, I know for you as well. What makes drafting and cubing so much fun?
I like it because you can play a lot of different stuff. You can do crazy strategies. I like the games are pretty intricate. It's like singleton cards. So a lot of the cards hold a lot of value. You gotta like plan when do you play this one card. When you find the most value.
Yeah.
I just like it.
A little bit on the spot here, but there's tons of crazy interactions and stuff that I'm sure can happen. Especially with a mutant form cube, you've got one type that it can evolve into a Pokemon it was obviously never meant to evolve into. Have you ever had a crazy sequence of plays that sticks out to you that's really memorable, something crazy someone was able to pull off?
Oh, there's so many, honestly. Just today, my friend Kyle Warden here drafted, there's a Shiftry, I believe, from Unseen Forces or something like that. When you evolve, you have to pick up a Pokemon. There is a Weavile from Undaunted. when you evolve it, you get to discard a card from their hand. So he was able to infinitely go Shiftry, pick himself back up, and then go Weavile, and then every turn use Weavile's effect to discard a card from my hand. And I lost very badly.
In your own cube.
In my own cube, yes.
True madness happening out here. Well, cube drafting's a lot of fun. There's a lot of resources out there online. Many members of the community are big fans of drafting. Nathan here, definitely one of them. Any final words, any advice to someone out there who maybe is thinking about building a cube or is looking to try and play in one?
Yeah, just get started. You know, reach out to your friends. Chances are you know somebody or know somebody that has a cube, and you know, just jump in. It's pretty fun.
That's awesome. Thanks a bunch, Nathan. I appreciate your time, and we'll get back to the tournament.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Chip there and learn a little bit about cubing as well. I think the first time I ever heard about Pokemon cubes, I just pictured a physical cube made of Pokemon cards, and I thought it was like a decorative item or something. I was like, what are they talking about? Do you play any cube, Pablo?
So I'm personally not the biggest fan of cube. I really enjoy playing, and of course, like I've been playing for a very long time now, so all these interactions and interesting like concepts that happen with all the cards in the history of the game are very cool. But for me, it's like the drafting just takes so long, and I just want to get to playing, right? But if you don't dedicate enough time to the drafting, then you're not going to have a good enough deck. So that to me is like, I wish we could play like pre-drafted cubed decks. I would be all in on that. Like,
that would be cool.
Yeah,
it's like randomized draft.
Yeah, so you randomize some packs, right? So you grab all the cards from the cube, you randomize them into like fake packs of like 10, 15 cards, however many it's designed for, and then you open up that pack, you choose a card, you pass the cards to the person next to you, and so you have to, like, from the options that you get, you have to pick the right choices to build your deck, and sometimes you miss out on your evolution lines.
I guess if you do the pre-organized packs, though, then it takes the fun out of the draft,
yeah,
right?
of course. Some people just, like, really love the draft and the theorizing of everything. I'm more of a hands-on type of guy.
Get into it.
Yeah, exactly. So
do you prefer to play just, like, retro formats?
Yeah, I definitely prefer to play retro formats, but I know Chip really, really, really loves cubing, and so I'm pretty sure we'll be cubing tonight after the regional.
Oh, hey, that's awesome. Well, let's jump back into our regional championship. What's going on right now? Let's take a look at our brackets, what we're going to see coming up next. Of course, we just wrapped up our top 8 featured match with Kamal Crooks Valdez versus Aiden Koos. It was Roaring Moon versus Lost Box with that tempting trap Mawile. Aiden Koos able to pull it out, come on top of that match, but gonna have to face off against another Roaring Moon player in Jose Marzan now in the semifinals. On our stream, though, we will be featuring Ryan Antonucci playing Gardevoir versus Ian Robb, getting another chance to prove himself on the stream here with Giratina V-Star.
Now, definitely interesting career paths for both of these players. We know how successful Ian has been, but Ryan Antonucci has been a player that has been so close, right? Has gotten very close to top cutting LAIC, very close to getting into the money at these latest few events, but finally has his big break and is 4 games away from claiming that title. And I want to say, on paper, I'm personally Gardevoir's favorite sort of guy with this matchup coming up, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, we will have to see indeed. I guess we can also take a look at what was eliminated here from our top 8 decks. Of course, we saw on stream Kamal not being able to clutch it with that Roaring Moon EX. Raymond Long also removing another Gardevoir EX out of our top 8 here. And then Tyler Matthews as well.
Yeah, we have 4 different decks, and coincidentally, everyone on the left side won, right? Ryan, Aiden,
weird, huh?
Ian Robb, and Jose Marcin, all 4 players with 4 different decks won on the left side, whereas Raymond Long, Tyler Matthews, Kamal, and Jackson have been eliminated from the tournament. We did get a decent variety in this top cut. I do think the big story is how Charizard is missing from the very top. Has Charizard finally been dethroned here, Boo?
Potentially. I mean, these events really do have a huge impact on what our players choose to bring to upcoming events as well. So it is definitely a huge statement that Charizard was so heavily played going into this weekend, and yet it's completely missing from our top 8 here right now. Well, before we get into our top 4, let's take a look at what you all have been posting and sending to us. We love to see your pictures and what's going on here at the Knoxville Regional Championship.
Backstage Battlers faction, teammates out to dinner while we celebrate Evan Sand making day 2 at Play Pokemon Knoxville. Very nice.
Wow.
Congratulations to Evan. I wonder how they did.
I know, I'm so curious there too. Huge congrats there to Evan. I'll tell you what, Pablo, I see some corn.
I see some corn indeed. Is that typical from Tennessee? Is that like one of the delicacies from around here?
Probably. I personally don't like corn on the cob, and every time I say that, yeah, people say that I'm un-American for it. So it probably is a Tennessee thing. I don't know. I'll tell you what, though, everybody in this picture definitely liked that corn.
All right, and then we have Jacob. Wow, going back-to-back wins in regionals is something I never expected to happen. I faced some of the strongest Australia has to offer, and I'm finally hitting the realization this is no longer a fluke. GG's to every single opponent I've fought.
Wow.
What is this? VGC, TCG, Pokemon Go? I'm not quite sure.
Wait, it's Go. Look at the color of the lanyard. It's green.
All right, it's Pokemon Go. Yeah, you're right. And I'm hearing that they won LAIC as well. So quite the dominant performance. Definitely not a fluke, yeah?
Yeah.
LAIC, let me tell you, Jacob, that was also not a fluke, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I got to tell you, when that feeling sets in, though, where you're like, wow, I think I actually am pretty good at this. That's got to feel good. Here we go. Hurricane Kaz as well. Oh, I saw Hurricane Kaz on stream, on the Pokemon Go stream. So thrilled I won my first ever match on a Play Pokemon stream. Wish I had been able to keep up the momentum, but battles against the talented Zimmy Kid and Mama Climbs were too close. I didn't give them any sweeps. Thanks for the fun interview, Alpha Phoebe as well. That is awesome and an amazing picture. Like, what a good way to have a memory about this event the whole time, and you can always think back to winning your first match on a stream. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, I think it's always very special to go on stream, and then you get to go on stream for the first time and you get to win. That's always a magical moment, I'm sure, for many of our trainers.
Oh my goodness. Look at this epic picture here, showcasing those Pikachu medals that we have as well. From Zoe 2 Dots, congratulations, trainers. Absolutely wild final matches at the Pokemon Regional Championships in Melbourne. Once again, phenomenal talent on show with just about every round coming down to one fast move. Woo, that sounds hectic.
I mean, you're our Pokemon Go resident expert, Boo. How does a battle come down to one fast move?
I don't know about resident expert here, but the way Pokemon Go moves are timed, it can be like if you were the first person to initiate the move, then you would get the knockout versus your opponent if they were the first to hit it. So yeah, it gets actually really intense, but that is about as intense as it can get coming down to fast moves. Those are the faster type moves versus the big charge attacks that you use in Pokemon Go.
And so does the tapping on the screen like actually like the speed at which you tap actually influences?
Well, I mean, I guess technically, like if you stop tapping it, you'd miss
stop,
stuff, but usually you're tapping at the same time there. But it is more than tapping. It actually includes a ton of like mathematics, and honestly, Pokemon Go is extremely difficult because like you're doing math in your head as you're playing. So you're just tapping the screen, but you also have to know how many counts that you're tapping or that your opponent is tapping, like when did they get to their moves and which move they're gonna throw. So it's actually a lot. And think about how long a Pokemon Go match is. I mean, this is all happening like
Yeah,
within milliseconds,
yeah,
pretty
for
much.
sure.
So
Now, you know what else is happening within milliseconds? Our
What,
stage
Pablo?
is ready, and we have our top 4 ready to go. So let's head down there and see our players. Ian Robb, once again, against Ryan Antonucci.
Woo! This is going to be epic here, and it's going to be a battle of 2 decks that people are very familiar with. Over here on our left side, Ryan Antonucci.
Yep, 2022 NAIC Top 16, 22 LAIC Top 16, Atlantic City Regional Top 8, and 2017 NAIC Top 8. So we can see how he's always come so close as a couple Top 8s in his bag, but this might be his first top 4 and could go all the way as well with his Gardevoir EX deck.
Yeah, you love that story when a player finally breaks through, now is in our top 4 here at the Knoxville Regional Championship and has a possibility to get into our finals. Up against Ian Robb here, Portland Regional Top 8, NAIC finalist, Vancouver Regional Champion, and Indianapolis Regional Champion. Ian Robb is actually a 5-time Regional Champion and is so young as well.
So young.
So
indeed.
young, especially for that many accomplishments in the Masters division of the Pokemon TCG. And Ian Robb is going to be facing off today with that Giratina V Star deck.
So I've played against Ian Robb a couple of times throughout my career, and I have to tell you, every single time I've gotten completely smoked, like zero chance. I mean, not because I'm making any mistakes or anything, just like the way the games just happen. Like he plays flawlessly, draws flawlessly, and then I'm just always falling a little bit behind here and there, and I just have not been able to beat Ian, I don't think, historically.
Gosh. Yeah, I mean, Ian Robb is definitely a threat in every single field, whatever regional championships he chooses to attend. Let's take a look at our prize cards here, Pablo.
Yeah, big prizes here for Ryan, the Jirachi, and the Kirlia. Especially the Kirlia to help with your setup. Not ideal to have there, but the Jirachi is so crucial to stop Sableye from possibly wrecking your board, especially if you're needing to power up Shining Arcana with a lot of energies. That's a lot of stealth damage, and that's where Sableye can really clean up after. As we get this match started, nothing too crucial for Ian that I could tell. The Giratina V-Star copy, maybe not so much. We'll have to see, but in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that's a big deal as we get this game started here.
Yeah, let's jump into this right now. Ryan Antonucci versus Ian Robb in our Masters top 4 here on the stream. Ryan Antonucci going to start us off here with a level ball, the Mew in the active position as well for Ryan, and just going through the deck here, mapping things out. And yeah, I mean, I always say Giratina V-Star as far as the Pokemon that I lead with for Ian Robb's deck. But this is not just Giratina. This is Lost Box Giratina. It functions with Giratina. It functions as a Lost Box deck as well. It's a hodgepodge of a lot of different attackers that could come up here in this matchup. But on paper, I know you said that you favor Gardevoir here, Pablo. What are your reasonings behind that?
So I really like Gardevoir going into this matchup as long as you can set up, right? Which I think is always like the big asterisk for Gardevoir is like, if you get set up, Gardevoir feels like the best deck ever. But if you don't get set up, if you struggle in the beginning, that can be problematic. But if you do get set up, you have Cresselia to heal up your board, which funnily enough, Ryan does not play Cresselia, so never mind about that. Screamtail is going to be pretty crucial to take down the bench, but it's just like, overall in the prize exchange, I really favor Gardevoir overall, especially if you play Cresselia. But Ryan is not playing Cresselia this time around and priced Jirachi, and that's where Sableye is going to be the most dangerous.
Yeah, most dangerous indeed here for Ryan. We see two Ralts now coming out onto the field here for Ryan. I guess as far as Screamtail goes, I know you brought it up, Pablo. How impactful is this card truly now that it's been slotted into our Gardevoir decks?
So Screamtail is a fantastic attacker, just being able to very cost-effectively threaten opponents' Pokemon, being able to take down a Comfey without having to commit a Gardevoir to take a knockout is very important. You want to keep all your Gardevoir pieces available. Every Gardevoir you don't commit to attack is an extra 2 cards of refinement, and that's how you protect yourself from Ionos, from Roxanne's, whether it's in this matchup or the next. And Ian especially will want to try to trap Ryan and have a path to a peak down to stop the Psychic Embrace from Gardevoir EX, but that won't necessarily be easy to do if there's a lot of Kirlias in play.
Yeah, we'll see if Ian Robb is able to pull off some disruption here in this game, throwing up obstacles left and right toward Ryan Antonucci. But starting off with the Battle VIP pass, going to bring out a Comfey and a Radiant Greninja. Giratina V in the active position here. I'll tell you what, Pablo, both these players are chatty today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're both like good friends.
Oh,
I don't know
that's
how
great.
good, but I'm pretty sure they're very familiar with each other. They hang out with each other. So just like with Reagan, they're very serious about what they do, right? They're at the top 4 of a very important tournament. However, they're also friendly, and that's part of the magic that is Pokemon.
Yeah, you love to see that for sure. Ryan Antonucci, I mean, we shaped up that first turn there, establishing 2 Ralts on the bench, getting an energy attachment down. And now we're in the second turn of the game here for Ryan. Mew going to use that Mysterious Tail here to search out that Fog Crystal as the item card for Ryan Antonucci. Going into the deck here to select either a basic Psychic Pokemon or basic Psychic Energy. It's going to be the Energy this time, instantly being attached to that Mew in the active position.
Yeah, we really want to head into the Mirage Step Kirlia right now to establish other Kirlias as we see it get played. And yeah, I mean, as Gardevoir, the only bad thing about Ryan's current setup is that a Kirlia is priced, right? Other than that, getting this up without having lost a single prize card, this is a dream. And with Ian's very slow, underwhelming start once again, yeah, with no threat to the Kirlia, this is a dream for a Gardevoir player where you get to set up without giving up any prizes whatsoever and without getting pressured at all by your opponent.
Yeah, you're sitting pretty for sure if you're playing Gardevoir in this point in time.
Oops.
And Ryan Antonucci is Ian Robb just going to place the path to the peak and
my.
pass back to Ryan Antonucci. Pablo, am I ever going to get to see some Ian Robb gameplay without a difficult first turn setup?
Yeah, I feel like you're generally rooting for Ian, but you might be cursing him as well.
What am I doing here, Pablo? Get me off the stream. I'm sorry, Ian.
All right, so we're going to see Ryan start off once again, like 0 cards in your opponent's loss zone. You're feeling really, really good. Now, Gardevoir decks do take a little bit to get going, right? And this is where I really wish Ryan had been I mean, he's made it so far without the Cresselia, right? But Cresselia for me is such an integral part to the deck. We'll have to see how Ryan plays this out without the Cresselia. What is his approach to this matchup? Because of course, Ryan knows how successful Giratina has been. I'm sure he's faced it plenty during the tournament, so he must have a very good plan against it as well.
Well, I'm excited to see that plan here. Of course, as you were talking about, Gardevoir takes so much setup here. And the pieces to that, of course, were those Kirlia, starting off with those refinements that we saw brought out from the Kirlia and active with that Mirage Step. All of these moves and cards play into each other to just draw more and more cards here. Now we see the evolution into that Gardevoir, going to select 2 more cards there into the hand. And this is what we're going to see from our Gardevoir player, Ryan Antonucci. So many cards being stacked into the hand. And that's where you really get to formulate your plan of action throughout the rest of this game. Everything is in the palm of your hands. You just have to pilot it correctly and sequence things as best as you possibly can.
Yeah, speaking of, I really wish Ryan had gotten Rare Candy and evolved the benched Ralts instead of the active, because your opponent's not threatening anything at all. I really would have loved to see just damage yourself with a Gardevoir EX, hit the Giratina V for 190 and be cool with that, yeah? So now you can still hit it for 150. I don't think Ryan has 6 energies in the discard pile or 5 to be able to get the KO. I only get to see 2 of them, so it's going to be 150, but that damage on the Gardevoir can be a little problematic sometimes, especially with no Cresselia. So we'll have to see what's Ryan's approach here.
So is the Cresselia just missing from the deck, Pablo, because there's just too many? Why unslot the Cresselia, I guess, for this version of the list?
Of course, every card you include or don't include comes at a cost, right?
Yep.
And Ryan is taking a slightly more, quotation marks, turbo approach to the deck by playing triple Rare Candy. That allows him to pull off a turn to Gardevoir EX more often, right, and try to respond to the aggression and this fast-paced format that we have right now a little more easily.
Whoo, look at that there. That's what I hear from Ian Robb as we go into this next turn now.
Top deck that switch card into a Flower Select, into a Path to a Peak, plus a Psychic Energy. Even laughing at like how bad his choices are. That Path to a Peak is not in play. It is indeed in the Lost Zone, and we're going to see an extra 2 cards off the Greninja. Can we find something good? But no, 2 more energies here.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That is just unlucky. You know, I'm just going to blame being on stream now. The stream curse.
The stream curse. I mean, we have seen Ian a bunch on stream. He's always getting good results. We're about to see an B seeking, but the last time he played a big top 4 was at NAIC, and he also, the finals, and he ended up losing that match.
Yeah, that was also major stream curse there for sure.
Which I was also casting, so maybe it's me.
Oh, true.
Maybe I'm the problem.
Maybe it's you. We shall see. But that Jet Energy going to bring Giratina V into the active to be able to do that Abyss Seeking. That's going to bring our Lost Zone up to 3 as well. So at least doing something here for Ian Robb. But now a damaged Giratina V. Ryan Antonucci able to play through another turn, just stacking up these resources and furthering the board state over here on the left side of the field. So we still have that Shining Arcana Gardevoir in the active position right now. Just 2 damage counters so far, and plenty of energy there.
Yeah, doing 150, more than enough for the KO, getting 2 prizes ahead. And this is definitely like almost uncharted territory for Gardevoir. This is not something you expect to happen often enough. Like there's routes in the discard pile which were not KO'd. Now you have an extra Kirlia that you can't even evolve into. Your opponent has no Giratina V, 3 cards in the Lost Zone. Just not looking great for Ian right now.
Yeah, and you just keep up this pace, and that's exactly what Ryan is doing over here to Ian's side. Now that Ryan Antonucci only has 4 prize cards left to take here, Ian Robb still just a 3-card Lost Zone here. Now 4 because of that Flower Select. It's going to be a Giratina V, though, joining the Lost Zone for Ian.
Yeah, that's 1 in the Lost Zone, 1 in the discard pile, that only leaves 1 available. And, I mean, Giratina is an expert deck in terms of making comebacks, right? It has Roxanne, it has Path to the Peak, it has Sableye. However, this is just not great at all. I mean, surely if he hasn't conceded, he has something in the back of his mind, but I generally cannot piece out what it is. Now, I think we do have confirmation, Boo, of the other results from the top 4 match.
I was just looking at that, Pablo. Aiden Koos is going to take a 2-0 victory win. That means Lost Box is in our finals here. Mawile has climbed to the top.
Setting too many traps, that sneaky Mawile.
I know, too tempting, I'll tell you that much. Ian Robb playing a Nest Ball here now, going through the deck for the Pokemon. I think just choosing to fail it.
No, I think he grabbed Cram.
Kramer? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I thought Cram was there, but nah, Cram's jumping into the field here for Ian Robb.
So we might finally see a little bit of aggression from Ian Robb, setting up that 110 damage onto Shiny Arcana Gardevoir, leaving it with 10 HP. Or no, a counter catcher knockout on the Kirlia.
Yeah,
neither Kirlia has a Route Thunder, just checking, because sometimes that matters, which Kirlia you take down.
Yeah, that is very true, but neither of them. They both came out on that Mirage step, so Kirlia going to go into the active here, thanks to Ian Robb being behind in the prize cards at the moment, activating that counter catcher, gussing the Kirlia into the active position here for Ian. Woo, first prize card down now for Ian Robb. And we're over onto Ryan's side of the field.
Yeah, so not too far behind in terms of prize cards, right? But Ryan doesn't need to do anything and already can get another prize card ahead. There is 1 Giratina V-Star in play, which, if knocked out, could be a little problematic for Ian in terms of, like, he can use Sableye, he can use Cramorant, and Ryan's board is looking a little not so great with only 3 Pokemon in play, but not the end of the world when you're so far ahead and you have basically a million cards in your hand.
True. That is very true. I mean, I guess the access to attackers that Ian Robb has, maybe a little bit more accessible here. You know, you're talking about as soon as you get your Lost Zone lined up, you have the ability to attack with so much more. And that Cramorant carries so much weight in the earlier portions of this game, sometimes the late portions, but Ryan Antonucci does take a little bit more setup for these attackers, for the draw support, for the energy acceleration, all of these pieces that are comboing together to result in these knockouts. But as long as you can keep up the pace, usually you can come out on top, but we'll see if Ryan's able to do that here. We're going to start with a refinement into 2 additional cards.
Yep,
Look at that hand.
Yeah,
Woo!
so many options, maybe too many options at this point in time.
So I'm saying, Pablo, are you coming to the dark side here? That I'm Gardevoir. I'm not a huge fan of Gardevoir.
No, I am 100% biased towards Gardevoir,
Yeah,
the
you
Pokemon.
are.
Therefore,
It's true.
any Pokemon, any Gardevoir card just has a special place for me. But Superrod put back a few resources, be able to establish that Ralts, maybe even the Greninja to have extra draw.
Yep.
Ryan definitely has been cruising with this Shining Arcana Gardevoir, but will need to set something else up in order to make sure that he can keep up with whatever Ian might be planning to do in order to make a comeback into this game, as Roxanne will be available after Ryan knocks out this Cramorant this turn.
All right, well, Ralts is going to come out, at least further establishing this board here for Ryan Antonucci. Off of that Fog Crystal, we saw the energy come down onto that Gardevoir EX as well.
Yep, getting that Gardevoir EX as undamaged as possible is great so that it's not in range of Lost Impact, which is very, very good. And we'll have to see what else Ryan wants to do here. He definitely must have the Roxanne play coming up in mind, maybe even with the Path to a Peak, so preemptively powering up the Gardevoir EX doesn't sound like a bad idea. Could also go for an Iono to disrupt Ian's hand a little bit, like the Manaphy to protect from Greninja, but even though he's in commanding position in terms of the lead, if he gets Roxanne down to 2 cards and the Gardevoir gets KO'd, he might not be in a great situation.
Yeah, it could definitely get sticky depending on how the prize cards fall here, potentially in the future. We are going to have that Iono, though, so that giant hand's going to go to the bottom of the deck here. Same with Ian Rob's hands. And you're going to draw a card for each prize card that you have left. So some more cards for Ryan Antonucci's hands here.
Yep. An extra energy from Psychic Embrace, just making sure that if there is a path that comes down into play, you can easily attach and be ready to go with the attack on the Gardevoir EX. Now, Ian has a much nicer looking board than before, but what did he draw off of that Iono?
That is the question. 5 cards here. It's going to be a 6 after the top deck. We are going to go into a concealed cards here for Ian.
And there's the Roxanne play, so with only 5 cards in the Lost Zone, it's not as impactful. Can maybe double Comfey, but don't think we can get to 10, so that Shiny Arcana Gardevoir either gets taken down by Giratina Shred, right? Or it will live yet another turn.
Yeah, and honestly, throughout this entire match, that Shining Arcana Gardevoir has been carrying so much weight here. And that's really the difficulty of playing against Gardevoir. It's just a one-prize Pokemon, but it does so much. And it's just grinding through these prize cards here for Ryan Antonucci. Only 3 left to take. And Ian Robb, just 6 cards now in the Lost Zone.
Yep, and had to loss on a Colress as well, which probably indicates that he is planning on playing the Roxanne, but just like a very awkward setup here. Doesn't have any switching card, I don't think. Maybe not even a Mirage Gate in hand.
I think
not
there's a
entirely
switch.
Sure. Yep, there's a switch.
Yeah, there's a switch. All right.
Might have been a choice between Colress and a Mirage Gate last. No, is there a Mirage Gate? I think it's the last card.
I know all of the Lost Box cards look
they
so
have the
similar.
same border.
Yeah. It's tough to tell.
Yeah.
Especially Ian Robb shuffles them so quickly.
Yep.
So.
Well, there's definitely a Mirage Gate right there.
Yeah, that's an easy one to tell here. So Ian Robb going to keep that Mirage Gate to the hand. Psychic Energy going into the Lost Zone, as well as the other Psychic Energy. So 2 Psychic Energy gone forever here. Super Rod, though, going to bring back a Cramorant and a Psychic Energy back to the deck, as well as that Grass Energy.
Yeah, now there's 4 total Psychic Energies in Ian's deck, and we are seeing all of them, right? One in the
Yeah.
discard pile, one back to the deck, two in the lost zone. So Ryan also can use this information. That's also something that he will be very aware of. 100% of the Giratina decks are playing for Psychic. No more, no less. Therefore, if you know where they are, you know exactly what options your opponent can have during their turn.
Absolutely. Well, we saw the Super Rod there from Ian Robb to get those energy back into the deck. Double Mirage Gate here to apply them to the field.
Yep, the energies did go to the Giratina V. We're definitely going to see a Shred taking down this Gardevoir, and then Ryan's board not looking too great, or not.
No, yeah.
Never mind.
That's Cram coming back for some more action here.
Yeah, Cram coming in to take down the Kirlia, interestingly enough. I was definitely not expecting that. The Roxanne did not get played. The Giratina was not used. It was just counter catcher, KO. Call it a day.
Yep, Kirlia now off the field here thanks to that Cram knockout.
Yeah, sorry, it was the boss's orders, not the counter catcher, so that's my bad. But this will probably just, with one less Kirlia, this might just make Ian's next turn more effective with that Roxanne.
Yeah, that's very true. Pablo, I guess this is the line Ian Robb has chosen to go with, and we'll see what Ryan Antonucci chooses to do here on this turn.
Sometimes I feel like when players do Shining Arcana and they're looking at the two cards, it feels like they're trying to flower select. Keep one, get rid of one.
They're so similar, yeah.
Not quite.
That is very true. Shining Arcana. I feel like there's so many effects now in the game where you just draw two cards, and Shining Arcana can accelerate those energy or just keep the cards to your hand. No choices to be made there, no lost zones, at least for that effect of this deck. So Ryan Antonucci stacking up the hand again with some more cards here.
I would love to know how many energies are in Ryan Antonucci's discard pile. I do know the Sashin is in there though, so perhaps taking down the Giratina V could be a little troublesome, but that Jirachi finally made its way out of the prizes and into play, making Sableye way, way less effective.
Yeah, that is awesome to see here. It was in the prize cards there for Ryan Antonucci, but now only 3 prize cards left to take, and that Jirachi was one to be chosen off of them. Screamtail also joined the field here for Ryan.
Yeah, I really wait. Like, this is the perfect play for Cresselia. Yeah, this would be like an ideal situation for Cresselia. You just go Cresselia, bop the Sableye, and then you're good to go because the Cramorant cannot deal with the Cresselia, and Giratina would need to be the Pokemon to be used. You're down to the prizes, you get the KO, you're good to go. But no Cresselia, we're going to see Screamtail. I'm guessing it's going to go ahead and do 160 based on the amount of energies. Perhaps just going to knock out either the Sableye or the Cramorant. Probably the Cramorant. I think that's more threatening right now that there's a Jirachi on the bench.
Yeah, Screamtail, huge addition here. We talked about it a little bit, but does 20 damage for each counter that is on it. And of course, this is the deck where you're spreading your own damage around here. But, ooh, what do we see there, Pablo?
Yeah, Ryan going after the Giratina V, so setting himself up to where it's going to be much easier to take down, but he's also now definitely at least 2 turns away from winning the game, right? He cannot take 3 prizes, whereas if he had knocked out any other of the Pokemon on the field, then all he needs to do is deal with that Giratina V star or Giratina V. Is that easy? Probably not, especially with the Sashin hanging out in the discard pile. However, it's up to Ian to make something happen. He's the one that's behind. His Giratina is now damaged, easily KO'd by any of Ryan's Pokemon here. So, yeah, rough situation to be in if you're Ian Robb right now.
I know, and I feel like that's just kind of been where Ian Robb has been, at least on stream, all day today, but still fighting it out here. Super Rod to recycle those energy once again, and Mirage Gate to bring him back out here. We're going to see the Psychic go on to the Sableye, as well as the Water for the Cramorant in the active.
Yeah, now Sableye not quite a threat yet, because there's only 7 cards in the Lost Zone. We are going to see the Retreat start building up that Lost Zone, but yeah, I really wish Ryan had just eliminated this Cramorant, and Ian might be hard-pressed to find an attacker other than the Giratina V-Star at this point.
Yeah, and now we're seeing 8 cards now in the Lost Zone. It's going to be 9 after this flower. Selecting a boss's orders or a path to the peak are the options here for Ian Robb.
I think path to a peak is important, but so is the boss, because otherwise, yeah, it's such a hard decision. I think Ian's down
Oh my gosh.
2 paths, but you really need the boss. If you're going to catch up in the prize cards, you absolutely need Giratina V-Star to take down this Gardevoir EX. Otherwise, you're not going to catch up. Ryan did give you a little bit of an extra turn at this point in time.
Ooh.
There's the Roxanne finally. We'll have to see what happens, but that prize that Ryan chose not to take could end up being a little problematic.
Absolutely, Pablo. That's how things are looking to shape up here. Ian Robb finding that Roxanne there off of the Pokegear 3.0, playing it, and that's going to limit Ryan Antonucci down to just 2 cards. Ian Robb going to have 6 cards here to choose from. Concealed cards, 2 more.
Yeah, a bunch of extra resources for Ian. Goes for this spit, not so innocently, into the Scream Tail and ties up the prize cards despite a very underwhelming start.
Yeah, very underwhelming start, but now that little baby Scream Tail being knocked out by just a single spit innocently. Only 90 HP on that Scream Tail. Easy target there for that Cramorant. Ian Robb going down another prize card here, tying things up between these players. Ryan Antonucci choosing who to promote here. It's going to be that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. What were the 2 cards we were looking at, Pablo?
For which to?
For the Roxanne, and I guess now the draw for turn.
Yeah, so the top deck was a boss's order, so that is huge. That will allow Ryan to take down this Giratina V pretty much and seal the game. He's going to be 1 turn away from attacking 1 prize card. There's the boss's orders. And this is going to be very, very difficult. I think the other 2 cards were like Radiant Cringe and Stadium, so nothing super, super impactful. We see the power up. And yeah, Ian has nothing that can withstand either of these attackers. He can maybe try to counter catcher one of these Pokemon and try to stall, but there's no Mawile.
Yeah, exactly. There's no Mawile here this time around. Ryan Antonucci going to be taking 2 prize cards there, going down to just 1 left to take after this knockout. And that is brutal, Pablo.
Yep.
So brutal. It's going to lead to a scoop up here. And Gardevoir is 1 game closer to potentially advancing into our finals.
Yep, 1 game away from the grand finals for Ryan Antonucci here, and probably defeating one of the main bosses of the Pokemon TCG, right? Ian Robb with his 5 regional wins already. And yeah, I definitely think there's players who have like that aura of a boss that you have to go through if you want to win a tournament.
Definitely. Oh, Ian Robb is by far one of those players. I mean, just playing everything, playing to all the outs, and we're not playing a game where Ian Robb started with an absolutely stellar start. I mean, it has just been clunky all day here, and Ian Robb still made it such a close game. That really speaks to his ability as a player and his skill here. As you see these turns go back and forth between these players, it really could have gone either way depending on how the cards fell, especially Ian Robb tried to turn everything in his favor with that Roxanne, but just could not come out on top here.
Yup, especially with that boss's orders off the top for Ryan after their Roxanne. That was so crucial. There's only 1 copy as well, and there were a significant amount of cards left. So, I mean, in order to win a regional like this, you have to be really, really good, and sometimes you need luck to smile at you from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be in that position where things are going smoothly, you're drawing pretty nice, clean, smooth, and that has definitely not been the case for Ian Robb, but I totally believe in him as a player. I'm hoping things go well in this next matchup. As far as both of our initial setups, how are these prize cards looking though?
These are not looking too great for Ryan. There is a Gardevoir prize, which is very crucial, one of your main attackers, but more importantly, there's 2 path to a peak counters. The Artisan at the very top, the Worker at the very bottom, but that Artisan at the top could definitely be something where if we have a very close game, that comes down to Roxanne path, and Ryan's digging for that last path counter, that could be the one that he's missing to close out a game. And then on Ian's side, Cramorant was prized. So that early aggression no longer a possibility after we see a very unfortunate start for Ian once again.
Gosh. Oh, absolutely. We saw so much weight being carried as well by that Cramorant in the last game for Ian Robb. Not only is it in the prize cards, but Ian Robb, 1 card in the lost zone here, attachment to a Comfey in the active, and that's it. We're on Ryan Antonucci's side of the field now. So Ian Robb working on a hard mode uphill battle. Once again, Ryan Antonucci on the other flip side of that, starting off with a battle VIP pass. So already establishing this board state. We have 3 Ralts on the field here now. And I mean, Gardevoir, like you said last game, Pablo, if it gets that initial setup, it is so powerful.
Yep, that Mirage Step's so good, and if you can Mirage Step without giving up any prize card, that's the dream for you, for every Gardevoir player out there. And now, I think Ian lost zoned this Comfey. Certainly, the other card had to be a Colress, right? I didn't catch what it was, but like, I can't fathom what other card you could possibly want better than a second Comfey on turn 1, because you don't even know what your deck has yet. So even if there were 3 Psychics prize and that was your last Psychic, you still don't know that. So we do see the Iono probably putting that Colress I'm predicting was in the hand to the bottom, but I think I see another Colress for Ian here.
Well, thank goodness, saved by that Iono there. Could have gone really clunky after that, but the Colress's experiment is going to save Ian Robb here. Let's see what the choices are, though. Sometimes not too easy. 5 cards, 3 are going to go to the hand, 2 to the lost zone.
A lot of energies, a path to a peak. Couldn't quite catch what else, like Giratina V, but 2 energies into a lost zone immediately. Not a great start, just things not going well for Ian in the 2. It feels like he was not on stream, he was flying.
I know.
He gets on stream, ugh, he's struggling.
I know, we're talking only 3 grass energy, 2 water energy in the deck, and they're gone. At least 1 copy is gone forever there in the lost zone for Ian Robb. Comfey going to come onto the bench here, and Giratina V getting thrown up there with that jet energy. We're going to see the Abyss Seeking, adding a couple more cards here to the lost zone for Ian Robb. And 2 cards will go to the hand.
Yep, a much better start in terms of adding to the lost zone for Ian, but a very weak board. Where are all the other Pokemon? Where are they, Boo?
I mean, they're in the deck, I suppose. They're hiding out here at the moment. Oh my gosh, Super Rod and a Battle VIP Pass going into the lost zone for Ian Robb.
When you've already lost zone 2 energies, you know you have to be extra careful with your energies, and now a Super Rod hits the lost zone. So not great, as we see Ryan just very calmly set up his Ralts. Now he's going to grab presumably the Mirage Step Kirlia, as he's putting all the other Kirlias to the very top of the deck. Or no? Only grab 2. Oh, there's the Mirage Step Kirlia.
We found
I was like,
it,
I'm pretty sure I did not see it in the prize cards. But sometimes it's so many games, right, that we're casting. Sometimes they blur a little bit together. I'm thinking of the prize cards of one game when I'm actually in a whole new game.
Yeah, I do that all the time too, Pablo. But yep, here we go. That Mirage Step Kirlia joining us here in the active. And yeah, those little Ralts on the bench just dancing through a flower field. That's pretty much how Ryan Antonucci is feeling so far playing this game, having all of the opportunity here to set up, establish a board state. And we're going to see the exact same thing we saw from game 1 as far as the Mirage Step Kirlia goes, bringing out some more Kirlia.
Yeah, 1 Kirlia in hand. There's the energy. And we're going to see 4 total Kirlias along with a Ralt. So this almost feels like cheating. And yeah, it's like now you can potentially get to 5 Gardevoirs, or you can afford to like have those extra Kirlias. And this is especially strong with the adaptation that Ryan has made with 3 rare candies. Yeah, this Ralt here that can evolve into a Gardevoir, and then you get to have access to triple refinement along with your Gardevoir EX or Shiny Arcana. That just feels incredible, drawing so many extra cards each turn.
Yeah, this board state for Ryan is leading to a much easier time down the line into the later half of this game. And Ian Robb, unfortunately, with a lack of an establishment of a board state, like I said, it's just hard mode, climbing uphill now for Ian Robb. Colress's experiment is going to help a little bit here, but we see even more energy come out from the top of the deck here for Ian Robb. Difficult decisions, second water energy going into the lost zone here for Ian. Bringing the lost zone counter up, but more energy and resources down.
Yeah, now
Was
this,
that a boss too?
it's
is
a
that-
Roxanne.
That's
I
the
believe.
Roxanne?
Yeah,
Okay.
so there is another copy of Roxanne, so we can still see that Roxanne plus Path to a Peak late game combo. But something very important to note about how this game of information is so crucial in the game of Pokemon. So Manaphy came down last turn, protecting from Radiant Greninja. Please don't move it, Ian. And so, but there was already one water energy in the Lost Zone. So
Yeah.
Ryan doesn't know whether Ian plays 2 or 3 waters. The trend with Giratina has been pretty 50-50 between both, but he wanted to play it safe. In case Ian does play 3 water energies, I want to be extra safe and not let Radiant Greninja take down 2 of my Kirlias, which I worked very hard to get out of.
Yes, that is very true. Manaphy pulling a lot of weight there for Ryan Antonucci, and it pays off. Now Ian Robb is down a lot of energy, a lot of resources here, but still chugging along here. We've gone through a flower selecting 2 nest ball here for Ian Robb as well.
Yep, now Ian's board looking a lot nicer. There's 9 cards in the Lost Zone already. We could even see a Sableye attack potential if we see another Comfey hit the board here. So interesting situation to be in. Can Mirage Gate can start taking prizes with Shred, but this is another issue. Yeah, Ryan was very ahead in the previous game, and that built a huge advantage. But generally, both of these decks like to be just a little bit behind. Yeah, if Giratina is a little bit behind, it can counter-catcher at will. If Gardevoir is a little bit behind, it has access to that huge reversal energy.
Yeah, that is true. There's a lot of cards here that help both players in that situation. We're getting to 10 now in the Lost Zone from Ian Robb, with an addition of that Comfey with the flower selecting, which is going to enable our Sableye here and that Lost Mine.
Yep, Sableye combined with Path to a Peak. Really strong start after starting a turn not so hot. We're definitely looking at Ian taking the initiative and being able to do a lot of damage here, eliminating a Kirlia.
Yeah, Kirlia down 4 damage counters on another benched Kirlia as well. That's everything Ian Robb could have done here, as well as the Path to the Peak now being in play. You see how much is unlocked with the strength of a Lost Box deck as soon as you hit 10 in the Lost Zone, whereas exactly where Ian Robb wants to be at this point in time to at least keep up some pressure here in this match. Ryan Antonucci evolving here into that Shining Arcana Gardevoir for 2 energy.
That is crazy. Ryan started the turn with a 1-card hand, and he used Refinement, and then he draws into both energies. Without those, probably wouldn't have been able to attack, and now finds an Iono to follow this up with a level ball to establish Jirachi. What is this?
I guess the Pokemon TCG gods have shined upon Gardevoir this weekend in Knoxville.
Gardevoir seems to be a fan favorite here at the stream. We'll have to see. Yeah, Stellar Rail Jirachi protecting from any further shenanigans from future Sableyes. I mean, there's only 1 copy of Sableye now in Giratina deck, so not that big a deal, but it's once again, you'd rather be safe than sorry, right?
Yes,
with these
exactly.
2 protecting Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, Sableye is a huge threat to your vulnerable, low HP Pokemon, and that Jirachi eliminates that for you. So that's amazing to have, for sure.
Incredible draws by Ryan here. I'm genuinely jealous. I am genuinely jealous. I wish Gardevoir worked as smoothly as it has been for Ryan.
Oh, yes. At least for you, huh, Bobo?
Yeah, for me. Yeah, not for everyone else. Just
just when you're piloting it. Well, we're going to see this energy here come down onto this benched Kirlia for Ryan.
Yeah, but now, in an ideal situation, Ian would love to use Giratina V-Star, KO a Gardevoir EX, but I don't see a Gardevoir EX. Do you, Boo?
No, I don't. Not at this point in time. Sometimes those arts are a little confusing, but that is definitely not a Gardevoir EX there. That is a Shining Arcana Gardevoir that we have on the field.
Another tough decision here for Ian of this flower selecting Colress and something else, which I'm guessing was an energy. Otherwise, I don't know, the hesitation or maybe a Mirage Gate. Yeah, there's too many energies now. And a big issue Ian has right now is the only way to deal with this Gardevoir is to do so with either, another
wow,
energy.
it was an energy.
Either Shred or Lost Impact or the V-Star.
Yeah.
And that means you're trading 2 for 1 and you're activating reversal energy once again by being ahead, and you're not even ahead by 2 prize cards. So, almost the worst possible outcomes for Ian. Ryan had a 1-card hand starting off the last turn. I mean, did have triple refinement, but could not have picked better cards.
Yeah, you're slightly gaining a lead by doing that, but like you said, it's just, that's another option that makes this deck so difficult. You're knocking out these Pokemon that are taking huge knockouts on your board and furthering their prize card advantage, but it's just a 1 prize card Pokemon. You have to eliminate the threat, but you don't get much advantage from doing that besides taking the threat off the field. And then another threat is established by Ryan Antonucci. And that's what we're seeing here, unfortunately, for Ian Robb. Ryan Antonucci being passed over to now, starting with a refinement off this Kirlia, discarding that level ball into 2 additional cards.
Now, I think I'm noticing something like very smooth by Ryan that is very clever to do. Every time he uses the Shining Arcana ability, yeah, it looks as if he was doing some sort of flower selecting, right? Looking at the cards. Shining Arcana allows you to attach any psychic energy or any basic energy you find there to your Pokemon. Yeah, but your opponent doesn't know what those 2 cards are. So you're always, like, by pausing there and deciding whether you're going to do something with those cards, it gives the slight information that, or the slight, like, yeah, the slight bluff, if you will, that maybe I have an energy now, and keeps your opponent guessing. As we see this boss's orders, very aggressive onto the Giratina V-Star.
Boss's orders indeed. Ordering up that Giratina V-Star into the active position here. Ton of damage back over to Ian Robb's side of the field. But I love that point, Pablo. Keeping up the pressure here, not alluding to anything going on. Because, yeah, the poker face is important, especially when you're in such a highly competitive match like this. Masters top 4. Doesn't get much more scary than this until you're in the finals.
Yeah, for sure. And Ian was able to call res, did find Mirage Gate and a Super Rod, does have a few energies in the discard pile, but has even more in the lost one. I believe there's 4 right here, which is very, very problematic. And do you go V-Star KO Gardevoir? Do you go Lost Impact and send even more energies to a Lost Zone? I don't know if Ian has enough resources to close out this game at all.
Yeah, it's 2 Psychic, a Water, and a Grass energy in the Lost Zone gone forever here. That is a ton of energy to be losing when you're playing a deck that also discards energy too. And you also, I mean, there's a ton of resources, recovery resources that have been lost as well already from Ian Robb.
Yeah, this Super Rod gets played. The other Super Rod got Lost Zone, right? And there's a total of 2 Super Rods in the deck, so no more energy recovery whatsoever. No more Pokemon recovery, so no more Sableye. The Cramorant is still living in the prize cards for now, so just not a great situation.
Yeah, could it be too much potentially here for Ian Robb? Or will Ian Robb once again be able to 4D chess his way out of this situation? We'll have to see, Pablo.
I mean, Ian Robb definitely capable of trying to pull things through, but Ryan also an extremely talented player. He knows he has a big advantage. He's very continually checking the Lost Zone, checking the discard pile, figuring out what resources Ian has left. I'm pretty sure if you asked either of these players, they could tell you 59 or 58 of the cards that their opponents are running at this point in time. So they're very aware of that, and that means you can make your decisions based on, well, I know how you can beat me, and I'm going to try to stop that as well. And I'm pretty sure Ryan's very close to a point where he knows he can confidently know there's not enough energy for Ian to close out this game.
Yep, Ian going to take the knockout here on that Shining Arcana Gardevoir that had done so much work so far in this matchup. But as we said, Ryan Antonucci is well prepared here to respond to that attack from Ian Robb. It's going to be over to Ryan's side of the field. Manaphy actually going to be the promotion here from Ryan.
Yeah, interesting decision. I mean, easy to attach retreat, right? But that's usually sometimes an indicator that perhaps my hand's not looking too hot at this point in time. There is a path to pick and play blocking the Gardevoir EX, and we do know there are 2 path to a peak counters currently in the prize cards for Ryan. So that could be one of the things that potentially swing things for Ian. But Ian really desperately needs that Cramorant of the prizes. When you're running low on resources and energy, what do you need? The most cost-efficient Pokemon that you have in your whole deck.
That's Super Rod going to put some cards back into the deck here for Ryan.
Yeah, Geralt, Kirlia, just getting back those very important pieces. The Shining Arcana Gardevoir, as the other one is also prized. And there is a Worker in hand, so perhaps that was a prize taken a few turns ago, as I do believe Worker and Artisan were prized.
Those are the
right?
prize cards, yeah.
Worker is now available to counter that Path to the Peak. I don't see any Gardevoir EX in Ryan's hand. Does have double refinement. And
turn through some things. Going to be, my goodness, just that Ralts and that counter catcher as well.
Yeah,
off that first refinement. We're going to see a second refinement, discarding that Professor's Research.
There's a Gardevoir EX, so no matter what, Ryan will be able to attack this turn. The question is, does he want to? I think in an ideal world, you would like to knock out this Giratina V, which is the one that's ready. Even though it hasn't evolved, energies are a much more important resource for Ian right now than the Giratina V-Star. So ideally, you have Counter Catcher. If you can, you want to take that down.
Well, we're going to see the energy attachment there onto the Manaphy to be able to pivot out of that. Gardevoir EX going to come down onto the field as well.
There's the Worker drawing 2 more Path to a Peak counters, ironically. And we're going to see the Screamtail take a knockout somewhere. Perhaps here in the active, perhaps on one of these 2 Comfeys. Probably not the Greninja. You want to encourage your opponent to use Greninja.
Yep, and we see those damage counters come onto this Screamtail, allowing it to take these giant knockouts as well. Huge addition here. Ryan Antonucci has pulled it off thanks to some card draws here in this turn.
I am really wondering what Ryan is planning here, though. He had Counter Catcher, Sashin, knockout here.
Yeah.
You know there's 2 Psychics here. You know there's another Psychic right here. No, there's 3 Psychics in the last one, actually. That's the last Psychic, and there's 2 Super Runs gone. Just knock out that Giratina V with your Counter Catcher.
Wait, there's 3 in the Lost Zone?
Yeah, there's 3 in the Lost Zone because Giratina V-Star used Lost Impact last turn, sending the Jet and the Psychic, plus the 2 from the beginning,
Yeah,
right?
you're right. Yeah, there's 3 in the Lost Zone. 1 Water, 1 Grass, the Jet Energy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the last Psychic Energy that Ian has access to, no matter what. So Ryan playing extremely conservatively.
Yeah, that's a bit scary, I guess.
Oh, wait, there's another Psychic in Ian's hand, I just saw. Maybe I'm confusing games again? I might be confusing games again.
Well, this is the Lost Zone that Ian's looking at right now.
Right.
No, I don't. Maybe. I don't know. I would be doing the same thing, though, Pablo.
No, there's definitely a boss and a Psychic Energy, and we're going to see the boss onto the Gardevoir EX. Take 2 prizes here with the V-Star. There are only 2 Psychic Energy in the Lost Zone. I could have sworn there were 3, but clearly I am wrong. Yep, we see the path. Very nice.
All right, Path to the Peak coming down here. Yeah, little mix-up there between the players, but we're back on track here. Comfey coming down onto the bench for Ian Robb as well. We're going to see the Jet Energy attachment bringing this Giratina V-Star up into the active position here now.
Yep. Another peculiar situation. I guess we're going to see a Lost Impact instead of the V-Star. Yep. And Ian is holding a Psychic Energy to be able to start Requiem, anything he needs afterwards. Cramorant will finally be unlocked from the prize cards, and Ian Robb finding a way to push through.
Well, now we have a Psychic Energy in the Lost Zone there, Pablo.
Now we definitely have the 3rd Psychic Energy into the Lost Zone.
3rd Psychic into the Lost Zone here, of course, off of that Lost Impact there from Ian Robb, taking the knockout there on that Gardevoir EX that was on the board. 2 prize cards left to take for Ian Robb now.
Yeah, now Ryan can definitely Iono this turn. That would be a pretty dreamy setup here, putting Ian down to 2 cards off of that humongous hand. Can use Screamtail to take down either of these Giratinas. Probably wants to go after the benched one, just to make sure that this one is much harder to move, to do anything, right? You can't just promote a Comfey and start digging through your deck to recover from the Iono.
Yeah, playing to all of your outs here. We're going to see that counter catcher now, bringing up the Radiant Greninja for Ryan Antonucci.
not even letting or giving Ian the option to attach Psychic and attack. This way, Ian needs to find a switching card and the Psychic Energy to do anything this turn, as we're going to see that. Iono not even bothering countering down the path, because the path can give extra cards to Ian if he draws any sort of energies here.
Yeah, that's true. Iono, both players going to draw into some new cards here. Ian Robb, just 2 cards. So even more obstacles being put in Ian's way. Level Ball here going to be discarded to the first refinement. Rare Candy Ralts off of that refinement. Mew, Mysterious Tail Mew, going to be our second refinement discard.
I really would have liked Ryan use that Level Ball to shuffle his deck, because the Lost Vacuum and the Collapse Stadium did go to the bottom of the deck.
Off
and
the
you might
Iono,
need that eventually, so I feel like you want to increase your chances at finding them. But we're finally going to see the Roaring Scream take down either of these Giratinas. Which one are you going to guess?
I was about to say the left one. All right. Well, either way, Giratina V-Star going down thanks to that cute little Scream tail. The Roaring Scream there. 2 more prize cards for Ryan Antonucci.
And Ian Robb does find that Mirage Gate off of the 2-card Iono. Does have 1 Psychic Energy left. Is there anything else left there, Boo? I don't think so.
Does that 1 Psychic Energy here for Ian Robb.
It's all about the crown. Ooh, wow. What a draw. The 2-card Iono provides Mirage Gate and Roxanne. Wow.
Yeah, that is quite the find there. I mean, we see how powerful Roxanne has been for Ian Robb in the other matches today, and it's going to hopefully prove to be powerful once again here, limiting Ryan to just 2 cards here. Ian Robb going to get 6.
Yep, and I mean, Ian can easily take 2 prizes by using Star Requiem for 1 and then Cramorant for the next. Does find a Jet Energy, does find a switch, does find the Cramorant. So I think this might be it.
It's like Ian Robb taking a look, just making sure to map through everything. It's going to be the switch into the Cramorant here. That is the knockout there on the Scream Tail. Ian Robb going down to just 1 prize card left now. Ryan Antonucci promoting that Kirlia into the active spot here. Still 3 prize cards left to take, though.
We're going to start off with Refinement, but that Cramorant itself is such a big threat. If you power up any sort of damage, Cramorant could just take a knockout, but no Boss's Orders or Counter Catcher to take down this Giratina V-Star, which can Star Requiem anything.
Yeah, either way, we got the outs here, Pablo.
There is 1 Counter Catcher left in Ryan's deck, so I think we're going to see that Shining Arcana try to find it.
We shall see. It looks like Ryan Antonucci is bringing down that Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Yeah, if Shining Arcana Gardevoir can take down that Giratina, and it's on Ian to find a way to push this Gardevoir Shining Arcana back to the bench and knock out any of the bench Pokemon. But if Ryan goes a step further and evolves this Kirlia into Gardevoir EX, not even an escape rope will help Ian Robb.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're making your opponent work uphill once again here, throwing as many obstacles, and it's going to come down to another very close game here, Pablo, between both of our players.
There it is. There's the Counter Catcher Gardevoir EX into the knockout. Oh, there's the boss. Never mind.
Oh my God.
All right. That works.
And Ian Robb, I have boss for game. That works.
Boss for
indeed.
game. Keep it simple, and we're off to a game 3.
Oh my gosh, Pablo. I'll tell you what, these Gardevoir matches are absolutely brain melting. I mean, there's so much that's being accounted for here, but Ian Robb able to just flash the boss for game there. Take us to a 1-1. We're going into a game 3 here in our Masters top 4.
What a game 2. Yeah, there's Psychic into Lost Zone with the Jet, and very interesting game we saw back and forth. My money was definitely not on Ian Robb winning this one.
my gosh, no faith here, Pablo.
No faith. After what I saw in the game, no faith.
I know.
But clearly, I was wrong.
Yeah, Ian Robb able to pull things out once again, tying us up with a 1-1 here. After a grinding 2 games so far in this set between our players. I mean, both these players are absolute pros in this game. You saw it throughout all of these plays, throughout these games. But that counter catcher gonna bring up the Giratina V-Star. Ian Robb, boss's orders, and I'm going to take the game there, taking that last prize card needed. I had the cards in hand, and we're going to a game 3 now in our Masters top 4. I mean, oh my gosh. It melts my brain watching this matchup. I can't even imagine being either of these players sitting in the seat. Not only are you keeping track of all of your resources, every single one of them so pivotal. Every decision you make in these matches so pivotal to the later game between both these players, and they're keeping track of so much and doing it fantastically. Ryan Antonucci and Ian Robb, here are their prize cards going into our game 3.
Ralts and double Giratina prize for Ian Robb. Starting off with the other one, so could get a little tricky, as we've seen how important that Giratina V-Star is to deal with the threats that Ryan builds up on the board.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out here, but Ryan starting off with this mysterious tail Mew in the active position here. Level Ball, going to be a similar story that we've seen so far, bringing out a Ralts already onto the field here from this opening hand. We also saw a lot of Battle VIP Pass in the prize cards too for both of our players.
Yeah, that is true, which definitely reduces the odds of finding one off of Mew, which is probably what you're hoping for at this point in time. I'm thinking about last game. I feel like
they are too. They're literally chatting about it right now.
I feel like there something just didn't work out for Ryan. It felt like he was in control for most of the game, and it just escaped at the end. Wow, whiffing that mysterious tail. No item cards in the top 6 cards. That always feels horrible.
Yeah, especially when you play so many item cards here, but nothing going to be drawn off this mysterious tail as these two players just chat about the last game. Hopefully Ryan Antonucci can shake that off, not focus too heavily on what I could have done differently in the last game, and bring it into this 3rd game between our players. Focus up and hopefully bring out a win here and head into our finals. We'll have to see who's going to take things home here. Ryan Antonucci completed the first turn. Now we're over to Ian Robb's side. It's just going to be an Avery to start us off.
Yeah,
oh my
slammed
goodness.
Down the Avery and just drew a whole array of energies. His hand is so colorful, just like that rainbow Avery, which is not very useful at this point in time. I think there's 5 energies in his hand right now.
Oh, we're just going to go straight into Abyss Seeking here off of this Giratina V. We got an energy attachment. The Comfey not even being used here in this turn. It was just the Avery played down 2 cards now in the Lost Zone thanks to that Abyss Seeking. And we're back over to Ryan Antonucci's side of things. Maybe the Mysterious Tail can actually profit us a card this time, Pablo?
Possibly, yeah. Attaching this reversal energy never feels good, but Ryan knows he needs to Mirage Step here to be able to establish his board. Otherwise, he's going to be in trouble. And no Level Ball, no Ultra Ball, no Mirage Step. Does draw Kirlia, which is not the one you want.
Wrong one.
So now we need to Mysterious Tail into a Level Ball or Ultra Ball and go from there, but not what you want to see as Gardevoir. There's a Level Ball.
Okay. Woo! Saved by the Mysterious Tail Mew here. Finally pulling some weight here. Getting an item card off of the top 6 cards there. That Level Ball going to carry a lot of weight. Ryan Antonucci, the last 2 games, pretty smoothly went into that Mirage Step Kirlia. But this time, a little bit clunkier here, but hopefully still able to get there now. Fog Crystal going to go back into the deck now for that Psychic Pokemon or Psychic Energy. Taking a quick look through the Pokemon and making sure everyone is accounted for before picking up that Ralts here as well.
Yep, needs to play that Level Ball to fetch the Mirage Step Kirlia, but we'll be able to get through the rest. Now, it always feels bad when you draw Kirlia right when you're about to Mirage Step, but does have that Ralts established to be able to evolve next turn. So we'll still have triple refinement, and that Iono, Ryan doesn't know, but the Iono just sent a Colress and the Cramorant which is Ian's way to be able to apply early pressure to the bottom of the deck. So unless there's a nest ball found, which we see one of them here, then could be a little tricky, and Ian might just need to be seeking once again this turn.
Yeah, that is pretty solid of an Iono indeed. Of course, you never know what you're sending to the bottom of the deck. We do, luckily, casting this game. But Ian Robb able to find a Culver's Experiment here from the hand. Going to add 2 additional cards to the Lost Zone here, bringing us up to 4 now. Let's see if there's anything else in the hand Ian is able to work with for this turn. Well, a Jet Energy is one way to go about things. Going to have another flower selecting here for Ian Robb. Looks like a Mirage Gate. And was that a Pokegear?
Yeah, valuing that late game consistency, valuing that nest ball as well to be able to apply pressure with Cramorant. Cramorant was the MVP, right, of the previous game. That we're talking about that efficiency when you lost on so many energies, and Ian had essentially like the resources very specific to be able to close out the game. That spit instantly that you can do for free thanks to lost provisions is so clutch, especially against these low HP friends.
Yeah, it's been MVP in really both games here for Ian Robb. It carries so much weight in this matchup with such little resources as well. And Ian Robb has really not struggled at all to get the Lost Zone up in numbers. Maybe a little bit in game 1, but pretty consistent with those Abyss Seekings. So yeah, Cramorant being able to be utilized as soon as possible for Ian Robb is a fantastic strategy here to continue the pressure and, you know, not fall too far behind on board state and prize cards.
Yep, always great to be able to keep that up. The board definitely isn't looking too hot. We would like more comp-phase, like Greninja perhaps, which we see is priced. But getting ahead, having your Giratina V-Star established, and not a lot of Psychic energies in your opponent's discard pile, you know you're in for a good time. And in case Ian doesn't know Ryan's deck beforehand or had any prior information, you have not seen Cresselia show up at any point, and Cramorant's worst enemy is Cresselia. So I think at this point he must be very confident that Ryan just does not have the card.
Yeah, I mean, especially there's so many scenarios as well, Pablo, where you're like, oh, Cresselia would be perfect here.
Except.
So, yeah, except it doesn't exist in this list.
Yep.
So, yeah, I would be pretty confident going into that as well if I was Ian Robb. Going to take the first prize card here, throwing a little bit of disruption in Ryan's way. But, I mean, it's Gardevoir. We're working with a lot here. So let's get started with this turn. Reversal Energy is going to jump onto the field there on that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, as well as this evolution into Curlia, going to bring us an additional refinement for the turn after that first one.
Yep, now, I think Ryan's really debating here. He wants to Iono, wants to ideally find Gardevoir EX, evolve, attach energy to Mew, and then be able to KO the Cramorant as it's Ian's only threat, and would leave him in a very vulnerable position, but it will also cost you one of your refinements. I will put a little bit of damage on the board, so very essential to bench the Jirachi here to protect from a possible Sableye retaliation, and he was holding a Ralts in his hand, but chose not to bench it just to make sure that he has the bench space free for Manaphy once again.
Yeah,
he doesn't know
protection.
Greninja is prized. All he knows is that there's no water energy in play, and even though the Radiant Greninja isn't in play, he's also very aware of the potential threat of it.
Yeah, and that's great to be as prepared as possible, get as much protection on the field as possible. We saw the additional refinement there for the turn into a Mysterious Tail that's currently being concluded as we speak here. Looks like a couple of options. I saw a Counter Catcher, a Level Ball here for Ryan Antonucci. We'll have to take a look at the hand and see what he chooses to go with for this Mysterious Tail.
Yep, I think it's Level Ball, maybe for Manaphy, or maybe just a discard fodder, as there was no Gardevoir. Oh no, there is a Gardevoir EX found, so my money's on this finding Manaphy, and there we go. Yeah, speaking of preparedness, you don't know, but you cannot afford to take the risk. If at any point Ian, 2 cards away from activating Mirage Gate, benches the Greninja, Mirage Gates attach, retreat, and you're left with 2 prizes down, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ryan sees that as well. Benching a little blue dude here, jumping on to the fields. And the more energy we see coming out of the discard pile here, the more damage that's potentially stacking up on the field for Ryan Antonucci. That Gardevoir joining us in the active here that already has a reversal energy attached to it from the turn.
Yep, and the good thing is no prior damage to this Gardevoir does mean 140 HP. That's a lot for Lost Box decks to hit and will require a Lost Impact, which is a little bit too much to do at this point. But if it's what you have to do, it's what you have to commit to.
Yeah, Lost Impact. It's a lot to lose, but yeah, like you said, if you have to do it, you got to do it. One Psychic Energy going into the Lost Zone here for Ian Robb. What?
Underwhelming turn there. Just a Flowers of Lake. They path, attach, and pass. And now Ryan has a huge opening. Now, the Reversal Energy doesn't work. So stretching to get
anymore.
8 basic energies onto this Gardevoir to take down this Giratina V-Star is probably off the table. But I think you're pretty okay with that as long as you knock out this Comfey. Now, this is also extremely risky. Now, if Ian somehow finds a way to KO the Gardevoir EX, that's going to be very problematic as we see the Shiny Arcana versus Psychic. So many things happening, Boo.
I know, Pablo, you can't keep up. Yeah, these players move fast here, but yeah, both Shining Arcana Gardevoir on the field now, and you only have so many evolutions you could do here. You got to pick and choose your Gardevoir here in this matchup. Not one, but two Gardevoir.
We could have seen a pass from Ryan, but the double Shining Arcana hit just means he was able to take a knockout as he didn't have a pass counter, and then he top decks the pass counter. Ian just draw passes and is in a lot of trouble.
How did I already miss that, Pablo? Oh my goodness, here. Okay, let's keep going with these turns. Ian Robb once again stuck in a terrible position to be in. Taking a quick look at the time on board right now. We're just under 13 minutes, but wow, I cannot believe this is how our third game is unfolding here, Pablo.
Now, if enough Psychic Energies were found, there is a way Ryan can't just end the game right here. It needs 8 energy total, and because of the Shiny Arcana hitting 2 energies the previous turn, now we can easily attach 6 through Psychic Embrace. So,
so how many do we have?
I
One,
think,
two,
all right.
3?
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, making our job a little bit easier here,
all right,
Ryan.
so we need to find 3 energies off the top from double Shining Arcana to be able to do this. Oh, there's an energy attachment return. So 2 energies off the top. There's also Research in hand. So we could see a huge dig here for Ryan to just end the game right here.
You think we're going to see it, Pablo?
I would totally go for it. I would
go for it?
100% go for it. The big move for the final. You could play it safe, but just go for it.
Oh my gosh.
Go for it.
I mean, Ryan's been playing.
But you need to counter the path.
Oh, no, no. Oh, no.
Did not play the path counter.
Ryan, no.
I mean, your deck is small enough to where it's fine.
Hopefully
You found
it's-
another Psychic. You found more path counters, but
that was scary.
I'm very surprised
That's
why
a
you
little
did
bit
not play that Artisan.
Yeah, of an oversight there, but hopefully saved here now. We have that energy here. We have the energy added to the discard pile, the path
And
counter.
there's the energy. Probably that's why. Now there's enough energies, and there's the KO. The collapsed stadium was able to allow Ryan to get there. Very, very well done. I panicked so hard right there.
Yeah, Pablo, I can feel your heart stop there in that moment. But it doesn't matter anyway. Ryan Antonucci able to pull it out here. Knew exactly what was going on there in that matchup and is going to take a 2-1 victory versus Ian Robb and that Giratina v Lost Box deck. Woo! That was crazy.
That was a very intense set, and honestly, I'm very major props to Ian. He was able to make a lot of games out of nothing, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was definitely giving up hope on him, and then out of the blue, he turned that game around, and yeah.
Yeah, this is looking back at our game 1 between these players. It was so back and forth. I mean, none of the starts Ian Robb had were good, to say the least. It was not dominant in any way, shape, or form, but Ian was not able to bring things out on the first game. Ryan Antonucci going up a game in our second game. again, Pablo, you lost all hope here, but Ian Robb pulled things out in our second game as things just slipped away for Ryan Antonucci in this game too.
Yeah, I feel like he was very in control, and all of a sudden the Roxanne. Yeah, the Roxanne plus Mirage Gate of the 2-card Iono, which you want to say is a little bit of a lucky break for Ian, which he definitely deserved after
I know.
the starts and the
For
choices
once.
he had. Yeah, he was able to pull through. He was like, oh, you got counter catcher, I'll raise your boss's orders, let's go to game 3. And Cramorant was just not enough this time around.
Unfortunately, carried so much weight for Ian Robb throughout this whole time, but Ryan Antonucci able to line everything up here in the end of our game 3 and take things home with a 2-1 record in our Masters Top 4, advancing into the finals here. After that professor's research, the bump of the stadium, and enough damage to take out that Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, just enough. It's not very common for you to see 8 energies on a single Shiny Arcana, especially when there isn't a Cresselia in play. But here we have our finals match, Ryan Antonucci against Aiden Kuz.
Yeah, that is incredible. It's funny, I totally forgot. We already announced Aiden Koos got the win so long ago because that game between Ryan Antonucci and Ian Robb was a long one. But Ryan Antonucci able to come out on top here, advancing into the finals with Gardevoir, and Aiden Koos advancing with Lost Box as well. Woo! Roaring Moons have been cleared off the field. I know that was chat's pick for potentially who could win the Knoxville Regional Championship, but that's not an option anymore. Now it's between Ryan Antonucci, Aiden Koos, and Gardevoir and Lost Box.
And fun fact, Aiden Kuz won that top 4 match so quickly, he went to go do his homework due tomorrow.
What?
During the time that he had to wait until Ryan and Ian played that match. So yeah, we have 2 very, very young players here playing our finals match in Knoxville.
Yeah, that is going to be so exciting here, Pablo. I feel like this entire weekend we have had some incredible matches. And, you know, speaking of predictions, I know the chat thought Roaring Moon may come out on top. I was on the same page as you all with our caster predictions. I was hoping for Roaring Moon to pull things out. So many of them in the crowd to advance into our top 8, but none in the finals here. My cloth players made day 2, so I'm happy with that.
And we also don't have Giratina V-Star anymore in the finals. The streak has been broken now.
Yeah, finally.
So very interesting to see. I was definitely very far off with my predictions. Mew, VMAX, just never see. I don't think we saw a single Radiant Charizard either on stream.
Neither of those
definitely
actually, yeah.
far off. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Pablo.
Spiritomb is in the finals, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Pokemon Catcher. That almost felt like Juancho was trying to cheat the predictions, but
oh yeah, it didn't turn out there. Well, Jeremy and Chip, no Charizard EX, none even in our top 8, even though it was the most popular deck here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Giratina V-Star, Jeremy's pick, just missing the finals. But Chip, I guess technically leading Gardevoir EX in our finals here. Facing off against Lost Box, and really none of us had Lost Box, I guess. Unless you count Jeremy with Giratina.
yeah, so Chip definitely right on the money with his prediction of Gardevoir. And I think Charizard was definitely a safe pick. It has been consistently dominating in this Paradox Rift format, but this is the first time that Giratina is not going to make the finals in a while, and the first time that Charizard just had no appearance. So you have to wonder. Yeah, there's still a few events left in this format. We have 2 events in Europe left. We have Vancouver regionals as well left in North America. We have a regional as well in Latin America. Will the results from today affect these upcoming tournaments? I'm sure there will be a little bit more Kyogre during the next few regionals.
No! Yeah, I definitely think the results of Knoxville Regional Championships will make an impact on our future meta for sure, but we have had an incredible season so far. Our regional champions thus far this season, and today we're going to crown another champion right there underneath Raymond Long, who almost could have been a double picture there. But our Knoxville Regional Champion, still a shadow as of now, but it's either going to be Ryan Antonucci or Aiden Coos. Who do you think is going to make it out on top here in Knoxville?
I don't want to play favorites. I know both players. They're both very nice people, so I'm generally rooting for both. Whoever wins, I'll be very glad that they did. And yeah, we're 2 or 3 games away now from adding another picture to the NA Regional Champions graphic right here.
Well, you definitely do not want to miss that. Stay tuned. All we have left to do is get through our finals match here in Knoxville, crown a champion, and I'm excited for it. Definitely stay tuned. We will be back very soon.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
He leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. You can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. Immortalized.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Knoxville Regional Championship. There's only one game remaining before we crown a brand new regional champion. But before anything, my name is Juancho Saldana, joined here by Jeremy Jallin. What an intense past couple of days.
Yeah, it's been insane so far. Let's take a quick look at day 2 meta that we've had for today and how things have shaped up. Roaring Moon, EX at the top, Lost Zone, Giratina, Charizard. None of those decks are in our finals. It is going to be between Lost Zone Box and Gardevoir EX. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the top 8 decks that we had here, and it was actually a pretty good spread.
Yes, definitely big split here. 2 Roaring Moons, 2 Giratinas, 2 Gardevoirs, 1 Lost Zone Box, and 1 Iron Valiant EX. Again, big spread of decks here. No Charizard in sight, which is interesting. And again, the rise of the Roaring Moon has just been very intense. Let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets we had here going into top 8. Of course, Ryan Antonucci's rise into the finals. He faced Jackson Ford, followed by Ian Robb to make it to the finals. And of course, Aiden Kuz, who faced Kamal Crooks Valdez, and then followed by Jose Marzan to make it here, the finals of the Knoxville Regional Championships. And right there, we have our 2 finalists. It's going to be Gardevoir EX, piloted by Ryan Antonucci, against Lost Zone Box, piloted by Aiden Kuz. Again, both amazing players just to make it here to the finals. They've been top 2 out of 1,300 players. That is not too bad.
And I do believe our stage is ready, so let's go down, meet our players, check out their accomplishments, and get this finals started, Juancho.
Who I am ready, Jeremy. Again, this is the first finals in over 5 regionals without Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, it's even crazier because Giratina won in Melbourne regionals and then Singapore. Not here now, and it's Ryan Antonucci trying to get there with Gardevoir. NAIC top 16, LAIC top 16, both in the same year. Top 8 at Atlantic City regionals and then a top 8 at NAIC in 2017. So looking for that big win, and if he can do it with Gardevoir, it's going to be one for the record books for sure.
And of course, he's going to be up against Aiden Kuz, who is no stranger to the regional stage, to the final stage even. Aiden Kuz is the Toronto, he went Toronto top 32 back in 2023, EUIC top 8 in 2023 as well. He is the Charlotte regional champion for 2023. And of course, NAIC top 16. He's going to be piloting Lost Box, something we've seen a lot of on stream, and you know, we've seen him play on stream multiple times this regional and others. But yeah, it's going to be a very intense game here, Jeremy. This is probably our nth time looking at the Tempting Trap. But for now, let's take a look at these prizes. A couple of Battle VIP passes, a Chorus Experiment, Nest Ball, Curlia on Ryan's side as well. So a couple of Pokemon on Ryan's side, a Chorus Experiment, Nest Ball, Battle VIP. What do you think on Aiden Kuz? A lot of Pokemon search I can see.
A lot of Pokemon search, a couple energies, that Chorus, the battle VIP pass. It's going to be a little bit rough, but as long as Aiden has a good starting hand, anything's possible. Ryan having that one Curlia and that Gardevoir in the prize cards could be detrimental, but if you're able to get a fast start, we've seen some quick scream tails with these Guardies trying to just take prizes pretty fast. We'll have to see how things shape up, but here we go. Finals. Winner of this match will punch their ticket to Honolulu.
All right, looks like Ryan Antonucci is going to start us off. He opens up with a Level Ball, does have Zacian V in the active, is a big psychic Pokemon, can go for the Roar of the Sword to get energies turn 1. So not too bad there, should be able to retreat it as long as there is an attachment for turn or even potentially attack. Ryan right now going for doing a quick deck check, and something I do want to talk about, Jeremy. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, Tempting Trap.
Yeah, it's something that has to be on the mind for Ryan and Aiden here. Aiden has won plenty of games with that quick little Mawile, and starting the Zacian, pretty good.
Yes.
You can attack with that. So it is not a Jirachi, Manaphy, or Radiant Greninja. Ryan's going to have to kind of play around that the entire game, and with no Jirachi in play, that's going to open up some Sableye plays later on for Aiden.
That is true. So phase 1 of avoiding the tempting trap complete. Don't start bad. We do have a psychic Pokemon. There's the attachment for turn. What else can Ryan do for us here at the finals? Might just be a Roar of the Sword, getting the second energy on the Zacian V. Aiden Koo starting with the Pidgeot V. Not the most ideal starter. Big high five there, though.
You love to see the camaraderie between both of these players. They did play back in Charlotte just a couple weeks ago, where Aiden just did not draw the cards needed. 2 games in a row, not really doing much. And then for this event, Ryan actually played Aiden in the last round of Swiss, and Ryan gave the win to Aiden to get them both into top cut. Ryan was already locked up, but they're on opposite sides of the bracket, and now meeting here in the finals, Aiden, on paper, has a very good matchup against this Gardevoir deck, so we'll have to see how things go.
Well, again, starting with the Pidgeot V, not the greatest, but does open up with a Battle VIP Pass, the strongest card in the game, just for the first turn of the game. Looks like eyeing up a couple of comp phase, because we definitely got to select some flowers. Again, goal of the game for Aiden should be get those in the active, and it begins with getting them on the bench.
Yeah, so with the way Ryan had played his last turn, opted to keep the Fog Crystal in hand for a potential Mirage Step angle. But because of that, there's the possibility of Escape Rope Cramorant play from Aiden's side of the board if he has everything in hand. That means 2 Flower Selectings, the Retreat to the Cramorant, and a Colress's Experiment.
That definitely would be scary. But again, haven't quite gotten a peek at Aiden's hand. We got to see what he's cooking here. Again, you want to see the Colress's Experiment. Always what you want to see as a Lost Zone deck. Haven't quite seen it just yet. Come on, show us, Aiden. let's cook.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see. Escape Rope's going to be probably the biggest card out of that scenario, just trying to get that Ralts into the active spot and try to take it out. Now, looking at the hand, there is the Escape Rope, and the Colress's Experiment, so this is going to be a pretty good turn for Aiden. Let's see if he finds the cards he needs out of these 5.
All right, Colress's Experiment draws 5, can send 2 to the Lost Zone, 3 to the hand. What's it going to be, Aiden? Again, does have his 2 here. Can't quite see it. I see a switch card as the choice. It looks like Energy Recycler is going to be 1 sent to the Lost Zone, potentially. And an Escape Rope. Looks like opting to keep the Dragonite. Good choices here. Again, Ryan must see the Escape Rope and must be sweating a little bit just because there is another one as we go ahead and go into Flower Selecting, sending the Psychic Energy to the Lost Zone.
Picking up a Psychic. Pretty easy decision. Has the Switch card or Switch in hand as well. Another Flower Selecting. Ooh. Forest Seal Stone going to the Lost Zone.
That's intimidating.
That could have been a way just to grab the Cramorant right now, but
I think the choice was between the Forest Seal Stone or the Kyogre.
Oh, okay.
So more of no choice there. Again, you only play one of the Kyogre. Did play the Pokestop there. Got a Palpad. Not much else, though.
Yeah. Was there a choice, though? Like, you could have just taken a knockout on the lone Ralts. But now just passing the turn with no attack, you do have that Comfey set up with an energy to retreat on the following turn. But Ryan's going to have a pretty good turn himself here. Already has the Mirage Step Kirlia in hand, although does have another Kirlia in hand to go along with it. So with the one prize, I think this Mirage Step's only going to get one.
That's not a very good Mirage. That's just a clone. That's just one clone.
Yeah, no.
As we do see the Psychic Energy grab there for the Fog Crystal. Again, Mirage Step normally is very powerful. Would you still go for it here? Maybe, would you try and protect the Ralts, maybe?
Yeah, you could have the option to retreat, evolve into that Refinement Kirlia, discard the Battle VIP Pass, hope to draw something that finds you more Ralts.
Because at the end of the day, they are going to basically end up with one Kirlia at the end of this turn, potentially. But we'll have to see.
There's also the option of using the Pokestop. It's going to be risky, but you can use it.
Can you imagine, though, using the Pokestop and getting rid of the last Kirlia in the deck?
Well, you could probably go that route if you evolve into the Refinement instead. But here, Ryan opts for that Mirage Step and will be able to get two Kirlia in play. But I think that's going to be a sigh of relief for Aiden.
Yes, not the strongest turn here for Ryan, but does end up with a Kirlia on the bench. As we pass on over to Aiden. Aiden is going to go ahead and use the Pokestop. He's able to get a Mirage Gate.
Ooh.
Just a Mirage Gate. Two supporters going down to the discard pile. What else has Aiden got?
Aiden only plays 6 supporters total, so seeing a third of them hit the wayside by that Pokestop has to be rough. But having the Palpad in hand makes it a little better.
Yeah, we can correct that.
Yeah,
That never happened.
Yeah, we just drew 1 card, discarded a card from our hand. It's fine.
The funny thing is the Palpad was actually drawn from the Pokestop as
that's
well.
right. Yeah.
So the Pokestop giveth, and the Pokestop taketh away.
And then it giveth again.
As again, Aiden still has access to a couple more flower selectings. Hasn't played a supporter yet, just yet. It's gonna have to be the flower selecting. Can we draw the chorus experiment? Mirage Gate sent to Lost Zone, and it's the Forest Seal Stone.
There we go.
Again, that could be anything Aiden wants in the deck.
It could even be a boat.
Maybe not that, but it could be a Chorus's experiment. But we're going to go ahead and flower selecting one more time here. Couldn't quite see the grab. Looks like it was a Psychic Energy.
It was that water. Already had the Psychic from the previous turn, but really just prioritizing keeping as much energy in the deck as possible. And here we see that Star Alchemy being able to find that Chorus's experiment yet again, building up this Lost Zone. Already at 6, going to be up to 8, and it's just turn 2.
8. A lot of stuff can happen here. Would you say maybe a Greninja could be a possibility?
That would be insane. Now, was the Greninja in the prize cards? It might have been, but we'll see.
Again, but that would be very scary, losing both the Curlias. It looks like it is going to be the Chorus experiment here. What is the grab? A couple Battle VIP pass should be an easy send there to the Lost Zone. But what else? And again, and the Roxanne.
Yeah, that's the one of Roxanne in this list. That means there's not going to be any sort of disruption coming from Aiden's side of the field for this game 1. Did opt to keep the Cramorant, though, so that will be an attacker for right now.
Ooh, there it is. The Spit Innocently Cramorant. Just a reminder, again, if you have 4 cards in the Lost Zone, this attacks for free. Does 110. More than enough to knock out this Curlia. Aiden, I believe, has already retreated for the turn. So he is going to have to pay that. Use the switch card there to retreat to the Cramorant.
Yeah, good catch there, but Aiden having the card needed to be able to get that Cramorant in the active spot to take a knockout.
Drops the Sableye as well. Maybe just trying to play around a potential Iono. Do you think it's time for this Pidgeot to fly away?
It can, yeah. And I don't think Aiden has attached for turn before that. Water had it from the previous turn, ending it with it in the active spot.
Yes. Yes, I believe that was the case. The previous energy was attached earlier in the previous turn. So this energy attachment should be fine.
Did I double attach?
We are just double checking here. Gotta make sure we play a nice, clean game.
Good on Aiden, too, to kind of just clarify and make sure he's in the right here.
Definitely. Worst case scenario, again, it's just no change in the board state, really. But we'll have to see. Again, wait for the judge call.
Did I put the water energy in the discard pile? There's one in there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of second-guessing himself, but he retreated, but that attachment was from the previous turn, so we should be good to go here. And Aiden having the Cramorant in the active spot already has the knockout on this Curlia, and Ryan is really slim on resources here. Boss's orders off the top of the deck isn't really going to do too much. Hopefully finding something on this Refinement.
Refinement does find them the Gardevoir EX, which, yes, it is an integral part of this deck, but that means you're getting rid of your only draw. Zacian in the active, though, could almost attack.
Almost, but is there an energy in the hand? The Artizone was found along with that Gardevoir EX off the Refinement, so this will at least get rid of that Pokestop and find Ryan another Ralts here.
Does get another Ralt. Again, Ryan cannot grab any of his support Pokemon. Can't grab the Jirachi, can't grab the Manaphy. So Ralt's really the only choice there. I don't think I saw an energy in hand, so it might have to be an evolution into the Gardevoir EX just to attack here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it, but I think you kind of have to do it. Just keep applying pressure as you can, and there we go, Gardevoir EX. Ryan has just one Psychic Energy in the discard, but that's all that's needed for the Zacian V to start attacking and taking knockouts. Now,
there it is, the Psychic Embrace on the Gardevoir EX, allowing the attachment from the discard pile, 20 damage onto the Zacian V. And yes, that's going to be a Storm Slash, potentially 4 knockouts. But again, Sporter hasn't been played for turns.
Still has access to a boss's orders, could bring up that Comfey with the energy just to kind of get rid of the pivot that Aiden has. Not going to be enough to take a knockout on the Pidgeot V. So yeah, Comfey with the energy gets taken out by that Zacian. Ryan finds Curlia, which is actually pretty good right now. Already had one in hand, though.
That is true. But again, at least there should be some draws this next turn. Aiden now does draw for turn, has quite the big hand. It's only going to get bigger with this Chorus Experiment. A lot of cards, a lot of choices. I'm sure Ryan would love to see something like an Iono in the coming turns. More importantly as well, Aiden's now at 10 cards in the Lost Zone. This is what Aiden, where Aiden wants to be.
Yeah, this is very scary for Ryan. If this Sableye starts attacking this turn, it's going to be able to take a knockout on the Ralts on the bench and then just start spreading damage between these two Pokemon that are left over. And the way Ryan's hand is, there's no draw power, no supporter, and would just be relying off the top card of the deck.
Aiden here using the Artazone, Ryan's Artazone, to try and find a basic Pokemon. Could find themselves another Comfey. Always good to have, just sitting on the bench there.
Trying to make yourself a little Iono proof here, but again, Ryan has not seen any of those.
That's for sure. As we do see a flower selecting here, it's a Manaphy or another card. Looks like Manaphy is going to go into the Lost Zone. That means Screamtail could maybe do some work later down the line.
Yeah, the active Comfey also almost went into the Lost Zone as well. Just spanning the board, so many cards.
I'm sure Aiden doesn't need more. We're at 10. As, again, just checking the discard pile. Aiden's just played so many cards, and he's going to play even more with this Pokestop. Draws to the Radiant Greninja was in the deck.
Just unable to find it with any of the cards.
Again, Aiden did prize a couple of ball searches.
Yeah, so 2 Nest Ball, only plays 3 total, and if you don't have that Battle VIP pass on that turn 1 to grab that Radiant Greninja, it's almost impossible to find.
Yes, as we do see, it is just sent to the discard pile with the Pokestop, but Aiden does have ways to recur Pokemon. But right now, Sableye is the name of the game. Great attacker here with the Lost Mine attack, able to put 12 damage counters anywhere he wants. Switch card into the Sableye. Where is this damage going?
70 on the Ralts to get rid of it. You even see Ryan bringing that 70 damage over. And just shutting off the access to potential Curlias is so important. Now you can get 5 on this Gardevoir, kind of soften it up maybe, but it's going to be a little bit short from a Dragonite, Dragon Gale later on. You could put more damage on the active Zacian just to shut off maybe more energy coming down from Psychic Embrace.
Looks like there's a split. 1 damage there on the Gardevoir. And Ryan, you just know that's a sign of weakness there when you have to use your opponent's Pokestop.
Yeah.
And only getting the rare candy. I mentioned earlier, Jeremy, that there's going to be drawing this turn. I was wrong.
Yeah, well, there was drawing for the turn.
1 draw.
And that was it, yeah. Collapse Stadium is not really going to be that beneficial here, but Ryan's just able to take the knockout yet again and still is in a very bad position, at least the way the board looks.
Yeah, definitely by board, Aiden is looking very, very good. Ryan only having 2 Pokemon. Technically, in prizes, they're tied. But Aiden just has so many more options. Looks like Aiden's going into the Pidgeot. Interesting choice there. Do you think the Pidgeot can attack?
It can. It does 160, I believe, if there's a stadium in play. And I might be wrong, but still just something that can soak up a hit, maybe.
As Super Rod is played, putting back the Radiant Greninja and a couple of energy. Maybe we could see, maybe Aiden drew a Nest Ball here. No, it's going to be the Mirage Gate. Let's see what he's powering up. Lightning Energy and Water Energy could be going on to the Pidgeot V.
So this is a strategy we saw mostly in, I believe it was Pittsburgh, maybe Peoria. It was the one where Raymond Long won with Kyogre. he also utilized the Pidgeot V. And so it's just a Pokemon that can soak up damage. And if there's a stadium in play, it does 80 more. But I think you have to have the stadium, so it only does 80 right now. But the important part is it's not going to get knocked out next turn. There's no way to discard a bunch of energies from Ryan's side, attach them to the Zacian V, take the knockout. And yeah, all right. Well, if you have a stadium in play, yeah, maybe we'll find out, I guess.
We'll have to see
Takes
here.
the knockout.
But either way, yes, this Pidgeot V did attack here with the Flight Surf. And does, if you have a stadium play, this attack does 80 more damage. Interesting here, as the stadium is bumped as well.
Yeah, from the worker. So we'll basically have to see how things go. But at least from my understanding, it was if you have a stadium in play. I could be completely wrong. But.
Luckily, we do have judges on the floor there, as Ryan is going to go for the level ball. Yes, level ball. Searching through the deck, could find themselves at least a Ralt here. I think we're here. We're double checking now. The Pidgeot V, again, not a typical attacker in any deck, really.
Yeah. So basically, the whole point of Aiden is hoping to get the knockout there, and then just take a hit from this Gardevoir EX, and then Vanishing Wings the Pidgeot V back into the deck. But this could be interesting. Now, the judges are discussing it with the players. They read the Pidgeot, and they are potentially looking up the ruling here. But
yes, again, it's that specific wording in a lot of these cards, and it is that one word, you. You have a stadium in play. And unfortunately, I think the concern there was it wasn't your stadium, it's Ryan's stadium.
Well, welcome back to the 70-30, Wancho. You almost escaped it.
I feel at home already. But yes, again, this was a very niche scenario mix-up. Pidgeot V, literally the first time I've ever seen it attack, and it's been in the format for quite a bit.
Yeah, I've seen it attack a few times, but I'm pretty sure it's if you have the stadium in play, like the card reads, because you don't own the stadium if it's your opponent's.
Yep, you have to own the stadium. I believe that's going to be the case. But again, the judges are discussing it here. Either way, I think Aiden was just such in a powerful position there, even without that knockout, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it was just kind of semantics here. But I think they're maybe asking if Aiden had like a stadium in hand, could have bumped it, but
I don't think I saw a stadium in hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, so now they're getting the two cards that were drawn from the prize cards, and this could be interesting because Aiden technically saw cards that he shouldn't have. Most of the time when that happens, it's a double prize loss. That would mean that Ryan would just need one knockout on a two-prizer, like this Pidgeot V, to be able to win this game one.
That's true. And right now, the Pidgeot V is in the active.
Yeah.
And there was a Zacian in the active as well. It's going to need a couple of energies to knock out that Pidgeot V, but it is damaged. Should have around 80 damage plus the 20, I believe, from the Gardevoir EX. So is it possible to get this knockout?
Yeah, so there was 60 damage on that Zacian V plus the 80, so 140. That means you can attach up to 3 more energies.
And
so that's 6 energies.
That's just enough.
That is. But I don't think there was a way to get the energies in the discard. That's the big thing.
Yes, definitely without the refinement Curlias, it is very tough to get energies into the discard pile. Maybe, but there is access to stuff like Ultra Ball potentially, or even maybe playing a Professor's Research. But I believe Worker was the...
Yeah, Worker was the card played. Ryan, that was his only supporter, so not really anything mattering from that. But I think they're able to rewind this potentially to the point where Worker was played and Ryan started his turn. But I don't believe he remembers what 3 cards were drawn. And it's interesting because he also saw cards, but could have changed. And I'm just glad that I was not crazy in reading that Pidgeot V.
No, I believed in you. Actually, I'm looking at it right now as well, and I was thinking the exact same thing. That's why we did a little quick pause to not really rush the game a little bit.
Yeah,
just
there's
so
no
that-
tempting trap extra 90 damage here right now, all right? We're not getting surprised like that.
I think I was more surprised by the tempting trap than this extra damage from the Pidgeot, for sure, but...
Yeah. Oh, and we're actually hearing Aiden here kind of talk through what his play should have been. He's like, I 100% could have Dragon Gale that turn and taken the knockout. But the Pidgeot V trying to get a little cute here. And honestly, both players thought it was a knockout because you see Ryan there just scoop up the Zacian and put it in the discard.
Yeah, and again, it would have been a very, very cool play indeed. Like, why attack with something like a Dragonite that even damages your board when you can attack with this free Pidgeot V? Could even, once it's damaged, hide back into the deck. It does feel like the most optimal play. Just lacking one more card, unfortunately. And again, so only very, very few, if not only Aiden, can say he's attacked with Flight Surf at the finals of a regional championship. It's still true, just didn't take a knockout.
That is true. It'll be interesting to see if there is a DPL awarded for these players, but honestly, I would like to see a warning. Like, it seems like both players were kind of at fault here, but it really just depends on what they were saying and everything like that. We'll get confirmation on if anything has happened, but
looks like it is going to be a DPL here.
That's rough.
So Ryan is only going to need one more knockout to take this game.
Yeah, and with 140 damage on that Zacian, if there's 3 energies, I believe, in the discard, right, that's going to be able to clean
Even
up
2
and take the
energies
knockout.
and 1 energy attachment.
So this is after the worker got rid of the collapse stadium. Ryan found a level ball, so level ball can get this Scream Tail. Ooh, are we retreating to the Scream Tail? Charged it up with 2 energies, take a knockout of Comfey. That means you just need 1 more knockout to seal things up. This seems like a very easy route to victory for Ryan.
That might be the case here. Again, you don't want to hit into the Pidgeot V because, again, because of that Vanishing Wings ability, right? So, yeah, there we go. Looks like it is going to be the Scream Tail. What else does Ryan have? I didn't see much in that hand. There was a couple of counter catchers, I believe. And now, are we discussing this attachment? For
Yeah,
turn? No, that's
they're
been
asking if
attached
it was
there.
an attachment for turn, but it could have been something that was rewounded from this whole play. But Ryan still has the knockout here, retreating with those 2 energies, and this Scream Tail is going to be able to take a prize and inch Ryan closer to this Game 1 victory.
Very scary stuff. Aiden might really have to depend on this Pidgeot, but Aiden might have to really depend on this Pidgeot, as the Scream Tail is in the active, gets the knockout on the Comfey on the bench. Ryan 1 prize away from taking this Game 1. Aiden draws for turn. Let's see what he has here. Again, could go for a lot of plays here. There is a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, I think with the way the board is set, though, it's pretty much over. You can attach a couple energies. Zacian, take a knockout on anything like Sableye that might come up and try to clean up some of the damage. If Sableye does come down and takes a knockout on the Zacian V and the Scream Tail, the Gardevoir EX just gets 2 energies charged to it, takes the knockout.
Yeah, it just has to be, again, a bigger Pokemon, as we do see the Greninja V hit the field. Radiant Greninja, excuse me, hit the field. Do see an energy enhance, so they should be able to conceal cards. Has access to Mirage Gate as well here. Is there any way Aiden can come back from this?
Maybe just keep attacking with this Pidgeot V. It's the one thing that can't really be knocked out by this Gardevoir on the bench. Zacian, with all that damage, can't be knocked out, or can't knock out the Pidgeot V with more Psychic Embraces.
Looks like Aiden has other plans, though, opting to retreat.
Yeah, you can always just attack with Dragonite's first attack, take a knockout.
Yeah, opting to bench the Jirachi as well here. It's just going to be Vanishing Wings, putting the Pidgeot back into the deck. Again, and everything attached to it, so all those energies can easily Mirage Gate into this Dragonite and could attack with, again, Dragon Gale, 250 damage, but you do damage all your bench Pokemon, 20 damage apiece. As, again, Aiden just lacking one more water energy to get this attack off. I think it's more than enough to knock out. Oh, no, you just have to shred.
Yeah. Has the shred with that Dragonite V to be able to take the knockout on that Scream Tail. I know Ryan has Counter Catcher in hand, but needs something like a Boss's Orders with the prizes being tied up. Because, yeah, the hand's just not doing anything. 3 Rare Candy, double Curlia, double Counter Catcher, Psychic Energy. He could just damage this Dragonite and force Aiden to find another attacker yet again.
Could be the case here. But again, deciding what to promote. Looks like it is going to be the Zacian V against Storm Slash. Does 60 damage, plus 30 for each Psychic Energy attached. And again, you mentioned earlier, we can't reach the 220 threshold, as the draw for turn is Gardevoir EX. Not the best. But it's going to be Psychic Embrace here, attaching from the discard pile. So putting even more damage into this Zacian V. Is going to at least be able to do 150 damage onto the Zacian.
Yeah, but that Gardevoir EX is looming on the bench for Ryan. Aiden unable to really take that out in one hit, looking at the list here. And this Zacian V softening up this Dragonite means Aiden is in trouble.
Maybe I would have liked to see, you mentioned it earlier, attacking with the Pidgeot V.
Yeah.
And then going into this Dragonite.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that a lot too.
As we return now to Aiden's turn.
I think you just kind of have some like PTSD from doing the mistake with the Flight Surf the turn prior. Like, I'm never going to attack with this Pokemon again.
We say that as Aiden does play this Nest Ball, probably drawn off the prizes potentially, and finds the Pidgeot V once again. It's going to take a couple, at least one Mirage Gate and an attachment for turn to get it powered up.
Yeah, it's his only out right here.
Does have the Mirage Gate in hand, I believe, and a Water Energy.
But I think there's only one energy left in the deck, so he's going to need to play the Super Rod here. There's plenty of energies in the discard, and when I say plenty, okay, yeah, there's at least 3.
Yes, so there's at least 3, so there should be an attack here. Flight Surf once again, but this time should be a knockout. Super Rod is played, putting back in a Lightning, Water, and a Sableye.
Yeah, so the route to victory here is basically going to be maybe in combination with Echoing Horn. No, he's not playing Echoing Horn like we saw in Azul's list. So as long as this single Gardevoir EX is in play, it's going to be pretty rough for Aiden to take that last prize card.
Yes, as it is. I thought of a specific scenario where the Pidgeot takes the hit, goes back into the deck, finds it again, powers it up again.
Oh, well, here's the counter catcher that was in the hand, able to take the knockout on the Dragonite V. And just like that, Ryan Antonucci going up 1-0 in the finals here in Knoxville with Gardevoir EX.
Ooh, I'm sure Ryan is breathing a sigh of relief. It wasn't looking good there, but unfortunately, misplays do happen. Pidgeot V, not a typical attacker in any deck. Even ask a Snorlax player, I'm sure 100% they've never attacked with that card. And
I don't think they ever attack, really.
Yep, that's for sure. As we do see, again here, just Aiden putting on the pressure with that Cramorant taking some early knockouts. We do see the Boss's Orders here earlier, knocking out the Pivot, Compe as well. And yeah, again, typically, so our attackers were basically just the Zacian V into the Scream Tail, into a Gardevoir. Oh, actually quite a few. As the Collapse Stadium, the pivotal Collapse Stadium there, just proving it was Ryan's stadium. Thus, the Pidgeot V only doing 80 damage.
And yeah, this opened up Scream Tail to be able to take the knockout on a bench Comfey, leaving Ryan with just one prize card remaining after that double prize loss.
Ooh, I'm sure, though, Aiden, again, a pro player, someone who's no stranger to the final stage. He's picking himself up. That's not that quick misplay is not going to bring down this entire game. I'm sure we're going to see a great game here for Game 2 here at the Knoxville Regional Championships as prizes are laid down. Radiant Greninja in the prizes. Jirachi Countercatcher, Worker. Nothing too notable for both players besides the Radiant Greninja, I believe. What do you think, Jeremy?
Well, that Countercatcher Roxanne is going to be pretty important later on in the game. Meanwhile, for Ryan, that Jirachi usually is pretty good in a matchup like this, but with the threat of Mawile, you still just have to believe. And oh, Zacian V in the active spot. That's a good start for Ryan here.
Zacian V once again. And a reminder, he only plays one. Seems to have started both games now. Typically, you don't see Zacian V most of the game. In a lot of games, because Shining Arcana Gardevoir is a great attacker in itself. As we do get started here, Battle VIP Pass once again. Battle VIP Pass is going to find Aiden a couple of Pokemon again. One of the most powerful cards, but only on the first turn of the game. Let's see what Aiden chooses.
Yeah, always great to start with the Battle VIP Pass. Unfortunately, starting that Cramorant means you don't have access just to a quick flower selecting from your active. But as long as Aiden has the energy or a switch out, you can go ahead and bring that Comfey to the active spot.
It looks like it is going to be the Comfey and the Pidgeot V. Comfey is going to start us off flower selecting 2 cards. What's the choice here?
Didn't get a good look at him, but with that Pidgeot V, kind of signals that there is a Forest Seal Stone in Aiden's hand, and sure enough, there is just that. Go along with a few energy.
But it is just going to be the attached Forest Seal Stone into a pass again. Just making it safe, making sure even past an Iono, we have access to anything we want in the deck, as Ryan Antonucci is going to start us off with a Battle VIP Pass of their own. They're going to do a quick deck check here. Just going to count up all the Pokemon. Luckily, hopefully we have enough Corlias in the deck this time where we just don't Mirage Step to 1.
Yeah. And there's going to be just enough, and this Battle VIP Pass is pretty good to start off with, but Ryan's hand is kind of the same exact hand he had the previous game, where it's Boss's Orders, and then not much other cards you can really play to capitalize your position here.
That is fair. There is a rare candy. Maybe we could get into a rare candy Gardevoir the next turn at the very least. We'll have to see. It is going to be the Battle VIP Pass for both two Ralts here. Did you see at least an energy in hand, Jeremy?
I did not, but he is going back in, it seems like. I don't know how you can go back in with this hand. Oh, the Roar of the Sword, that's right.
I was checking it as well, but yeah, Roar of the Sword, again, able to attach an energy from the deck, but it does end your turn. Got to go for the Boss's Orders, potentially.
Yeah, Boss, Cramorant, and it's now stuck in the active just a little bit yet again. Ryan trying to buy time to draw into something like an Iono, which he has not really seen game 1 or this game 2.
Ooh. As the energy attachment there onto the Zacian, Aiden here is going to play the Escape Rope. Escape Rope means both players switch out. Ralt's now in the active. Aiden going to go ahead and flower select. What is the grab here for Aiden? I'm sure Ryan is glad, though, to have the Ralt in the active now instead of the Zacian.
Yeah, even though it has the potential to get knocked out from this Cramorant, that does open up a Mirage Step play if Ryan draws into the cards needed, which is that Curlia and a Psychic Energy. If the Zacian V was in the active spot, you actually had no way of getting it out of the active spot and attaching for the turn.
That is true. What do you think Ryan should have Roar of the Sword into a Ralt then? Just for this specific potential, just so that all you need is to top deck the Mirage Step potentially. But
it's definitely something that could have been an option. It really just relies on Aiden to play an Escape Rope, which there's only 2 copies in his deck, so it's not very likely, but it did happen. So hindsight's 2020.
Yes, again, as Flower Select played again, the second Escape Rope now in the Lost Zone. 3 cards now in the Lost Zone for Aiden. Is going to be able to use that Forest Seal Stone to find themselves anything they want from the deck.
Is it really anything when you're a Lost Zone player?
We can have the illusion of choice, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's always Colress's experiment, especially this early on in the game.
Yes, again, I believe the deck just does not work without the Colress experiment. Draw 5 cards, 2 cards of the Lost Zone. That will bring up the Lost Zone count to 5. And that means we're going to be spitting. As
hopefully not.
Well, Cramorant will.
All right,
with that switch card into the active. A lot of cards again in the hand. This this board seems very, very similar to game one, as Zacian V now promoted to the active.
All right, we can rare candy that Gardevoir and draw a couple cards.
If you rare candy into the Gardevoir, that means there's no more access to Gardevoir EX currently, but was worth it.
That was
Shining
actually
Arcana,
the best too, honestly.
That was, yeah, I have to agree. I think Ryan Antonucci is just the best Shining Arcana drawer. Shining Arcana user as
Shining Arcana gamer.
Okay, yeah, that works. As again, because of Shining Arcana, does get the free attachment onto the Zacian V. Was lacking one energy attachment to be able to attack there. Plus the Iono only has to draw an energy to attack. Would like to see a Ralts as well.
The Artisan could do just that. Also have Ultra Ball in hand.
Has a lot of cards.
Could even attach the reversal energy to the Gardevoir to knock out that way.
A lot of options here. What would you choose, the Gardevoir or the Zacian V as the attacker?
Zacian for sure. You already have those two energies on there. Yeah. Just try to get another Waltz in play. Hopefully set up a Curlia for next turn. That Gardevoir on the bench is your only source of draw right now, and you really need to prioritize keeping that in play.
Yes. Now Artisan being played again is able to find any basic non-rule box Pokemon, finds the Ralts, just what Ryan needed. Needs to really re-establish the board. And again, I have to remind the folks at home, Ryan can only depend on these psychic Pokemon that can attack, because not only is he playing the Lost Box game, he's playing around the Tempting Trap, which he has been doing quite effectively.
Yeah, when you don't start one of those non-psychic Pokemon and don't have to bench down any other ones, it's going to be a pretty good game there.
As an attachment 4 turn on the Zacian V activates, the Storm Slash was for 150, taking a knockout there on the Cramorant. It's going to be the Chorus experiment on Aiden's side. What does he find? What does he need, Jeremy?
Well, with this Chorus experiment, you have 7 in the Lost Zone now, so that means that Mirage Gate is now live. Hisuian Heavy Ball can go ahead and find Pokemon if it's there. Radiant Greninja.
That's a pretty good Pokemon to find.
Dragonite V is going to be the card to try to find right now. That's the one card that can take a one-hit knockout on the Zacian V in the active spot. And if Aiden goes for that, can put on a ton of pressure and force this reversal energy from Ryan's hand.
Yes, right now, Aiden has 7 cards in the Lost Zone, is going to use that Concealed Cards, draws 2. I think that was either a Recycler or at least a Switch card. 7 cards now in the Lost Zone. Mirage Gate is activated, is live. Mirage Gate in hand, has a Lightning Energy.
I just don't think he has access to Pokemon Search for that Dragonite. So he's going to have to go with a Moonlight Shuriken here. It's still going to be able to take down the Ralts and damage either the Zacian V or that Gardevoir.
If I put up Lightning instead of a Psychic?
Big turn instead, looks like.
No.
Looks like the choice was choosing the Psychic or the Lightning Energy as the attachment.
What?
Again, just confirming with the judges if this is allowed.
Sorry, no, I'm not doing take backs. No, cool.
It looks like it is going to be the Psychic Energy remaining attached to the Greninja. Nothing too big. Again, energy recursion. There's a lot of energy recursion in Aiden's deck, as only lacking a water energy attachment now for turn.
I'm not offended at all.
Flower selecting here.
Oh, Palpat is going to hit the Lost Zone. Must have been a tough choice.
Looks like it was either the boss's orders or just another water energy, but with the switch card, Aiden has the Moonlight Shuriken able to take the knockout on the Ralts. It's going to be interesting to see where he places the damage counter. 2 definitely good options there. Just have to decide which one. Looks like that Shining Arcana.
Yes, 90 damage to 2 Pokemon. Knocking out the Ralts, taking a prize. Aiden Koos now 4 prizes to Ryan's 5. Back to Ryan. Again, does have the Zacian V already powered up. Should have a response into the Radiant Greninja. It's just the board. The board is not getting set up. Luckily, Artisan still in play, able to find a replacement Ralts.
Yeah, this is all Ryan can really do. 2 Ralts have already been knocked out. Just trying his best to get some form of Curlia into play. And with the Zacian still in the active spot, has that constant pressure. So is that another energy off of Shining Arcana?
It is free energy right now onto the Shine. free energy attachment because of this Shining Arcana ability. Was also able to draw the Screamtail, which we saw was a great attacker. Playing the Worker as well, draws 3, but gets rid of the Artisan that has helped out so much. But 3 extra cards seems only fair.
Yeah, Worker is not a May effect. If there's a Stadium in play, it does get discarded.
As Ryan still has energy in hand, could even slowly manually attach into this Shining Arcana. Gardevoir does have time. Besides that, I don't think I see any other play available in the hand.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Aiden is able to put together a Sableye turn on the following turn, take the knockout on the Gardevoir and the Ralts, because that is 120 damage between the two. And if Ryan is left with just the Zacian V in play, I think this game's pretty much over.
There is an Ultra Ball in Ryan Antonucci's hand.
Yeah, it's going to need to play that Super Rod first because there's no more Ralts in the deck.
I'm almost tempted to find the Jirachi, though, but again...
Yeah, how long do you think Tempting Trap would take to deck Ryan out with 40 minutes left?
I'm sure there's time. But yes, it looks like it is going to be just the Ralts grabbed. Super Rod was just played. Ralts just hanging out there on the side, but yeah. I believe, the Ultra Ball already has been played as well. So yeah, just grabbing the Ralts here, making sure we have at least one of those after this turn. But that would definitely be big. The Lost Mine attack from Aiden.
Yeah, but at least getting 2 Ralts down means you're guaranteed to at least have some semblance of the Gardevoir line in play on the following turn. And tying it up now, 4-4 prize cards.
As Storm Slash knocked out once again. Aiden Koos just finds the Chorus Experiment with that. Should be at 10 cards in the Lost Zone. The only question is, what attacker are we going with? There's even the Dragonite V option in hand. Ooh, Aqua Storm Kyogre sent to the Lost Zone, so no Aqua Storm this game. As Flower Selecting played once again, I believe the choice was a Switch card or an Energy. Opting to keep the Switch card, going for another Flower Selecting, just thinning the deck.
This time kept the Pokestop.
Ooh, Pokestop now, being able to discard the top 3 cards. Nope, no items, just thinning the deck even more. Why not?
Be pretty good if you still had access to Kyogre, but you have to shift game plans now and worry about the resources left for your deck. And having this Dragonite V here kind of signifies that Aiden's going to go for a Dragon Gale on the Zacian V.
Ooh, yes, dropping the Dragonite V with the Water Energy. That's commitment there. That is going to stick in the field. That's a 2-prize Pokemon, but it should be worth it if they could get the knockout on the Zacian V. Energy Recycler now being played. Going to shuffle in the Lightning, the Water, the Psychic, even more Water and Psychic. 5 full energies back into the deck. Definitely a lot of energies to be able to Mirage Gate, which is in the hand. As, yes, Mirage Gate is going to be played. Going to find the Lightning and the Water Energy. There should be a switch in hand.
Yeah, I was about to say, is there a switch out? I'm not quite sure.
I couldn't quite see it, actually. Aiden did have to play 2 switch cards to use Comfey twice this turn.
As already attached from the hand with that Dragonite V.
That would be very problematic if there was no switch card in this hand. We're just going to have to see.
Oh, no, there's not.
Oh, dear.
This has to have been some sort of missequence for this entire turn. But just a pass back to Ryan, kind of escaped that turn and now has access to get 2 Kirlia into play and start refinement here. And we could see a game now.
Ooh, big miss there for Aiden. Again, did Flower Selecting very aggressively there. Did thin the deck, but didn't quite find another switch. As, again, Ryan plays the Kirlia. Arcana. Is going to start with the Arcana. How many energies do you think he's going to draw here?
No, none.
Kirlia is just as good, though.
Yeah, already had the Level Ball in hand, but now can use that to fetch out the other Ralts that was put into the deck.
As Refinement is played, does have the Iono here to try and disrupt a little bit. Aiden, I believe, has 5 cards in hand, so it's just a mini disruption, 5-4, as Refinement Corellia is played down as well. Ryan does have a knockout in the active once again. Going to be Refinement. What is he looking for? Finds the Mew, finds another Iono.
Yeah, this Zacian V has been putting in a ton of work throughout both of these games and still just having no damage on it. Able to cleanly take KOs on these single prize Pokemon, and the fact that Aiden went for the Dragonite but didn't have the retreat just means that he is that much behind.
Yes, and importantly as well, since the Ralts was able to evolve to Corellia, the damage isn't enough now.
Yeah, there's no 2-prize turn for a Sableye to clean things up. So Aiden, again, is going to have to try to figure out how to navigate this board state.
It's going to be tough here, as energy attachment onto the Zacian V. It is enough, does have enough energy to knock out the Comfey.
Yeah, I like it on the Gardevoir, especially seeing that Dragonite V with the 3 energy already, ready to take the knockout on Zacian V. You want to give yourself as much of an option for that Gardevoir to be able to take the knockout, and with that reversal energy, could be triggered the following turn, so already having 5 energy on there.
Very scary indeed, so despite Zacian being a very, very juicy target, does Aiden knock it out?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. There's also the potential of a counter catcher or boss's orders from Aiden's side of the board. Maybe just shred the Gardevoir and go from there. But promoting the Dragonite, it seems like.
Yes. Again, Storm Slash was the attack there, taking another prize. Ryan Antonucci down to 3. Does also get another Ralt into play. So a 2-prize turn is still possible with the Sableye, potentially.
Yeah, and I think that's why you see Aiden decide to promote that Comfey, maybe dig a little bit for a Super Rod to get back to Sableye if it's in the discard, or if it's in the deck, just try to hunt it down. Ooh. You see that Psychic Energy there.
2 Psychic Energies, I believe. Course Experiment sending the Pokegear and the Force Seal Stone to the Lost Zone. What else does Aiden have? Has at least an attachment to Retreat. Has that bare minimum, has also 5 cards left in the deck, mind you, and we're not Aqua Storming this game, as Flower Selecting is played, sending the Mirage Gate.
Yep, did find the Sableye, but again, no way in hand to attach an energy to the Sableye and get that Comfey out of the active spot, and that has been the past 2 turns for Aiden now.
Sableye, I think, might have been the most ideal attacker here. Take 2 prizes, and then take 2 prizes again, wouldn't you say? But it's just going to be an attachment there onto the Comfey, and might just be an attack with the Dragonite into the Zacian. He might just be falling right into Ryan's plan here, right into Ryan's trap for once. And again, Dragon Gale, 250 damage, but first, the Pidgeot is going to fly away. The Vanishing Wings ability. I even totally forgot that Pidgeot was there. That's how intense this game was.
It was vanishing.
As we do see, yes, Pidgeot into the deck. We're not going to use that attack this time. And yeah, Dragon Gale should be more than enough to take the knockout on the Zacian. Going to use the Lost Vacuum as well, getting rid of the Pokestop.
Again, Aiden's just trying to thin out the hand as much as possible here in preparation for a potential Iono. The problem is, looking at Ryan's hand, he has Ultra Ball, Rare Candy that's going to be able to get the Ralts out of harm's way with a Gardevoir EX. You already have those 2 Corellia, so no 2-prize turn available for Aiden the following turn if he sees that line of play, which should be pretty standard.
Ryan does draw for turn here, does have potentially 6 free cards with the Shining Arcana and Refinement. And yeah, we're not forgetting damage onto the bench, 20 damage a pop there. And Ryan, the world is his oyster, has so many cards. Is he eyeing to Ultra Ball away the Mew? Is that a line? Is there an Echoing Horn?
No Echoing Horn. Mew's also just another Pokemon that can start attacking. Debated about discarding that Jirachi, but again, you never know. You see Azul play the Echoing Horn in a list that's very similar, so you always need to be worried about it. But wow, a second reversal energy.
Big play there. Second reversal attach to the Shining Arcana, and then the Rare Candy Gardevoir EX, which he didn't even need. Just needed to evolve just to get more HP, but this Shining Arcana Gardevoir has been self-sufficient. basically, most of Ryan's energies have been attached without the use of a Gardevoir EX.
It's a single Gardevoir that don't need no Gallade.
And I believe Iono now is the play. Ryan drawing 3, Aiden drawing 2. Yes, Aiden was able to thin out the deck. This is going to be 2 big cards here. Ryan draws 3, still has access to Refinement, to Arcana. It's looking rough here for Aiden. How can he come back?
The Kyogre that's in the Lost Zone. That would be the best way to come back here. Maybe you cobble together a Super Rod with that Radiant Greninja, and you can Moonlight Shuriken, both of the Kirlia, but Ryan drew into the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, so that's going to cut off this route. I guess you can still Moonlight Shuriken the active and the other bench Kirlia, unless you just find another Gardevoir off this Shining Arcana.
As Shining Arcana is now played. Psychic Energy, do we attach it? It's free. Now opting to keep it in the hand there. He's going to refine, though, the Battle VIP.
Wow.
Best does find the Gardevoir EX. Do we evolve here? Yes, we
100%.
do. Is this just a checkmate scenario now?
Yeah, this is very bad news for Aiden. Still hasn't even used the active Shining Arcana, doing as much as possible. And with this, Ryan has the knockout, the 2 prizes going down to 1 prize card. And then either of the Gardevoir EX are able to charge up anything, really, to take the knockout on the rest of Aiden's Pokemon. And not having a big way to take a 1-hit knockout on that Gardevoir EX, something like Roaring Moon that we've seen in the past in some of these lists, it is pretty much checkmate, like you were saying.
Brainwave there does take the knockout onto Dragonite V. Back now to Aiden. Does promote the Comfey, has the Mirage Gate. There are options here. Look, eyeing up the Water Energy and the Psychic Energy. Could just potentially be a Lost Mine, but I think it's a Lost Mine that's a little bit too late. As Nest Ball is going to be played. Does find the Pidgeot V. What is the line here? Pidgeot V can possibly attack once again, but again, Shining Arcana Gardevoir already on the bench. Does go Flower selecting, I believe, found a Boss's Orders or the Counter Catcher.
Yeah, either one's not really going to do too much on this board state. Just the fact that Ryan found that Rare Candy Gardevoir, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, and then found the Gardevoir EX.
This might be the route. This might be a route, Jeremy. Could go for the Lost Mine until the active 120 damage does prevent.
That is true, yeah. There's no double energy. Both the reversals are on that Gardevoir, and they're not going to be triggered anyway. And with 120 on the active, you can't Psychic Embrace to this Gardevoir. I think Aiden found the line.
Leave it to Aiden to find the line, but Ryan Antonucci, what is he known for? Shining Arcana attach.
Yeah, if he would have attached that Psychic Energy that he found off the Shining Arcana last turn to this Gardevoir, could have avoided this scenario.
Level Ball, there is still 2 energies in the discard pile. Could even buff that up with maybe something like a Super Rod potentially. Does find the Manaphy just to thin out of the hand. There's a lot of energies in hand here.
Oh, yeah. Maybe even... not even finding like Iono and then shuffling back the energies to the bottom because they're going to be on the bottom. This is all about hitting one of those 2 energies off of your 2 Shining Arcana here to be able to retreat and take the game and the regional championship with him.
Leave it to Aiden to find a way. Energy attachment from the hand. Nothing else can be played. Nothing else can be used to thin the deck. Maybe the Fog Crystal to try and thin a Psychic Pokemon. You don't want to take the basic energy.
Oh, we're going with Professor's Research here.
Could possibly draw.
As long as he doesn't draw both of the energy, this is going to be game over.
Super Rod could help him out here. Does he find the Super Rod?
He drew 1. There's 1 left in the deck.
How many cards left in the deck?
I think there's only 3.
3 cards in the deck. Here we go. What is Ryan Antonucci known for? Ultra Ball played. Just checking the deck. There is 1 basic Psychic Energy in the deck. Shining Arcana attachment, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Antonucci is your Knoxville Regional Champion. Gardevoir takes it all.
Finally finding that big win in the Masters Division, and Ryan Antonucci punches his ticket to Honolulu. He's going to join all of our great regional champions on our graphic, and doing it in style with Gardevoir EX. Congratulations to Aiden Koos again. 2nd place, nothing to be ashamed about.
Not too bad there for Maiden. Again, was so close to another regional win, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do cast another one of his games and he takes another regional win for sure. But again, this is Ryan Antonucci's turn. This was Gardevoir's tournament. As we do see a couple of replays here. The Mirage Step, I believe, for one, but Aiden just having the knockout on one of the Curlias, leaving Ryan with only the lone Curlia to play. But that Zacian was just ready to attack. And attack it did into the Comfey on the bench.
Yeah, unfortunately, this game one was just kind of spoiled a little bit by that misstep with that Flight Surf. Not able to take the knockout on the Zacian, which meant Ryan just needed 2 prize cards to be able to take game 1. Screamtail provided one of those, and Aiden had to play around with some of the attacks here, taking a knockout with that Pidgeot V, but Ryan able to have that counter catcher, bring up that Dragonite, or any Pokemon really, take the knockout, and go into game 2.
What a game. And yeah, game 2 here, it seemed Aiden had the world, did get the early pressure on with this Cramorant knockout, but Ryan Antonucci's trusty Shining Arcana getting that early attachment onto that Zacian V just by chance, and getting that extra attachment as well, takes the knockout. And yeah, it's gonna be the Moonlight Shuriken here from Aiden, getting the damage on and the knockout on the Ralts. But again, Zacian V just standing tall, taking knockouts. Definitely a good boy.
Yeah, Aiden having that Moonlight Shuriken to damage that Gardevoir, take a knockout on the Ralts, but the big turn of having the Dragonite V with the Mirage Gate, but unable to retreat that Comfey from the active spot, put him a turn behind, and having access to the Dragon Gale to take the knockout on the Zacian V after it took another knockout. Basically, it was that one turn that gave it to Ryan, thinning out everything possible, not drawing the 2 energy off of the Professor's Research, still had access to the Super Rod in the deck as well, and with that Shining Arcana, attaching it to the active retreat, KO with a Brainwave, and just like that, $10,000 richer.
Did you realize, Jeremy, there was no Psychic Embrace in that last round at all, but yeah, here it is. Final standings. We had Ryan Antonucci, our champion, with Gardevoir EX, followed by Aiden Koos, one of our finalists, our finalists with the Lost Zone box, followed by, of course, Ian Robb and Jose Marzan for 3rd and 4th, Raymond Long, Tyler Matthews, Kamal Crooks, Valdez, and Jackson Ford for 5th to 8th place. Again, very, very intense last couple of matches, and quite the spread for our top 8.
Yeah, a good mix, missing Charizard and some of the other decks that have been very popular, but we also have some good storylines. Ryan getting the first big win in Masters, Aiden trying to get another regional win after winning last season. Ian Robb, of course, 5-time regional champion, still in the thick of things. Jose Marzan making another top 8. Raymond Long in top 8 just after winning regionals at the beginning of this season, and then the first top 8 for Tyler Matthews and Kamal Crooks Valdez. This is just the start for a lot of these players.
That's for sure, and I cannot wait to see more from all of these players at all our future regional. I'm 100% sure I'm not going to be saying these names for the last time. And of course, just to remind everyone of the bracket, Ryan Antonucci's journey to the top did have to face Jackson Ford, into Ian Robb in top 4, and of course, finally into Aiden Koos, and secure himself a regional win and a spot in Honolulu, Hawaii for the Pokemon World Championships.
Yeah, and even that top 8, we got to watch a little bit of it against Jackson Ford over when we were off stream, and that was a very close game as well, coming down to a lot of Shining Arcana pulls, and just able to get it done, and doing it with Gardevoir, a deck that has been up and down throughout this entire Paradox Rift format, but able to come out top with the victory, proving that, yeah, Gardevoir is still one of the best around.
100%. And again, this is our champion, Ryan Antonucci, our finalist, Aiden Koos, and I just have to say, this was our first finals without Giratina in a hot minute.
Yeah.
And it was all thanks to Ryan Antonucci, actually. He did have to face both Giratinas in top 8. Definitely the Dragon Slayer here. He even had to slay a Dragonite V here into the finals. But
don't play Dragon Pokemon against Ryan.
I mean, Gardevoir is a fairy type.
That is
super
true,
effective
yeah.
into the dragon. But
For the video game.
Yes. Imagine, again, 7 regional tournaments at this point where Giratina V-Star has been found in the finals, but Ryan Antonucci, the Dragon Slayer. But of course, he joins the likes of Azul GG, like Alexander Flatos, Raymond Long, Andrew Estrada, all are great champions here. Ryan Antonucci, I'm glad he's one of them.
Yeah. This is getting more and more stacked as we go along, and kind of has to be to have someone win a regionals of the size that we're having nowadays. It has to be a great player, and you have to get lucky as well too.
Yeah, great player. Sometimes you have to draw that energy out of Shining Arcana, but again, he just proved himself to be the best out of over 1,000 players here at the Knoxville Regional Championships. Definitely well-deserved. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to all our top 8 competitors. Everyone put on a great show. We saw some amazing games back and forth, and it is...
I'm just glad we didn't have to say tempting trap at all in that finals.
Right? It was tempting too. I almost said it.
There were some traps though. Again, with the Sableye, I have to give it up to Aiden. It almost seemed as if the writing was on the wall. There was no chance at victory, but leave it to a player like Aiden Kuz. Leave it up to a regional champion to really find those lines. Counter catcher or boss's orders into the Gardevoir, force the damage onto it, and now it can't retreat, buying you maybe that one turn back. But Shining Arcana is just that good of an ability.
Yeah, and Ryan maximizing his odds to perfection, basically able to sequence out that last turn perfectly, having the Super Rod and the Psychic Energy left, basically guaranteed having it.
Definitely, and with that, you know what? I do want to see our winners. I believe that's going to be it for me and Jeremy here at the desk, but don't go anywhere. We do have the award ceremony with Boo. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome in, everybody. It has been a long 2 days here, but this is Championship Sunday, and that means we have to crown our champion and our finalist. So let's kick things off here in our award ceremony. Let's welcome up our finalist, Aiden Kuz. Aiden, huge congratulations here, finalist at our Knoxville Regional Championship. Of course, you're a former regional champion already, taking the second place here in Knoxville. Going back to those games, though, those were intense. I mean, it got a little rocky there. We saw a DPL in game 1. What were the key moments, do you think, where you kind of felt things slipping away for you? Is there anything you would do different in that last set?
I mean, obviously, I think if I don't get the DPL, I think I'm winning game 1. And I mean, game 2, I made a marginal game player with attacking with the Dragonite. I think I maybe could have attacked with the Sableye, but I mean, there's a lot of different lines that I could have taken. But I mean, it's been a long day, it's been a long weekend, and I mean, obviously everyone's brains are fried, so.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw some incredible play from you on the stream, though, so that was awesome to see. And still, you're our finalist here in Knoxville. Take the second place, $7,000 as well. How are you going to celebrate this this giant feat?
Probably doing homework tonight, and I'm gonna figure out a way to get back home somehow.
All right, can somebody find a ride here for our finalists at the Knoxville Regional Championship? That is awesome. Is there anything you're gonna be putting your prize money toward?
Probably more sports gambling, and I don't really know what else. I mean, we'll see. Probably college-related stuff, sports gambling, and other unhealthy addictions.
All right, yeah. Well, is Pokemon one of those for you?
Definitely 100.
Well, huge congratulations again. Are there any shout-outs that you want to give before you get to go do your homework?
Yeah, shout out everyone who played the deck with me, Seth, Josh, all the San Antonio people back home, my team, the Daily Grind, Jerry, and yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.
All right, and hopefully one of those people can give a ride to Aiden Kuz. Thank you so much. Huge congratulations. All right, and of course, our champion here at the Knoxville Regional Championship, Ryan Congratulations, Ryan, taking the championship title here in Knoxville with Gardevoir EX. Pablo and I were talking about this weekend how you've really broken through, not only to top 8 here in Knoxville, but a top 4, and now you're regional champion. How are you feeling?
Amazing. I can't even process it.
That is awesome. I mean, how are you feeling going into top 8? And were you kind of expecting this result going into Knoxville?
Actually, yes. I sent one of my friends a message. I'm like, what if this is the one? I got a Patrick water bottle, and what if that's what I needed to win? And it's what I needed to win.
Wow, there you go. So you knew it even before. You were walking into this event and winning it, and that's exactly what you did. That is awesome. Is there any key points in that match that you want to look back to that you felt like you just had this in the bag?
Yeah, when he went for the Dragonite power-up, I'm like, all right, if I don't make any gameplay errors, I've got the game. I just got to evolve all my things so we can't maybe ninja. I don't know. And then I evolved everything, had the energy in my hand. I'm like, all right, no gameplay errors, knockout. And then I forgot to attach. And then he almost won. And then I'm like, it's fine. I still have research, so I'm chilling.
Yeah, that was intense. That was great though. I guess throughout this entire event, how or what was your MVP card in Gardevoir?
Pidgeot.
Pidgeot. Wow, and we kind of saw that definitely come through for you today. So I guess now $10,000 here, and you have a guaranteed spot into our World Championship in Honolulu. How does that feel? How are you going to treat the rest of the season, and what are you going to use your prize money toward?
Pretty good. I think I'm going to keep grinding. Probably go to EUIC with the money.
Wow, awesome. So the grind never stops here. You're dedicating that back into Pokemon, and I mean, I couldn't think of a more deserving person to take down at Knoxville and just put that money back into the game. You must really love it.
Yep.
That is great. Well, thank you so much for this interview, Ryan. Is there any shout outs that you want to give before you get to go celebrate tonight?
Shout out to my coach, Reagan Retzloff. I'm going to buy some more sessions with my prize money, you know. Clearly after the top 4 in the finals, I need it. So, yep.
Awesome. Well, wow. Huge congratulations there again. I hope you have a great night tonight. We are going to throw things back to our lounge here to close out our show.
Thanks a bunch, Boo. Great to hear from our finalist and, of course, our regional champion here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Chip Ritchie here, joined by Juancho Saldana and Pablo Meza, ready to close out the show, close out the weekend as we wrap things up. Gentlemen, looking back, any highlights for you that we experienced throughout the course of the tournament?
Pokemon Catcher Heads, Shining Arcana attachments, a lot of lucky plays for sure, and a lot of fun.
For me, I really enjoyed seeing like the wackier decks from day one, Rayquaza VMAX especially, in the top of my mind. Definitely did not expect to see it, and we didn't get to see it in day 2, but that was the highlight for me, I would say.
Don't forget the Lugia V-Star. That was also pretty cool. I got jealous you casted that.
Juancho was very excited for the Lugia V-Star. Well, let's talk about those decks that did make it into day 2 of the competition. I think one of the biggest stories, without a doubt, has to be the surging of the Roaring Moon. It was the second most popular deck day 1. We see it being the first most popular deck in day 2, and that did translate into pretty solid success, with Kamal, of course, making it into the top 8. We saw Jose Marzan making it to the top 4, but top 4 is where the run would eventually come to an end.
I mean, equally as surprising, Chip, is the lack of Charizard EX in our top 8. Some would argue this is the best, one of the best, most consistent decks we have in the format, and yet it's missing.
Yeah, and I think we definitely saw a reaction from last weekend's Liverpool results, right? Mew VMAX dominating the scene, and then it was nowhere to be seen this time around. And what we did see, though, was a lot of Spiritomb everywhere.
There was plenty of Spiritomb, and I feel like that's what led to a little bit lower percentage of the Mew VMAX in day 2. You know, fewer even getting through that first day, and then really none of them succeeding. I don't think we saw a Mew on stream all weekend.
No, I don't think so, no.
Yeah, no Mew, no Miraidon on the stream throughout the weekend.
No.
But there are plenty of other decks, and those decks were still represented in our day 2. Of course, Miraidon there with 5 players on it in day number 2. Lots of more rogue, under the radar stuff, you could say.
Yeah.
And that Entei Iron Valiant down there, just 3 people in day 2. And Tyler Matthews was one of those able to translate that into a top 8 finish.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just 3 people into day 2, one of them into the top 8. I gonna have to do my analysis here for day 2. Like how good this Iron Valiant Entei is really into the meta. Was it good because of all the comp phase potentially? There was a lot of Lost Zone decks in the field. A lot of decks really depending on comp phase. Maybe that played a big part into it.
And I think Tyler Matthews' list as well was a big deal. You know, he was playing the 1/1 Bieberel line, something that most people had not put into that deck up to this point. He's actually played that for a couple of tournaments now, and he finds himself, you know, able to pay off. You know, how riveting can that be, Pablo, whenever you make an innovation on a deck and then you're finally able to prove that that's the way it should be played?
I mean, it feels incredible, I'm sure. Tyler, we were talking about it a little bit before, and during his interview, he's had a lot of really good results, a lot of top 16s, but he was finally able to push through to a top 8. So to do that with your own list, with your own invention, essentially, feels really, really amazing.
Well, let's look at the decks and cards that each of us, the casters this weekend, predicted would succeed. Yeah, Pablo, why don't you walk us through it? Mew VMAX Radiant Charizard.
I mean, I was really hopeful. I feel like both those decks have a really good Giratina matchup, right? Especially Radiant Charizard-based Lost Box builds have a good Giratina and Charizard matchup, but clearly everyone failed me.
If we're going for quantity over quality, though, I'd have to give it to Boo. Picking that Roaring Moon, it definitely was the tournament for Roaring Moon. But, of course, we're going to have to go with quality over quantity. And Chip, good job.
That's
Gardevoir
right.
EX.
Yep. History remembers winners, and this weekend it was Gardevoir EX getting the win, and alongside it, Chip Ritchie with the caster prediction. We'll ignore the Charizard. We'll ignore the Charizard. Yeah, there we go.
Catchers and Spiritomb, though.
Yes, all very successful. You know, it's been a great weekend here in Knoxville, but our journey this season is not done. Plenty more to look forward to. Be sure to check out any of these events. If we're coming to your area, we want to see you at one of these large Pokemon events. Gentlemen, anything here that you're especially excited for?
I'm just excited for every regional. Anyone. You could be the next regional champion. You could make it to Honolulu, Hawaii. I want to see it.
I'm very excited for Vancouver. I really want to play. It's the last tournament of the season before rotation, and then London. All eyes are set on London.
Hey, Pablo, one last ride for the Mew VMAX for you in Vancouver?
Possibly one last ride, or maybe something that not anyone expects.
Ooh, okay. You keep your secrets then.
We'll keep an eye out, Pablo.
Of course, these are our North American regionals, but there are more regionals happening across the world as well. And the next event up is the Dortmund Regional Championships, taking place February 10th to February 11th. That tournament will be streamed on these channels, be broadcasted live. You're not going to want to miss it. Of course, make sure you're subscribed here on YouTube, following on Twitch, so that you will not miss it. Our EU team is going to take you through that event, and then we'll be back for the Vancouver Regional Championships, March 22nd to March 24th. Once again, that will be broadcast here on these channels that you are watching us on right now. And speaking of channels, make sure you're following us across all social media channels. If it's on X, if it's on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere that you can post something, you can probably find us at Pokemon, at Play Pokemon, at Pokemon TCG. You can find us.
Oh, that's for sure. Let's talk about Pokemon together. Post those pet pictures as well. Love seeing those. More Frank Bao, please.
The Poke Pets are definitely a highlight for sure. And of course, be using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Follow us here on the YouTube and Twitch channels. And gentlemen, I think that is going to do it for us for this weekend. For myself and all of the casters, we really appreciate you sticking with us. Congratulations again to all of our champions, and we'll see you again real soon.
Aqua Storm discarding Cramorant.
Psychic.
Sableye. It's the Lost Zone, and it's the Boris Seal Stone.
The only thing better than playing Pokemon is playing 2 days of Pokemon.
Seems like Jose won. Yeah, that's awesome. Jose won.
Look at that hand.
Yeah, so many options.
That's Cram coming back for some more action. 4 matches are absolutely brain melting.
I'm just excited for the World Championships again.
Speaking of champions,
Here we go. What is Ryan Antonucci known for? Ultra Ball played. Just checking the deck. There is one basic Psychic Energy in the deck. Shining Arcana attachment, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen.
I just hope